Hello, ladies and gents, and welcome to the WCI Wildcard tournament. Sorry for the delay, but now we're here and we're ready to start shortly. We have six teams, two from EU, two from NA, and two from APAC left in this Wildcard tournament to get an extra spot for the WCI happening later on in November in China. And as you can see, you may recognize a pretty familiar face next to me because once again, I'm being joined by Toxic on the analyst desk. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fabulous. Thank you for having me. We're gonna have some interesting matches to spectate today. We had some played earlier today off stream, which was the APAC versus North America matches, where we had Burbology versus Bricked going to tiebreaker, a 4-3 for Burbology, meaning they concede 1 point to Bricked. Whilst in the other bracket, we had Dopamine versus Rejects going 4-2, not going to tiebreaker, and therefore getting the full 4 points, and Rejects going out with 0 points out of that match.
So today is the group stage day. Two matches were already played. NA against APAC. Both NA teams coming up on top. We have four matches left that we'll be covering in a row, starting with the EU versus APAC ones and EU versus NA later on. The first one of the day being W against Bricked. W being a team that had a crazy performance in the last EU tournament, actually managing to take down Opoor and making it all the way to the grand finals. What's your take on it?
Yeah, I mean, nobody really expected that run. They dropped to the lower brackets, I think in the first match even, in that WOT7 tournament. However, they did manage to recover. They secured second place and thereby advanced to the WCI Wildcard tournament and will be facing versus Bricked, who, as I was informed, is the third placed from the APEC server. So we do kind of expect W to come out of ahead, not only because they are in a higher seat, but also because supposedly some might argue that EU is the better region.
Yeah, so four BO7s left, and then we'll get to the playoff stage. Top two of each group actually advancing to hit with the semifinals that we'll be covering tomorrow. All of the matches tomorrow will be BO9. We also have some drops prepared, Toxic, for the viewers. You can get them today, tomorrow. As you can see, we have some Dragon decals, some rations, and a 2D style.
Yeah, it's going to be the streamlined 2D style for everyone up for grabs who watches 4 hours in total across this weekend, which will be probably very easily achievable, considering we will have 4 best of 7s today and 3 best of 9s that we will be covering tomorrow.
Well, we want to jump straight in the action as soon as possible. So I guess, Toxic, to introduce the first match of the day, we're gonna let someone pretty new there because Kihan has a vacation. Elfish Guy and Zaki take over. Guys, please take it away.
Thank you, guys. And yeah, I mean, it's a little bit funny, isn't it, Daki, actually, when they say new. I feel like this is a bit of a throwback mode, right? Really, where we're really running it back. We've jumped all the way back to 2017 for some Elfish and Daki duo casting.
Yeah, these younglings, they don't know. They don't know. They
They
don't
don't
know the good
understand.
old times. But yeah, it's interesting. Gihan is not here. My mood's already so much better. I don't know why. That may be related to that, but I can say maybe it's just because I'm getting to watch some APAC teams play World of Tanks. It's going to be an interesting one. Especially because I want to see again how APAC is going to perform. They are still probably a bit adjusting to 7v7, coming off of that 5v5 format that they had for a long time. That's where the other regions, NA and EU respectively, have, of course, a rather large margin of more experience under their belts.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that it's going to be the biggest of issues. I think the jump from 5v5 to 7v7 is not as crazy as it could be if it was something like, moving to 15v15, for example. But tell me a little bit about W, because obviously this is sort of your home territory. Do you think they're coming into this matchup feeling pretty confident?
They should. I mean, they had a really good run in the EU tournament, beating Opoor, which is one of our favorite teams in this wildcard tournament as well, to take it all. So they had an amazing run coming from the lower bracket, bringing it all the way to finals, and then running out of steam. That also has to do with the fact that they're not really an experienced team in finals. They have a lot of experience playing playoffs, group stages, etc. But finals was a different ball game. So there they fell short. They hit a wall. We're looking out. Fruga is the team captain. He's also the in-game FC. This is, I think, framing a very important moment, working out for like Barkis, Ali, and Itox. to provide us with the damage. But about Bricked, I think this is your home territory.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think Bricked is actually quite a solid looking roster on paper. If I was putting together a team of ANZ specifically players, these would definitely be some of the picks of the bunch. SP, he's Korean. You might even remember him actually played a little bit of WGL for Meltdown, I think, back in the day. So has sort of had his own fair share of competitive experience even in the 7v7 format. But, you know, looking at the big names, I would probably say, like, obviously JS, Bales, Critical, coming through from the Panthers team that won ANZPL in the most recent season. That's a good core roster. Obviously, Dell returned and Cindy as well come through from the core of North Sydney Sentinels, which was pretty much the best ANZPL team that existed over the course of ANZPL's run. So you got a lot of solid individuals here. You got a lot of experienced individuals. The one thing that I'll say that might be an issue for these guys is Rainbow is normally their caller. He's unavailable. He had a wrist surgery, as far as I understand. So now JS has come in and called. And look, I thought they looked okay earlier this morning, so we'll see how they go. But here's the map selections to kick things off. Himmelsdorf, Proc, and Muro will be the three, with Sand River the tiebreaker map.
Yeah, Himmel's going to be, of course, a map where both these teams have a lot of experience on. I think it's just one of the oldest maps in the game for competitive as well. But I think the difference will be made on Prokhorovka, because that's really a map where I can see a team take 2-0, in my opinion. Muro is more of a 1-1 kind of map, but like I'm mainly looking out for Prokhorovka.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting. Did get to see the tiebreaker map as Himmelsdorf in the earlier matchup that Bricked played. That was against Burbology. They lost that. They were on the attacking side. So that's a little bit of a concern for me. They also only went 1-1 on Prokhorovka, which was also their pick in that matchup. So, you know, look, as far as things are looking, in my opinion, obviously I predicted Bricked 4-0. It was a little bit of a meme prediction. I have to say, I think W probably does come in here as the favorites. But I'm just hoping that Bricked can put up a pretty good fight today.
Yeah, I mean, they already have 1 point. So for them going to a tiebreaker wouldn't be the worst thing here if they could get that far. But game number 1 coming in here, Bricked with the triple 60 DP, the E100, the mouse, the 277, and critical in the E5.
Yeah, not too much of a change up for W. I mean, obviously looking fairly similar. They've got the double mouse setup, double E5. CS63 is going to be potentially an interesting choice on Himmelsdorf. You've got the IS7 and the 50B to round things out. I always like to see a 50B. I always like that sort of what would you say, like the power potential that the 50B can bring to the table. So it's always going to be quite interesting to see how that's going to be used.
Yeah, Brick does have a bit of that heavier lineup though, if we're looking at it. I mean, especially the triple 60 TP, it's going to be facing off against 35. And for Brick, that's going to be really important with those big alpha guns that they have, even 160 Ps. Connecting those shots is the most important aspect. We've seen a lot of 60 Ps in the European tournament leading up to China, and we saw 60 Ps. We saw them struggle.
Yeah, this is an interesting setup as well for Bricked, and it sort of does chime in again with what they were doing all day long earlier today. One thing that I noticed from their game against Burbology was that they liked to hold the W key a lot. And you're obviously getting a bit of an insight as to that mentality once again here on the defensive side of Himmelsdorf. They've taken full control of the 1-2 line, but where does that leave them as far as the 2-flag defense is concerned? Probably not looking so good. So I'm not super confident about the initial setup here from Bricked.
It's very split from W as well, though. You have that 4-man hit squad in the north that is capping the W5, the I7, and Bricked will have to reset rather soon. But you still have that double mouse lingering in the 8 line, right? If Bricked could find a way to ignore the double mouse and go for a full base repush, that would net them pretty good result. And a big shot there as well on towards Itox and the mouse from one of those 60 Ps on the move, even. Crazy shooting there with 14 seconds left. The reset has to come. I think Citizen from behind though has it locked down in the mouse. He gets one on towards Panuka, so that is going to be good for the side of Brick now. The 2775 coming as well, and this is what I'm talking about. They be able to find some overmatch.
Indeed. Hopefully they'll be able to do that. I can't see what's going on, Daki, so I'm sure you can't either, but we're back. Look, don't worry about it. No one saw that. Straight back into it. The reset looks like it did come through, and the ball begins in earnest. Already, you know, as far as the trades are concerned, not looking too bad for Bricked, so maybe APAC is going to give us a little bit of a surprise in this first round on Himmelsdorf. Focus fire, not amazing from them just yet, but as far as the exchange is gone, it hasn't been too bad thus far.
I mean, they're getting a decent engagement here towards those from W. I mean, Frugo is not going to be winning the one against the E100. This is not a thing the i7 does, and Ali, he does pick up a kill before he's going to fall himself, but it's looking rather good for break time at this moment in time. I mean, JS here has to close the kill out. It's a bit annoying against the i7. He needs to find it. He has to do it without losing too much more HP. Frugo, they're actually missing. Fluff in the shot. JS is going to hopefully find the shot here. I mean, better safe than sorry, I guess. Angling up. Can he get it? Cupola of the i7 does get exposed now. Does get the kill. And for Bricked, it's looking amazing.
Yeah, it certainly is. I was going to say maybe the fact that the 50B can come in with another clip soon might change things up, but ultimately, I would say it's probably a little too far gone at this point in time. Bark is once again back on the reload, and I mean, what is this, a 3-on-6? I just don't think you really come back from that, particularly when you're on the attacking side. It's so over. It's incredibly over. And, you know, I'm just going to bask in this moment, Daki, because it's not often that APAC gets the dub over Europe. But, hey, at least the day started well for them.
Yeah, the day's starting well for Bricked here, and deservedly they are going to be taking the first round in this wildcard tournament. For W, I mean, we could see it. The split, it was very, very far away from each other. You had that double mouse in the south, right? Not really with the team. And then you're playing off of the cap. But once the reset came out from Citizen and that mouse, there was not really a... I mean, you couldn't see it, but I still could because I'm cheating on the side. There was no real follow-up, right? They were on the cap, they got reset, and nothing really happened. Frugo and the i7 tried to 1v1 an E100. And let's be realistic, you don't really 1v1 an E100 in an i7. And then the rest of them were kind of in between, not sure what to do.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think that comes down to? I would look at that and I would say Bricked come out of the gates with a fairly unorthodox push down the 1-2 line. They really commit the vast majority of their tanks down there. Did that maybe catch W off guard, you reckon? They weren't really expecting that. It didn't seem like they were obviously set up to receive it.
I think they were expecting it, but reacted badly. Like, otherwise you don't drive down the 8 line this quickly, you know? Like, they were really quick onto the cap, which is, you know, if you push down the 8 line and the team defends on the 8 lane, which is pretty possible as well, then you run straight into them. So it looked like they were aware, but the way they played it was not right. Even the mouses have to go down the 8 line then.
The only other thing I'll say that was maybe interesting to me, the CS63 looked like it actually got a decent chunk of damage done there, but, you know, obviously Himmelsdorf tends to be a bit more of a heavy-centric map. Something that I'll be looking to sort of see whether or not that changes going into the second round, and on the defense, whether they want to bring that medium again or if they want to go back towards the heavies. Yeah, very interesting game across the board. And, you know, this is again, very much in that mentality that Bricked brought to the table against the North American team earlier today. I think that they're a team that kind of likes to be on the front foot. And I sort of wonder, like I almost theorize, is that because they're, you know, maybe not super comfortable with the 7v7 format? Have they had a lot of time to practice? Have they had a lot of time to scrim? Do they not want to allow the game to kind of get into like this mid-round, sort of mid-calling, rotating back and forth kind of style? Would they rather just try to have a bit more of an aggressive kind of a fight early on in the piece and see if they can, you know, win the round off of something? It's not necessarily cheesy per se, you know, but you know, do you get what I'm sort of trying to say here? That they don't want it to sort of devolve into a little bit more of like a,
it's good for
a longer, more drawn out battle.
That's good, I think, for Bricked. Setting up in a slow kind of game where you cover all your angles or try to cover all your angles is a lot harder than pressing W down 1-2 line. If there's a fight there, you take the fight, and you know, whoever shoots better wins, right? And they had the lineup to win that because of those big alpha tanks. Like if W actually came for the trade on 1-2, you have that triple 60 TP. I don't think you're winning against it because you lose the first guy coming around the corner. So I like that they're aggressive approach, because it makes it a bit easier for them, because then they can also group.
Yeah. So looking forward to getting into the second round here on Himmelsdorf. It'll be W moving back over to the defensive side. Bricked, I mean, I don't think much changes for them. It almost looks like they were playing attack in that last round, so I'm sure we'll just get that same kind of mentality from them. What I will say is they did lose on the attack of Himmelsdorf against Burbology earlier on today. It was a little bit more of a hill-centric push from them when they were on the attack in that game. So I'll be looking to see whether or not the setup changes at all. I remember they had a fairly standard kind of a setup as far as the tanks were concerned. So we didn't really, like see anything too crazy out of the realms of possibility with regard to that. But yeah, I think it'll be tough for them if like they don't get off to a good start in any one of these rounds. If it sort of devolves into that little bit of a slower pace game style, I'd be backing W. But look, the great thing about this is like obviously we already see Brick can compete, right? So that makes this series interesting as opposed to just saying, oh yeah, look, W is going to win.
Yeah, and for them picking up the first round is huge. W also gave them that opportunity to continue the fast kind of game, though. Like you're talking about Brick playing fast. This is true. They were playing fast on 1-2 line, but the way W played, they could have slowed down the game if they wanted to. Nobody says you have to continue pushing down the 8 line. We've seen a lot of teams, they establish the 8 line, they hold the south, and they don't really push off of that. They just kind of feel out what your opponent is doing, right? And then react to it. But the way W was playing, it's great for Brick because Brick could just keep driving the whole time. They never really had to slow down. There was no slow game.
True. Well, I guess things continue to play out the way that Brick wants. Then, yeah, look, things are going to go well for them. But we'll see how things change up here. And I mean, what kind of tank selections are we going to get when W comes onto the defensive side? I would suspect that it's probably going to end up being a little bit more of a heavier oriented lineup, right? You can start to sort of play the timer a little bit when you're on the defense as well. You sort of chuck a few mouse in the mix, maybe some 60 TPs and start to build up quite a hefty HP pool, and that very much is the case. W go for E100, IS4, IS7, mouse, super conk, and double E3. It's like almost the party mix as far as heavy tanks come.
Yeah, E3s are not really commonly picked that much anymore in EU, so we'll have to see what they do with that. Brick, on the other hand, though, 50B, BZ, double IS4, an IS7, a mouse, and an E5. Now, that BZ is an interesting one on attack. We don't see it that often. Of course, it has the rockets, but the gun does struggle against these tanks of W, not a high pen gun whatsoever.
Well, the one good point, obviously, of the BZ is it can get into position pretty quickly, and you obviously see JS leading the charge up the hill. So I think, obviously, if we're looking as to why he might have brought this tank, it is to try to find some early damage, find some kind of early position. It seems like W are fairly across that, though. They haven't sort of left anything open to get shot. And one thing I will say about the BZ75s as well is that Brick did pick a lot of them earlier on today as well. Not necessarily on Himmelsdorf, a little bit more so on the open maps like the Cliff and the Prokhorovka.
Yeah, it's really good.
But maybe it's just a bit more of a pocket pick coming through from JS.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if he can make it work. Like that gun is it's not a very, very nice one. Let's put it that way. It's rough to play with. It misses a lot of shots, even though you're fully aimed. So I want to see him make that tank work. It's going to be very important. Frugo actually driving behind that. Hold on, in an E3. Whoa. He tried to go to G2 behind the little rubble pile there, but he goes down to 747 immediately.
Yeah, that is not ideal at all. Obviously, it's not a game-losing play. He's still alive. He's still a tank in the game. He's still a gun in the game. But if he were to get picked off pretty early on in the piece and convert this into a 6-on-7, then Bricht is really going to be in the pole position. Still interested to see what Bricht is going to do, because obviously we were talking about it in the break there between the rounds. Like, obviously this game a little bit slower than the previous one now. So does that play into the favor of W, or have Bricht maybe got something else in the back pocket?
I think for Bricht here, they got to kind of feel out the way that things are going where the rest of the tanks are. They have some decent info, though. They know quite a few tanks. They know Panuka's position. They know the Mouse's position of Hytox, the E3 of Ali Frugo as well. It doesn't leave much information left to be gained, right? So they should have a pretty good clue on how to rotate at this moment in time, and know that 1-2 is relatively for free. They could put some pressure there, and Frugo taking another one in the meantime, down towards 277.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be long for this world, you know. You can't get out of that position once you're in that position, and inevitably something's going to go through. So you probably have to almost consider this as W pretty much a 6-on-7 now. And they're going to have to figure out what they want to do to sort of counteract that. Obviously, time's a bit of a factor. Have sort of bled a few minutes off the clock already here for Bricht, but they still have a fairly hefty chunk still to work with.
I mean, they have such a nice HP pool. They've also only spread the damage across. Like, there's nobody that's really low. Some people took one shot of damage, but they have taken a lot of positions. And you see 1-2, which is the area that I highlighted, is indeed open right now for the side of Brick. They are putting a slow and steady surround here on the tanks. That's a nice shot there from Aglio onto the E3. Yeah, if you do hit the roof, then you will bend. But I would like to say, Brick, they have that map control. They still have to convert it, though.
I think they're in a pretty good spot right now. I'll give some credit to JS, who I assume is calling for this roster now in the absence of Rainbow. He's quite experienced and he's been around the block for a while, so I'm sure he's got the troops well and truly under command right now and sorting things out quite comfortably. There goes Critical grabbing that first pick. It's onto Frugo, one of the E3s out of the picture already here for W. You look at that and say, well, now it's really just a case of converting this. Obviously, it's a big advantage for Bricked.
Yeah, but
Dell is eating a lot of damage in that 50B, though.
I'm not sure what happened to him. Like, he peaked out and took a lot of damage for no reason. He's a little bit stuck now. Citizen has started the cap, though. But right now, you can see Whiterock's position kind of isolated in that I7. I mean, it's really good to have that window, but now that SP is coming with his E5 closer, to see the conversion as well of the return and Critical through the courtyard pushing up on towards that I7. And Whiterock really has nobody to help him right now. It's just Hannes in that E100 on the 5 line, but he has to pull back as well. He does get the fire onto the return, though. Just not going to be too happy about that one, that's for sure. But now Whiterock isolated in the I7. He's going to be falling here as well. It's another great opening for Bricked. I mean, if they find Whiterock without losing too much, that is 2 tanks down for absolutely nothing.
Well, I can't imagine there's going to be a world where he's going to be able to get out of this one alive. Surely not. I mean, he could maybe try to drive out through the 3 line, but even then, yeah, he's stuck in the pillbox. There's not really anywhere to go at this point. JS eating a bit of damage. Aglio also on the cross, going low, but for the moment, they are locked in the 2-on-1 against the Mouse, which is not exactly the scariest of prospects, but they do need to pen their shots, and with the rotation coming through from the additional IS-4, you'd have to say Aglio and JS are pretty much done for, and this battle out on the 2-3 line is really the key point of the map for Brick now.
Yeah, Aglio and JS, they're, I think, trying to do a little bit too much for no reason, because they haven't really done any damage to Itox at all. Like, look at it, he's still at 3.1k HP. JS now trying to use the rockets to get around Panu. He's going to be falling for that, and that makes it closer than it really should be at this moment in time. JS is not going to be escaping him, and Aglio there going for a little bit too much of a push. Brick still has an opportunity here, but that HP lead that they had is now starting to fumble. But they are still, however, in a 5-on-3. They're now starting the cap with Dell as well, which I think is good. They're slowing down the game in that regard. They're not continuing for the push. They realize that it's too close for comfort. They'll send the I7 for the cap as well to close out this game and really just go up 2-0.
Yeah, Crit in that IS-4, just trying to keep Hannes busy for the moment. Not exactly the cleanest of fights for him, you'd say. It's not exactly one that he's guaranteed to win, but if he can keep them busy, then he'll be all right. And 27 seconds for that reset. Panuka is going to have to be the one to grab it in the IS-7. No one else is close enough, and even he may not even make it at this point. You've got 3 tanks watching him, and yeah. Look, I don't know if they even stopped firing at him, would he make it in time? But obviously, they're not going to stop firing. He's on 479 HP. Citizen in that Mouse just needs to slide one more shot through. Won't quite actually get it in the end. Oh, 1 HP for Panuka, but it doesn't matter. The base cap has gone through, and Bricked are up 2-0. I am actually kind of shook, Daki. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know what timeline we're in. I don't know what storyline we're at. The thing is, you know, I've been here before, right? I've seen APAC teams playing internationally, and I've thought, man, they're doing all right. And then things start to fall apart later on in the series. Like, they started the series earlier on today against the Burbology, kind of all right. And then it fell apart towards the back end. So they kind of have to keep it up. That's the thing for me. It's like, yeah, it's great to get a 2-0 on Himmelsdorf, your opponent's map choice, no less. But, you know, it's not over until it's over.
Yeah, and I'd say they did well in this round, but I think W gave them so much for free as well, if you think about it. If you looked at the setup that they had with Frugo and that E3, just going down for nothing, you're in a 6 versus 7 already at that point. And then later on, the positions that W were holding, they didn't really they weren't really synced. Nobody could really help one another. Whiterog then isolated in his i7. That was another pickup, and then even I think Brick made it even closer than it really should have been. There's no real reason for them to push down zero line. That was a bit over eager. They gave up 2 tanks. I'd say for free, like actually for free. I think they did 1 shot of damage to the mouse and 1 shot of damage to the IS4. They lost 2 tanks for it. It could have been even a harsher scoreline for W, and I think they're not playing very well right now. But it takes one team to make mistakes and the other one to capitalize upon it, and Brick has been doing that.
So Prokhorovka are going to be the next map choice. Now, obviously, we've sort of highlighted it already, but W did pick Himmelsdorf. Their map now gone. It's generally, obviously the way that I look at this is, you want to ensure that you're 2-0ing your own map pick, and at worst case, 1-1ing your opponent's map pick. That's how you win a series. So if you've already gone down 0-2 on your map pick, you're already like not 1 step behind by being down 2-0. You're kind of 2 steps behind by being 2-0 down, but also having lost your own map pick. So moving into Prokhorovka, I mean, look, at the end of the day, I think with World of Tanks, most of these maps have been around for such a long time. A lot of them haven't had huge changes. So most players, most teams should be relatively comfortable moving on to the majority of maps. But there is still something to be said about moving on to your own map choice up 2-0. And look, potentially being able to close the series out 4-0. What a ludicrous assumption that would be at this point.
You predicted it, though.
It's possible. I didn't believe it when I predicted it, but
predicted it. I mean, maybe.
Yeah, maybe I should have just doubled down. Maybe I should have just been sitting there saying, "Look, I knew all along. APAC was the best region, man." That's what I used to do. Remember, that's what I used to do in WGL, and it didn't go very well for me. So
it didn't go well for you at all. I mean, it was usually group stages, and then it was
there was the one time EL almost made it out of groups, but they lost 5-4 in a tiebreaker against the North America. I think they lost against Elevate. Anyway, that's a bit of a throwback.
Probably.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. I was so disappointed because I was casting with. I remember I was casting with Rukil, who was the North America caster at the time as well. It's literally like exactly this. I don't know why they keep doing it to us. It's like, okay, you're an EU caster, I'm an APAC caster. Let's just put them together and watch them like fight on. I mean,
for me, it's totally fine because most likely I'm getting out ahead.
In theory,
the odds are kind of stacked against you. They're really, really in my favor.
Yeah. That's right. Anyway, look, we're on to Prokhorovka. We will be in just a second. And I tell you what, again, Bricked is showing up. They're impressing. Sure, it hasn't been 100% the cleanest of gameplay, but they're doing enough at the moment.
2-0 in a best of 7. One more fail from W, it's match point. I don't see teams really coming back from a 3-0, personally. It happens so rarely. Only, like, in my opinion, like the most experienced teams really come back from such a scoreline. So for W, in my opinion, they got to win this game here, or it's really going to start falling apart because Himmels was not a good showing. It was really not a good showing for them. Maybe they're not used to the APAC meta, man. It's definitely possible. We've seen this before where a team plays against a team for a different region, and it's like nothing works because they're just not used to it.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a factor. The other thing that I was going to say is I don't know if it's a massive talking point, but is ping a discussion here as well? Because I know being from
they're playing
APAC,
on US Central. I don't know what's the ping would be on US Central for APAC, but I think the EU
like
players,
200
yeah,
or so.
I think the EU players, I play on an A. I can tell you that from Belgium, I have around 110, 120 ping. The furthest anybody lives from W is Poland, so you could say like 130, maybe 140. So ping advantage, it would be for the Europeans.
Yeah, but I mean, the point I actually wanted to make was like I think APAC players tend to play off server more often than EU players would, I would assume. So are they more used to it? Yeah, like maybe that's a thing.
That could be a thing that is actually, it takes a little bit to adjust to. I think once you do, it's rather easy to play with it.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
But it's all about like, how familiar are you with it? So yeah, for the EU players going from 20 MS, the goated MS, which you never had in your life, to like 100 plus, it's probably a little bit of an adjustment.
Yeah, indeed. Anyway, let's have a look and see what we're going to be bringing to the table for Prokhorovka. We've got triple IS7 for Bricked, makes a lot of sense. Super Conk there as well. Nice set of hull down tanks. Batchat for Dell CS for SP, and the returned in the STRV Always an interesting setup. Looks like it's a very similar approach on the side of W as well.
Double mouse on Proko is not too common though. Double mouse, triple CS, and S3IV, and IS7. I'd say this is kind of an unorthodox lineup actually, because nobody really plays with two CSs and double mouse. So this is going to be a slow-ish defense from W because you need to utilize that double mouse somehow.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's kind of a bit of a throwback to the mouse meta of the old days, but yeah, didn't really think I would be seeing a mouse on Prokhorovka since then. Don't mind seeing the bat chat, a bit of a throwback again. I'm always a big fan of the bat chat, and I think in Dell's hands, he's quite experienced in the bat chat in the 5v5 format, so he should be able to transition that across here into 7v7. He's also got the nice little backup there with SP in that CS63 as well. So they'll work in tandem. Take control of the hill on the 0 line pretty early on in the piece.
Yeah, look
and
at this
interesting
CS.
to note.
You see?
Yeah.
The spotting equipment fully. This is, I don't know how meta this is in APAC, for example, but in EU, it'd be very common. Instead of the lighting, they bring the spotting CS with like CVS, low noise, and optics. And it kind of takes over that role of that T100 because the CS can actually still fight.
We've got a very isolated STRV. SP is getting blind fired. So big chunk of damage already onto the CS63 is not an ideal start for Bricked. But I do find this kind of a cool setup from Bricked because they've just sort of left that STRV on its own on the 1-2 line to its own devices. And I'm sort of waiting to see what the response is going to be here from W. The issue, of course, is Bricked is bleeding quite a bit of HP at the moment across the board. Up on the hill and down in the heavy brawl, but maybe not quite so bad anymore as they've started to dump over. And that IS-7 for W is not going to survive for too much longer. They have isolated a tank. 15 HP. JS is going to have to put one more shot in.
It is actually super unfortunate that they low roll there because look at JS. He's already taken one more shot of damage because of it. He missed as well, the shot. And now the damage comes in from the backline. There was like a low roll, I think, from Citizen. And you can see how really awful that is for Bricked right now and how much they're bleeding to really try to shut down this IS-7. They're not even going to get him, and they're not going to be happy about that one.
No, certainly not. I mean, it is what it is sometimes, right? That's just the game, but that's turned what looked to be a pretty good situation. And again, initially what would be a 6-on-7 favoring Bricked into a 6-on-7 favoring W. So for the first time, actually, tonight, W have got the advantage. And I mean, you look at this and you'd have to say this has to be an unlosable round now for them. They've got such a health lead. They've got obviously an extra tank in the game and they're playing on the defense. I don't really see a world where Brick can get back into this one unless maybe W just drives at return for whatever reason and lets him with that higher DPM farm a couple of tanks. But I mean, obviously they don't need to do anything, right? They're on the defense, so.
They don't. They're on defense. They're chilling now. You know, I was a little worried because I liked the peek onto the IS-7. However, I think they then got stuck into we have to kill him mentality. Like he has to die, and sometimes you got to back out of it. Like after the initial trade, they didn't take any damage at all, basically. Like 1 or 2 shots, right? And they did a lot to the IS-7, and then they wanted to kill him, but when you want to close out the kill, all of a sudden everybody's aiming at you and everybody's getting shots. At first it's a surprise. When you do it the second time, everybody's ready for you. And you could see how much damage they then took as well. And if they got the kill, then it could still have been worth it, but it wouldn't be the greatest trade anymore. But then he survived, and then they went for round 3, and round 3 was a disaster.
Yeah, indeed. All right, well, looks like the forces of Bricked are regrouping down towards the southern side of the map. I'm not really sure what you do in a situation like this. Obviously, they've got to do something. They've still got 4 minutes to play. It looks like the 2 IS-7s are going to go over to the western side of the tracks to try to make something happen over there. But, I mean, it's quite a grim picture, especially given the fact that you're up against 2 mouse as well. Like, you know, if you even thought, yeah, maybe there's a world, you'd probably be hoping there's a couple of tanks you can blow up pretty quickly, but unfortunately not the case for Bricked here. They've got a huge health pool still to chunk through in under 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, and pushing onto the mouse of Hannes is also not a great thing, though, because you have Citizen here half HP, you have SP also below half HP, and then really you just have Igleo. But if you look behind this mouse of Hannes, what do you see? You see the STRV, you see the CS, you see Barkus as well, not relatively too far away. And even Itox from the middle can give a shot. So I don't even think if they push this that they will be able to kill the mouse before they all die.
I don't think so either. Yeah, it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Right? It's a rock and a hard place. There isn't really a right answer here anymore for Bricked. But being on the attack, you've got to do something. So they may as well hold their W key and hope for 3 ammo racks in a row. That's probably the only thing that gets them out of this sticky situation that they found themselves in. IS7's on the way. SP there to help out. And now we'll get to watch how things play out. Aglio is just eating so much damage initially over the top, and Hunter's in that. Mouse is totally okay. Oh, he's on fire. Look, that's a little bit of a stroke of luck for Bricked, but I'm not sure that's really going to help them enough.
Yeah, that's definitely a stroke of luck that they could use, but you could still see Citizen and Aglio, they're really getting battered and bruised for this. I think Citizen got tracked even as well, down to 253 HP. He does make it though, but you can already see Whiterock now coming for the counter rotation, the repush, and they just don't have the HP for Bricked. I mean, the 2 guys with HP right now, Dell and the Returned, are currently not on this side of the map.
No. Yeah.
And they're driving
Whiterock
into a mouse.
is going to grab himself another one. Aglio is unfortunately now stuck in essentially a 1-on-3. I mean, look, SP's up on the hill. He can probably get some shots in on this, but reality is it is unlikely to make much of a difference. Critical goes down there after grabbing himself one. And so that is the end of all bar 3 of the Bricked members. It's been a pretty smooth game from W. Nice little bit of a return to form. Might have felt like they were, in a sense, kind of out of this series, moving into Prokhorovka, but I think they've found themselves back on the horse and they're off to the races.
Yeah, they really needed this round, though. It was very important for them. Dell getting spotted out as well. I think that was the spotting CS that came back to A2. You see it on the corner there. Now Dell trying to 1v1 the mouse. He has to get towards the side. I mean, he does have 5 shots, so he will find Frugo together with the return. But the big ram, they're actually coming out as well from that mouse in reverse. They do shut down Frugo, but that's going to be it. As SP gets picked off over the rails. Yeah, good shot there from Panu. And for Brick, they're going to be kicking themselves a little bit with that unfortunate low roll for the kill shot. But for W, I mean, they really, really needed this round to get back in this series. Like I said, if it was 3-0, I would really not favor their odds anymore.
Yeah, look, it's just one of those things. What I will say, obviously, for Bricked is it would be quite frustrating, I'm sure, to be in their shoes, suffering in that way, but they started off really well. You know, sometimes the game doesn't go your way, but they still have a lead. They still have an advantage. So if they can, again, if we're talking about it, right, we were talking about, yeah, you want to 2-0 your own map. Failing that, at the very least, get yourself a 1-1. Make sure you don't go down 0-2. You're still ahead in this series. And at this point, if they just go tit for tat for the rest of the series, they will inevitably win. So I think they kind of do have to take a bit of a mental reset and have a bit of a chat about it and say, look, yeah, it happens, but we can get back on the horse ourselves and continue on as we were on Himmelsdorf. Take a look at the post-damage stats here, and yeah, I mean, obviously it's not going to be a very pretty picture when we're taking a look at the Bricked side of the coin, but Critical in that Super Conk has put together a fairly decent damage number himself.
Yeah, you kind of expect that from a Super Conqueror, though. That's the kind of time that you want to be topping the boards, and it's the same from W. That SCRV, you want to be using that tank for what is good, which is doing damage. Ali there comes on the top. Yeah, for Bricked, I mean, they still have 2-1. You know, if we go even Stevens here, 1-1 into the next game, they are still going to be very, very happy, right? Very, 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 very happy.
Yeah, Mura's the next map after this as well.
Yeah.
That tends to be a bit more of a 1-1 map, so...
I gotta check who's I'm not too sure who's attacking or defending first on Muro, because it's actually really important if it was to be 3-1 for Bricked.
W's attacking first.
That's unfortunate for Bricked. That's a bit unfortunate, because if you're 3-1 up and you get Muro attack, which is considered like the favorite side nowadays, just because ever since the map got reworked, the attack is just better. Yeah. Then they were looking really good, 3-1 going on to attack. You're chilling. If it's 3-2 already, then W feels like, okay, we just got to win our defense now and we're back in the game. But that comes down to Prokhorovka too, though. First, Brick still needs to pick up their defense. Otherwise, it's 2-2 going into Murovanka. and then it's expected or likely to be a tiebreaker. Although I do think that 5v5 and 7v7 or more are two worlds apart.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I can't necessarily speak too much to the 7-on-7 side. The vast majority of the tanks that I've been watching over the last 3 years really has been 5v5, and I think that's again a little bit of a detriment for these Bricked players, is that they are going to have to sort of adapt on the fly. But I believe Bricked has been playing together for a little while. You know, they've got some degrees of experience, and some of these members, you know, they've been around since the 7v7 days, so they would obviously have at least that in the back of their minds as well. It seems like they're kind of up to the task. I don't think it's much of a talking point, unfortunately, at this point, to be honest. So, look, let's see what we can get from the second round of Prokhorovka. This will be, I would say this is going to be a very big tell for the way the rest of this series is going to play out, right? If Bricked can get the dub here, then by and large, I would say they're very much still in the driver's seat for this series. But if this goes back to 2-2, especially if the circumstances are sort of weighing on the minds maybe of Bricked, what happened in that first round of Proc, then I could start to see W sort of clawing their way back in here and ultimately sort of not making that reverse sweep, because obviously it's not a reverse sweep just yet at this point, but that kind of a result, I think, is probably what I would have in mind.
Let's hope for Brick that they take this. I want to see the guys from W pushed against the wall, you know, for content purposes. But it does mean that your prediction is already incorrect, though. You know, your strong faith in the APAC region, 4-0, it's not going to be happening today. There's still an opportunity later, though. True.
Yeah.
Did you predict 4-0 there, too?
Absolutely.
I mean,
full faith.
you're so biased. Unbelievable. Where's the neutral cast, man? Come on.
Hang on. Didn't literally everyone from Europe predict for the Europe team?
Yeah, but that's
like,
not biased. That's realistic. There's a difference between those two.
Just because there's 3 of you and there's 1 of me doesn't make it biased. All right?
I mean, if we look at the statistics, how many times has APAC won a grand finals or gotten to the finals in a grand finals?
Hang on. When was the last time Europe beat APAC in a LAN final? I can't remember. Like, it might have been 2017 or something like that.
It still stands, though. Still stands.
28, mate, that's ancient history at this point. We might as well have been playing before 1.0 at that point.
It may be in the past, but that doesn't mean it's forgotten. Anyways, Bricked on defense. Curious lineup, actually. Triple IS7 and S-Hunk. Double Batch on an STRV. Okay. Double Bat on Proko. Want to see it work.
Yeah, I think it's going to be fun, definitely, if it works. You don't quite have as much mobility on the side of W, which is interesting. Obviously, they're on the attack, and you know, normally you'd be expecting to sort of be doing a little bit more rotating back and forth around the map if you are on the attack. So, yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to seeing what Bricked is going to bring to the table here, and if those 2 bat chats are going to work in tandem, which it doesn't look like they are. They've got one on the western side of the tracks, one on the eastern side of the tracks.
Yeah, they're just using them as spotters, but SP doesn't really have spotting equipment. I mean, he has a Loner's exhaust, right, which gives him the extra camo, but not the CVS, not the optics, for example. So that is interesting, the difference there between the APAC team and the European team, where EU teams will almost exclusively use bat shots for this. Sorry, CSs for this, but the APAC team decided to use those bat shots. And SP and Dell are now starting to group up, though, that tandem that you're talking about for a potential push.
Yeah, indeed. Already the exchanges going back and forth. Not quite favoring Bricked so far, and W getting some nice control of the hill on the 0 line is starting to become a little bit of a problem. Bricked again, they want to hold that W key. They've got the double bat chat, but so far the bat chats haven't been able to find their target. Panuka in that super conk goes down early, and that is the power play over and done with now for Bricked, and we have to look to W now to swing things back in their favor. I don't know if they've done enough with the double bat chat there.
They have the biggest issue that Ali and the SCRV on the K line on K2 is just hammering down on all of these tanks. The IS7's over peaking, the IS7 in the 3 line. He's having easy pickings upon it. There's nobody to spot him, and that is the biggest issue. He had these bat shots, they find the Super Conqueror, but they both died for that, and they need to find Ali to have a chance here. And JS is not going to be making that whatsoever. Gets shut down by the SCRV, actually. And for W, I mean, they'll take this straight. They lose Manuka, but they gain everything in return.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's a trade you take every day of the week. Citizen in that super conk as well. As soon as he pops his head up over the ridge, he's taken a bunch of damage as well. Aglio looks like he might be the next focus of fire after Critical goes down, sitting inside of that bowl, quite isolated away from his team. And I mean, I'm sure Return to the back of the map right now has got no shortage of targets to be firing at, but the reality is the numbers are just not there for Bricked, and they tried to do something similar to what they've been doing all day long, and that was to try to play aggressive. It was to try to get on top of W early on in the piece, but this time W just way too well set up, and the crossfire that those bat chats drove into was an absolute nightmare, and ultimately you can see where it's ended up.
They need to find, if they want to do this, they need to find the SCRV as well at the same time. It's the only way, because otherwise, I mean, you can be down HP, but if you kill the Super Conk, one of your Batchat maybe lives, but you find the SCRV, you isolate the singular I7 in 1-2 line, which you then can kill from angles, which would even up the HP difference. But now they found the Super Conk, they lost 2 Batchats for it in return, and then there's not really any follow-up. They realize the SCRV is there, but they have no means of spotting him, so they can't really progress anymore. They just get shut down. They needed to kill the SCRV somehow.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess easier said than done at that point. But we'll take a look at the damage here and let's see what that SCRV was able to do. 4.8k. Yeah, not a shabby number. And unfortunately, the bat chats, I think, are the key focal point here for Bricked. And you look at both of them. I mean, 3 shots hit and penned there for SP and for Dell. 2 shots penned, 4 shots hit. It's not exactly the prettiest of tales. Normally, if you're taking that bat chat, you want to at least be doing your tank's worth of HP, if not even more. You know, getting multiple clips off is kind of what you want to be aiming for, and they didn't really put themselves in a position to get more than 1 clip off, let's be real.
No, but that's also just the way that they were told to play, right? The pen ratio, they could have maybe hit some more shots, but they were shooting the last 2 on the move, trying to get to safety so they wouldn't die. Batchat in this current form and meta is not the greatest tank, I would say, because they have to shoot through really large HP pools, like that S-Conk, like 2.8k HP, and then you have to switch to the i7. It takes a lot of shots. You need almost flawless pen ratio, and if you've ever played the Batchat, you know that the gun is not the one that is always going to hit 5 out of 5. It just doesn't happen. And even then, they wouldn't have the burst to kill a second tank anyways, and even if they killed the i7, they still wouldn't have dealt with the SCRV.
Yep. Look, it is what it is, I guess. And now we move on to Murovanka, and the scoreline is 2 apiece.
That's how quickly your story, your fairy tale story is diminishing.
Yeah, look, I've still got a degree of faith. All I want to see at this point now is we go 1-1 on Muro, and hopefully we get the advantage going into the tiebreaker. I think at the moment it probably would be W winning on the tiebreaker because they have got the faster attacking side win. That Prokhorovka attack was very fast. So
compared to the Himmels attack that bricked one, that was a slower round. Wasn't one W right now has the side choice. Muro could change that though. Muro can be really a fast map. If a team decides to play straight towards that cap, which we see kind of often. I mean, that immediate base pressure, it's one of the more common tactics nowadays. Not too sure if that's really something that Bricked will be going for. Again, maybe APAC meta a bit different. We'll have to see. But for W, I do see them go straight for that base, for that, like putting very early aggression with 7 players, trying to go and force that immediate brawl. Because on Moro, if you're not ready to defend that cap, you lose. You always lose.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would very much be the expectation from my side as well. Again, at least as far as 5v5 was concerned, that was pretty much what we saw. Like, no one's really looking through the Magic Forest these days. No one's trying to go too deep into the town. You might have someone set up at church or 1 or 2 players kind of hanging around there, but by and large, it was pretty much, let's just get like 2 or 3, at least 2 or 3 tanks on this cap right here and see what we can do from there. Hopefully set up some sort of crossfires, and when the reset attempts come through, we try to brawl it out. That's pretty much the name of the game, at least as far as the 5v5 format was concerned. So we'll see how it plays out, I guess. But yeah, tense times now. Both teams equalizing.
In 5v5, did they always go for the cap straight, or is it more like balanced?
Generally, it was like, okay, we're going to go pretty much straight to the cap. I mean, it would depend on your tank lineup, what you chose, what you brought to the table. But I think for the most part, it was always you would see 1 or 2 tanks in there pretty quick. Yeah.
For Bricked, it's not going to be too much of a surprise then. 5v5 and 7v7, like we said, core gameplay is the same in essence. That extra 2 players, it does make a difference, of course, but it's not a whole world apart. And if they're already used to that cap pressure, they might be able to deal with that. And they're going for this double bat shot again, man. Double bat, an Eskunk, a Mouse, double IS7, and a BZ.
Yeah. I'm not so sure I'm super sold on that after seeing the last round. But we'll see what we get from it. I don't know. Like I think you bring one maybe. I don't know about two.
They will struggle
Seems
against
like
this lineup though. Like the 60 TP is very healthy, hard to pen for the bats. I7 is not that easy either. The Eskunks are just super healthy and chew through bat shots like there's no tomorrow because of that hash. And the E5 doesn't really. It's also pretty hard for the bat shot to get 5 out of 5, and it has great DPM. There's a lot of things here for the W lineup that will chew through those bat shots.
Yeah, well, let's find out how it plays out. W on the attack, and, well, no super quick moves being made from them. Obviously, the CS63 into the Magic Forest is going to try to do a bit of scouting here, and we'll spot a couple of the IS7s, but the bat chat's as of yet unlit.
Yeah, but the IS7s are spotted, though. That gives a lot of info straight to W, right? Because look at the transition now, Elfish. You can see that CS got the double IS7 spot, and the rest of the tanks from W, they're starting to converge towards that gap.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just wondering that if he doesn't get out of there quickly
it's
enough,
a CS, though.
bat chats, yeah.
I mean, they might spot him, but
they're definitely hot on his heels.
Yeah, he's spotted though, but he's gets tracked there.
Ooh.
If they were 3 seconds earlier and they tracked him at that point, it would have been a disaster. But now we got to shift back to watching out for this cap because it's an immediate 3-man cap pressure. Return and Jess are the 2 defenders of this base. So they're going to have to deal with this. And Jess, we're going to rocket boost back across first 1-2 using that BZ's mobility. Okay, interesting to see. But the rest of the tanks need to start coming in, though, for the side of Brick. They do get a nice reset there on towards Itox in the 60p. That's from the Forest side, even. And so far, I will say Brick has done a pretty good job at surrounding this. And W, they didn't go for that instant cap pressure. So if they can find a reset here on Panu, which they do find on Ali, then they can actually work for this on Brick.
Yeah, but as long as it's still, 20 seconds, that's going to be problematic for Brick. Luckily, they do find one of the more consistent resets, and even W pushing an extra tank off the cap now does start to make that cap pressure largely irrelevant, I would say. So trades just going back and forth at this point. Nothing really of note to speak to. No tanks getting low thus far, and that's obviously going to be the key focal point. Who loses the first tank at this point? And also, what do these bat chats do? Dell, you can see at the moment, still kind of lurking behind White Rock in that CS63. And if you can get on top of him, maybe there's some fireworks to be had.
But because of that non-immediate cap pressure from W, it wasn't straight, right? We can now see that they find Frugo. Frugo, like, in the Z5, left to his own devices, nobody to help him, nobody to cover him. He's just going to fall for this. And because W didn't go straight for that cap, it gave Brick time to set up angles from the forest to reset. And now you can see W just trying to drive down 1-2 line. Itox in the 60p leading the charge. And even this is slow because Frugo was basically already dead before he started pushing. And look in the north, the CS63. Where is he supposed to go? Where does White Rock run to?
Yes, he's going to get those boosters going. He's going to try and get out of dodge. I'm not sure that he's really going to be able to survive at this point if the rest of those forces from W continue to chase. But I tell you what, on the other side of the map, White Rock is suffering much the same fate. You never like to see 2 bat chats rolling over the hill at you. And, well, he'll do his best to try to get some damage back down. But that was always a foregone conclusion. It's a 1-for-2 trade so far. W certainly suffering at the hands of Brick right now. They've lost all control of the map. They have lost an extra tank. They are down on HP. The return is starting to get low. He's down to a 1-shot, so maybe they can equalize things here, but if return can at least get 1 or 2 more shots in here in that super conk, that could really be a big difference maker.
They do have that extra. Now that double bat shot starts becoming a real danger, though. The HP start dropping. Tanks do no longer need 5 shots to die, right? So now that double bat shot, that flanking potential, is really starting to kick in. Once they get those in position, that may be the coffin, nail in the coffin for the side of W. You can see already one of the bat shots they're putting in a shot. I think SP from the side behind that building. Panu now over peeking against Critical, who gets the shot on towards that E5. And now Dell coming in as well from the outside. SP, though, in the meantime, taking a humongous amount of damage, actually. Dell coming in, wants to pick up Panu, shut down that crossfire, and break this again, making it way too close for comfort.
Oh, he's driven into a corpse as well. So that's going to slow things down a little bit. I mean, the thing is, Bricht is on the defense, so it's not as if they need to be forcing this so hard, but Dell's going to go up and over the top, and he is going to lose almost all of his HP. Has to make sure that he finishes this kill off. Does not, and that is not good at all for Bricht. I think that might actually put W back in the driver's seat. Critical is the only tank with really any HP to his name. Aglio as well, but man, how have Bricht let this one slip?
They started to close the distance for some mysterious reason. When they had to keep the distance, they don't have an issue resetting this base anymore. You know, there's nowhere that W can cap when they have play from that side. You know, the flipped side, there's no opportunity to camp for W. So all they really had to do is establish D1, where you see the Bacha roughly, but with a different tank than a Bacha, you know? And have those Bachas like Dell and SP work the outside of the map. One of them can be 1-2, that's all fine. But if Dell was going K-line there, for example, well, if he wasn't forced to push in, then he would be able to get shots from the back end of these tanks. Now he came in, had to go over the top, hit a wreck on the way there, and then everybody was able to just focus him down real quick.
Yeah, I mean, it did not look very good at all there from Bricht. I'm not going to enjoy watching that one back, I'll tell you that much for free, but it is going to be W that do get themselves the win, and they'll be up 3-2. So now the pressure is really on for Bricht, right? They have put themselves in a position to be actually on top, and they've sort of squandered that, and now, yeah, they're moving on to the attack of Muro, so there's something at least to be said there, but that was not a very clean display at all.
It's a bit reminiscent of Himmelsdorf and their attack, where they push down zero line unnecessary, a bit too eager, wanting to do too much. A lot of similar vibes in this game. They did not need to close this far in. They had to play a bit more on distance, play the angles, and just hold down the cap. And there would be no way back for W. Really, there would be no way back. But because they allowed themselves to get closed in, being close to the corner, I think Citizen and the Mouse getting farmed by those, look at the W lineup, they have a lot of tanks with good guns. The Eskong C5s, they have good guns. They're going to be penning that Mouse basically the entire time, right? So you don't want to be close range for that. And even he came close to the corner. And then the I7 under has nowhere to go. Like it felt like they wanted to close out the game, kill them all, when really they had to take a step back, look at it from a distance, and a W make the play. Because at the end of the day, they were defending.
Yeah. Look, again, it sort of ties into what I've been saying this whole time, is that they do like to hold the W key, right? They like to be the one that's proactive. They like to be on the front foot. And I think in this case, it's definitely cost them. And not even to mention, like, okay, yeah, you're now down 3-2. But the fact that you're moving on to the attacking side of Muro to now have a good chance at winning this series still, you have to win on your attacking side of Muro in under like 2.5 minutes, because that proc attack was so fast from W. If you want to have the advantage going into the tiebreaker, then you need to have a very fast attacking side win here, as well as obviously getting the win to begin with.
I think they should focus on getting the win first, and
I
don't really think.
But you know what I mean? Like it's just.
I'm more curious about
one bad thing on top of the other. Is my point.
Game, because if I'm playing that game, and I think if you're playing that game as well, and you know that you're winning, and then you really just hand it back to your opponent, you're like, here, take the win. Like, we had you completely. You lost the game. There would be almost no way back for you in it if we played properly. But we handed you the win. You're on match point now. And now we got to fight for tiebreaker. It's not the greatest position to be in mentally, especially with what's at stake here, of course, because they would want to get these points, right, from a win.
Yeah, well, they need the points from the win. Like, they don't go through to tomorrow unless they win this series. Like, there is no world. Even if they get a tiebreaker, like, it's just not enough, because they won't catch W, who's already on 3. So they need to win this series. And the same is for the case for Rejects in the next matchup. Both of the APAC teams need to win this next series if they want to have any chance of making it through to tomorrow. So, yeah, pressure's on, absolutely, going into this, what could be the final game of this first matchup. And it's going to be Bricht on the attack. It's going to be W on the defense of Murovanka. There is still potentially a chapter yet unwritten, but at this point in time, Bricht down 3 rounds in a row, must not be feeling too fantastic. Confidence has taken a hit for sure. Are they tilted? Are they calming as well as they could be? Well, we will have to wait and see, but Yeah, definitely not a good look at the first round of Murovanka, and some, I think, painful VOD watching when they go back to take a look at that one.
It's not over yet, right? I like how you were so hyped for them in the beginning, and now we're like,
Well, see, the thing is, like, I've been here before, you know, like, and I even said that while we were casting, like,
flashbacks, PTSD.
yeah, I've been in this position where, like, and it's the irony is, like, okay, yeah, APAC teams generally don't have the greatest of games, but like, it's not as if they can't, right? That you can see that it's there, but it's just not being converted. It's just not being executed. So they can get themselves in good positions, but I think it's maybe an experience thing that just unfortunately sort of falls apart a little bit in those high pressure situations. So I don't know. I mean, yeah, I'm always of the opinion that like you can't write it off until it's finished, and that seems to be ringing quite true in this series as well.
Well, Bricked here has it all to do if they want to make it to tomorrow, and they're going to be trying to make that double I7 mouse, double S skunk, a E5, and a bad shot work out for them on the attack of Murovanka.
Indeed. Similar kind of a looking lineup from W as well. Double Super Conk, they got a 60 TP, IS7, mouse, Batchat, and CS63. So a little bit more in the ways of mobility this time coming through from W with the two medium tanks getting picked up. And this will be interesting to see what Bricked is going to do actually here on the attack. Are they just going to full send it to the one cap?
Nah, they can already see they're definitely splitting in some regard. They could still go towards the cap, but it will not be instant. You have SP, Dell, and Citizen already on the outside. You can see the mouse go 5-lane and go straight towards the cap, but you don't really have a bad shot at an I7 follow-up behind that most of the time.
All right, well, I think the most important thing here is if you get off to an advantage, maybe just try to slow things down a little bit. SP has been spotted in the Magic Forest there, so he'll just back his way up. But he's got a big role to play in this one, right? He is the scouting tank. He is the map control tank here for Bricked. And Aglio has driven straight onto the cap, and he is down to half HP. So, again, not the ideal start to the game here for Bricked, but getting some cap pressure at least.
Nice shot, though, from Aglio coming up here. Yeah, gets a good peek on towards Barkas. He did take a 60 P97 shot to get on this cap to begin with. You can see the 60p there on the outside pushing up. That is Frugo. And you got to be careful, though. Look at the conversion here, Elfish. Look at what W is doing as a reaction to this. They had some info on the forest, and now you see all of them come towards 1-2 line. And Bricked, I don't know if they are ready or if they're even aware of this, because it's going to be the full repush.
Well, SP's not seeing anything, and the fact that he's not seeing anything and the fact that he also knows he's not spotted is probably information in itself. But does it come through a little bit too late here for Bricked? Are they well prepared and set up? I don't know if they're going to be able to keep Aglio alive. The question is going to be whether or not they can trade down effectively enough. Yeah, he's going to die, but how much damage can you do on the way out? JS in that E5 as well is probably not in an ideal position. He's got nowhere to go. It's one down already for Bricked, and you'd say a second to follow shortly.
Yeah, JS in the E5 in a whole lot of trouble. He's getting pushed on by that bad shot, who's now just clipping out, but taking a lot of damage in return for it. White down towards 183. Paruno taking a lot of damage as well. White actually falling by SP, that quick flank from the bad shot actually coming in. He has two more available to do some damage with, but I will say Brick did a really good job here at dealing the damage. They still need to convert this, though. They're down one gun. They have that extra HP, but you can see the snowball here of W just moving on towards critical now next in that S-Skunk, and he doesn't have nearly enough teammates to survive this engagement.
Yeah, W living up to their name, certainly in this one. They are really just holding that W key. They've driven down the 1-2 line and picked off each individual tank one by one, finding so many overmatches, isolating tanks. And yeah, again, you know, we keep going back to the fact that the health advantage is kind of still there for Brick, right? They're at least keeping it even, but at the end of the day, inevitably, when you have less guns in the game, you're going to be able to do less damage, and sooner or later, that damage is going to overcome your advantage, and that's what we're seeing right now. Brick's down again, still at a numbers deficit, still at an HP deficit, fighting hard, trying to survive. SP has come off the reload, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to do enough with that bat shot, even though he's on full HP. Returned is here on his own in that Super Conk, and he is being chased by, well, another Super Conk and an IS-7, and that's never going to be a good sign for him.
No, and that snowball there from W, they just keep it going. They keep it going the whole way, all the way even. And for Brick, it's going to be a hard-fought loss, starting off with a beautiful Himmelsdorf, and then falling on Prokhorovka. and Murovanka there. A little bit of a throw, but it is going to be W to pick up this match in a 4-2 scoreline. Not really expected after the first 2 rounds, and probably not too happy if you're bricked either the way it went down there in the end. Even in this game, there was some potential, but it's really hard to stop the snowball when you're kind of away from each other.
Yeah. Look, I think at this point, obviously, there's not too much to say about it. The APAC team will be out of the picture, right? There's no question. They obviously lost both of their games. They can't make it through to tomorrow. But look, I thought they did put up some pretty decent rounds there. The first two, obviously, there was one at least on Murovanka, which looked promising. Didn't quite get put together properly in the end, but hopefully, if we get to see something similar to this again in the future and they sort of run it back, maybe we see a bit of a better performance in terms of just executing or at least converting those advantageous situations.
Yeah, they really had an opportunity on the last two Murovankas to make this work. And I think this one less than the one before, because it is hard to stop this lineup from W when it's driving through. They find that first IS-7 of Aglio, right? And then immediately you lose the E5. And they did trade well off of him, but you're down 2 guns. You also have a bad shot who's reloading. So what do you really have effectively there for 40 seconds to a minute is those 4 remaining tanks, of which one is critical, which is in 1-2 line. And he gets swarmed by the W tanks. So you really just don't have enough burst to start killing those tanks. And it took them even really long to then find the Esconcavali. And Citizen overpeaked for it, lost basically all of his HP as well. It was rough.
Yeah. Look, I'm just looking at myself right now, and I feel like I've actually dressed up for a funeral, and maybe that's where we're at this point, right? It's 4-2. Rest in peace, Bricked. You're out of the picture. We'll sort of have to hope maybe that Rejects can do something for APAC. But anyway, you've heard from us. We've been prattling on for a little while, so I think it's time now for us to jump back over to the analysts and see what they have to say about that first match.
Thanks a lot, guys. And Toxic, it was an amazing start from the side of Bricked 2-0 on the map W picked, but then it fell to pieces because W is going to be moving to the playoff with this victory 4-2. We have to say goodbye to Brick. They lost to the NA and EU team, so we can confirm that those two are going to be playing tomorrow already.
I mean, W are just holding true to their previous approach in the last tournament, throwing at the start and then coming back with a clean remontada. They made it. They won 4-2, didn't even concede 1 point to the tiebreaker, which would, however, not have mattered at all. Bricked is definitely out of this tournament, and we will have Burbology versus W later today, facing off to see who gets which seat in the playoff bracket.
I don't think that it matters that much because those teams, they're mainly fighting for the final prize of this extra spot at WCI, and they have to beat all of those teams to make it. So even though they could face a stronger team in the semifinals, they will have to beat them all to get to China. Next up, second match of the day we'll be covering is going to be Opoor against Rejects. Once again, EU versus APAC. What's your take on it?
I mean, I feel like Elfish has some copium left, so maybe that's enough to fuel his team to get around on the board at least. But knowing Opoor and how ruthless they can be, I feel like they won't really give the Rejects any chance, and they will reject their application to get into the playoffs.
I think we probably have replays to summarize what happened between W and Brick, between those two teams as we were starting on Himmels. We only missed the first one, but on the second one you could see that Brick, they were well established. They had the kill on Frugo in the E3 and then they wait for Wildcard. And from the side of W, this defense was not the greatest. You could see they were very passive and they allowed Brick to take all the map control.
I mean, this replay reminds me of something we would have played at like 2020. Because then it still fit into the meta, but the meta has evolved. We have new tanks, we have some new play styles, so not really great from W. And I mean, they did kind of manage to get back, at least in terms of HP. The issue is they have these tanks stuck on the other side of the map. They have a mouse on A0, and everybody knows mouses are not too great at rotating, and Brick just managed to stall some time here and cap it out.
Yeah, even though the HPs were looking okay for themselves at W, there's a huge tank advantage for Bricked, and as we said, the map control, the double cap with the Ascent and the 50B. But next up on Proco, W managed to have a pretty easy win on their defense and completely stop that momentum. You could see they tried to go for the overpick on Itox in the IS7. It looked great at the start with the initial picks, but afterwards you could see the trades going in W's favor, and you will even get the kill, if I'm not mistaken, from Barkis in the CS. So good stuff from W and their defense, holding strong, good sniping, good connections from the back, and Bricked actually having no answers to this defense.
So we've seen this 5-6 line plays before, right? But the issue is, if you want to go for this, you have to commit, because if you don't commit, you're just standing up on the ridge line and you're giving everyone shot.
Yeah.
Whilst when you commit, you at least, get the one kill. You will have the CS still shooting you, but you will have the ridge line towards your left covering you. This was kind of their fatal mistake in this match, because it brought them just down so much HP. So even though they pushed on later, it didn't really help them.
And next up, interesting meta, double bad shots for the mid push. The first issue regarding that is that those players, they were spotted on the way before jumping over. So W had the time to react. You could see the E5 actually getting up on the rails to get some angles, the SCV farming from the back lines, and even Hannes in his I7 getting some angles. So that burst damage from the bad shot is going to take down Panuka. Itox is just going to make it away alive, but it was just not enough from the side of Brick, because you could see afterwards they were completely out of position, and W, they had that easy repush over the F line. Good stuff from W, and maybe questionable defense from the side of Brick.
I mean, it's definitely interesting. Kian would have really liked those bad shots. It's his favorite tank, as I was told. Though, the push could maybe work, but definitely not if you're spotted, because you just give W all the time to prepare for it. I feel like Ali just had a field day farming them. For W's Murovanka attack, we saw a very standard approach, going to the one cap, applying some pressure there, and then just taking the fight to the enemy, over pushing this 1-2 line.
I think the big mistake here is from Bricked. They had the upper hand, but instead of actually going back with a tank over the K line to cover the only push W had, they went with the double bad shot to push over the A line. Indeed, they're going to take down Wildcard. Indeed, it's a good trade as it's another match. But in return, they're actually giving W the opportunity to win that match, because this push over the south is not at all under control. And on top of it, there's a huge mistake from Bricked to actually overcommit and almost suicide, for example, with this bad shot, even though they were on their defense.
Dell, not just known for PCs, but apparently also known for pushing in for no reason, because realistically, they are on the defense. They don't have to do anything. And in this situation, if you just stand on like K6, you can just free farm Panuka and Barkis here.
Yeah.
And, the match would look a whole lot different. Pushing in there, not really. I don't really know what he was trying to accomplish. Also, not going for the cupola shots is something that would have some people fuming, right? Insane.
And next up, the last round of that match, Bricked was very spread off the map, and W went for something pretty convenient to play pretty easy. They went for the repush with their full team, expecting to have the overmatch and get Bricked actually split as they were. You could see 3 to 4 tanks out of the fights. So even though they bleed a lot to make that push happen, they take down the tanks, the guns, and that's what's allowing them to take the victory on their defense, which is very hard on that map.
It's pretty hard, yeah, but I feel like they had all the momentum going for them here. So just straight up, YOLO pushing is kind of the way. Because in terms of mental capacity here, Bricked will be very scared, of course, because if they lose that round, they drop out of the wildcard tournament completely, which is not something you want to do, because only the first place of this tournament actually gets something, which is the qualification to the WCI tournament. So losing this round was not something they wanted to do, so the pressure was definitely on. Good stuff from W, using that to their advantage, bringing the fight to the enemy, and winning that match.
I mean, we'll get to see W with a probably bigger challenge later on against Biology, but that's probably hit for now for the Group A, as now we're going to be jumping to the Group B and have Opoor, probably the favorite of the tournament, playing against Rejects, the APEC team. this team, I think Elvish said that they're possibly top two, even though they were maybe more likely top three seeds on that APEC tournament. It's gonna be very hard. Opoor is looking very strong, but on top of it, you have to tell that last tournament they played, they didn't even make it to the grand finals. They lost to W in the losers bracket finals. So maybe there is some hope for rejects, but most of us probably are gonna go with Opoor with this one.
Yeah, also I feel like the big issue for rejects is they need to win this, and they really, really do want to win this without even going to tiebreaker.
No.
Because even if they go to tiebreaker here, as long as Opor still wins versus Dopa, they still have no chance. So Rejects wants to win 4-2, 4-1, 4-0 here. We'll see if they are up to the task. Opor probably has a word in that. So we'll see how the match ends.
Yeah, that's a BO7 Opoor versus Reject. That's the next match of the day. And to introduce that one, we'll get back to the casters and Filch and Daki. Please take it away.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Obviously, right back into the swing of things, aren't we? EU versus APAC once again. Are we going to have a similar result? Can APAC maybe find some revenge? Is there a possibility? Look, like I said, Daki, if it's not going to happen in that previous series, I kind of rate Bricked. I'm not necessarily expecting it to happen in this series.
You got to keep the faith high, man.
Yeah, that's right. That's why I predicted 4-0. Let's go.
Yeah, when you predict 4-0,
easy.
and then you start going back. Okay, maybe not. I don't think so. It's like you predict with your heart, but then you start like thinking about it, and you're like, man, maybe not.
I do want to at least have some degree of credibility when I come onto a broadcast like this. Like I want to show my faith. I want to show my APAC pride, right? But I don't want people to like look at this guy. I don't want to look at the Twitch chat and see people going, "Oh, look, this guy has no idea what he's talking about. He doesn't blah blah. This guy sucks." Da da da. So I do want to have some degree of credibility.
Don't worry,
so, I like to hedge my bets.
So they're used to Kihan, right. And he doesn't have any credibility left, anyways.
Sure, I'll take it.
It's only an improvement. He doesn't even root for German teams, so it is what it is. But yeah, this is going to be a really hard one because you talked about Bricked being the better team, right? In your opinion, now Opoor, in my opinion, 9 out of 10 times is a better team than W. They didn't show that in the last tournament, right? But historically, and just looking at this lineup, they should also be better than W. Because they have a lot of experience here. Multiple tournament winners as well. Just an all-star stacked lineup.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to sort of see how they go in this initial matchup. I think, the issue that I have with Rejects, and especially after having watched them earlier this morning, was that they did start quite slow. And I think in a series like this, when you're up against a team that in theory should come in as the favorites, you don't want to be starting slow. You want to be starting on the right foot. And that's why we kind of had some kind of excitement for Bricked, right? They started with a 2-0. We thought, all right, if it's going to happen, like this is how it's going to happen, right? They're not going to come back from behind. That said, with this Rejects roster, you do, again, have quite a bit of experience when it comes to the 5v5 format. A lot of these players have been involved in that. CJ, Donga, Raspberry, Dark Knight, Madhouse, Xanon, all played in the ANZPL. Cesium and Razor are a little bit newer when it does come to that kind of World of Tanks, but at least they are also, as far as I've been told, I had a bit of a chat with CJ, they've been sort of in and amongst it for a little bit, so they are getting some, some experience, and they've apparently been doing pretty well in their scrims, so we'll see how it goes. You might even recognize Madhouse coming back through from the WGL days, so, you do have a lot of members here that have sort of been around the block, and there is that as far as an advantage is concerned, but just in terms of achievements and in terms of results, the individuals on this roster don't quite have the same that the Bricked individuals do. So that's kind of why I look at the Bricked roster and I say I think they're maybe just a little bit of a stronger team on paper. I think Rejects maybe don't look quite as strong and on paper. And even from the game that I watched earlier today, I didn't quite feel like maybe there was the cohesion there for the Rejects that Bricked had. So we'll see how things play out. Maps here for you: Muro, Tundra, Prokhorovka, and Mines being the tiebreaker.
Moro, we just saw it. Normally it's a 1-1 map. And I think for Rejects, I think in this match it is important that they do find one game on Muro. Starting 2-0 on Muro would be a disaster. Because Tundra really is a 1-1 map after. So if they would lose Muro 2-0, 1-1 on Tundra, 3-1 scoreline into Proko, you really want to have the 1-1 trend going here because it is those kind of maps, right? And they really just need a strong start because Opoor is one of those teams. Describe them as once they get rolling, it's really, really, really hard to stop them. The teams that beat them usually, like really in the beginning of the match, get that advantage. Don't let them ever get really into the match and continue that trend themselves. But if you let them win the first 2 rounds, it's a super hard team to stop.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I guess just to touch on the results from earlier today, I was watching Rejects. They picked Tundra in that matchup as well. They lost 0-2 on Tundra to start the series. So not exactly the greatest of displays from them there. They did end up going 1-1 on Himmelsdorf, so there was at least some sort of input being put forward from Rejects. But they would hopefully have gone back and had a bit of a look at what went wrong on Tundra, because if you're going to pick Tundra as your first pick, go down 0-2, and then pick it again in the next series that you're going to play, you'd like to think that maybe you've made some adaptations or you've made some changes. We didn't get to see them on Muro, though. That was banned in that initial matchup. So see how they go today. I've picked a 4-0 for Rejects. I've got full faith in the boys. You've shown your EU bias as usual, Daki. Just unbelievable.
It's crazy.
You have something against APAC? Like, what is it?
No, I have a lot of APAC homies. You used to be one of those as well before you left. Better than my dad in that case whatsoever.
Right.
I'm all aboard the Donger train here, but I vote with my head, not with my heart.
Okay. Yeah, well, look, I mean, 4-0s across the board from yourself and Toxic, 4-1 for Insane. I think that's a pretty scary looking prospect, right? And
bro, if Rejects wins
what you
4-0,
say is true,
I will take you out to dinner. Trust, and I'm paying.
Looking
I'll
forward
fly
to
all
it,
the way
when
to
we
Australia
meet.
and buy you dinner if they win this 4-0.
Do I get to choose the restaurant?
Okay, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves here. Depends. We'll put a budget on it.
I'll let you take me out for a really nice night if I get to choose the restaurant, is what I'm saying.
Okay. I'm pretty confident about my bet. What do I get if Opoor wins 4-0 though?
I'll give you a crisp high five next time we meet. Which may never even happen. We'll see. But look, let's get on to business. We've got the tank selections for Muro here. IS7 double 277 double triple super conk actually, and then a bat chat to round things out there for a reject.
Yeah, the bat shot to run it out. APAC really loving those bat shots. Opoor double IS7 double bat shot, double S going double D5 and their own bat as well. It's this trend of bat shots. I feel like this. I mean, Opoor has one as well, but APAC really likes those.
Dongalord especially really likes the bat chat. He's not exclusively a bat chat player, but I think if you would look at the vast majority of games he played in ANZPL, you would find that he was in a bat chat or something similar. It was just pretty much like bat chat or CS63 for the most part, if I'm remembering rightly. And he would be the natural fit to sort of be in a bat chat. If we were to see a double bat chat set up from Rejects, which I'd be surprised by, maybe it would be Madhouse to take that second bat chat. And what I will just say here as well is that the graphic is the wrong way around for those of you playing along at home. It is Rejects that is starting on the defense, Opoor on the attack.
Yeah, so the colors are a bit switched. Hopefully we can get that fixed at some point. But it's an interesting opening here from Opoor. Unlike W, they have just started really, really slow. Opoor, like really, really, really slow. Just going towards the forest, checking if there's any aggression there from Rejects whatsoever, and there wasn't. Rejects in return have pushed themselves into the E2 area a little bit more forward. But now you can see Opoor just starting to rotate, and this is one of the ways to play Muro. You can't be too complacent though, because once you start getting complacent, you lose on time. And I think everything looks good now though in terms of colors.
Yep, I'm happy with that. Looks good to me. Rejects on the defense, Opoor on the attack. I don't half mind this initial setup though for Rejects. I always sort of find Muro is one of those maps where if you're not playing quickly on the attack initially, you can lose a little bit of pretty important map control. So I'm wondering what Opoor is going to actually do with this. Do they want to try to take control of the town and maybe dig out those tanks on the 1-2 that are sitting on the 1 flag here for the rejects, or are they going to try to push down that 1-2 line? It's maybe going to be the 4-3 split actually from Opoor.
They're just taking really slow control here. You'll see them push back up on 1-2 line now. With those tanks like Ketsa and Tsek, and they'll try and re-establish E1, right, where we saw JS in the last game, and they're trying to start to put some bit of a chokehold here on rejects. They do have Dark Knight and Razor committed further, but that area that they're in is not that great to play from. It doesn't really give you much maneuverability or flexibility. Even you can just kind of sit there, especially the D5 counter the peak.
That may not have been the wisest of crosses from Madhouse. He hasn't even actually managed to fully get across yet. And I mean, down to 900 HP is a pretty hefty loss for one of your Super Kongs. 500 now as well. It's a lot of bleed coming through here for rejects. And it's also a position that Madhouse is just not going to be able to get out of. So he's kind of just hoping at this point that Opoor is going to bounce their shots, but I mean, inevitably, someone's just going to shoot a HE shell at him and he's going to die.
Even the bad shot on the offside, Piotrix will find an angle at some point on him. It's actually Tsek to close it down. Good shooting there. That's probably that high explosive shell you talked about. Yeah, for redirect, that's a disaster, right? Losing that S-Conk, especially because it's the only tank on the 1 line that they have. That sort of crossfire that they're losing out on now. Piotrix does get spotted out, but I don't think they're going to be able to do anything against that. It's Donger there now. In a curious position. Is negative style Deceit? It does seem that way.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, he hasn't moved out of spawn, has he? So,
unless he's pretending AFK, you know?
I mean, I like your optimism. It's a great strategy from Rejects if it is. I think it's Galaxy Brain. We'll get to see how it turns out in just a sec. But I guess, yeah, you're right. If to make matters worse, if you're already down a tank, now you're debatably down 2 tanks. Not the ideal start to the series at all for Rejects. But Opoor, it does give them a nice way to sort of ease into things. A nice sort of warm-up game, really. That's, I think, what you have to take this as at this point.
A rough warm-up. It's like a warm-up where you're sore for a few days after, you know?
Yeah. Well, Opoor is still taking things nice and slowly. You know, they're crossing the T's, dotting the I's. They're not getting too over-eager, and they're not going to make a mistake that could potentially bring Rejects back into this game. I mean, this one is pretty much signed, sealed, and delivered as far as I'm concerned, but let's see what Rejects can do as the brawl does start to ensue. It is Razor down to 815 HP. He is crushed by Pan's Fury in the Super Conk. Dark Knight will be soon to follow. He's in the middle of so many tanks. He's already raising his donger, and there's really not much that he's going to be able to do about it. At this point, I think Rejects have more or less just decided what their fate is going to be. They're resigned to it, and they're just going to give this one up.
It's a rough start, though, for Rejects here. Yeah, but that position from Madhouse, not sure why he tried to cross back over. We can all agree that that was not the play. But even then, though, even if he doesn't cross back over, he really would get surrounded slowly. And that's the issue with this passive defense, right? Where you just sit back like Rejects did. Because of the new Murovanka ever since the rework, when you do that and you see a team play like Opoor, they go slow and methodical, but they take the K line away from you, and they start taking back 1-2 line. And you can see Reject tanks, they didn't really have anywhere to go. There's just too many layers of crossfire. Like, you can't play anything. You can't play on top of the ridge because you're getting shot from the 1 line or from the K line, and it's just slowly puts you in a position where you're going to get repushed on the 2 tanks that are in the E line, which we saw later after Madhouse died. But even if Madhouse is alive, they're not going to stop this repush anymore.
Yeah, look, I mean, is there really much to say about it? I think at this point, if I'm in the Rejects camp, I'm kind of saying, you know, yeah, we kind of got trounced, but like we didn't even really get the opportunity to play that one out as we probably would have liked to have. So let's just completely forget about that one. And similarly, on the behalf of Opoor, I think they have to look at that and say, you know, that wasn't really a representation of how these games are going to play out. It might, I would like to hope it won't be that easy. 2 tanks do 0 damage, right? You know, has APAC forgotten that we're not playing 5v5 anymore? Like, we're actually playing 7v7, guys, right? There's no world where 2 tanks should have 0 damage. So, you know, like, I don't know what to say about it. It's an unfortunate situation, obviously, for Rejects, but hey, you're down 1-0. hopefully you can find a way to bounce back.
Let's just say that the saving grace here is that they were defending, which is the less favorite side. At least they get to attack after this. I mean, that is like the one positive note I take away from that. Defense is less favored on Muro. It is just statistically the case. There's no really arguing about it. That is the one thing that they have going for them. But also the only thing. That was a rough round. Because, like, I think even if negative is in the game there, I don't know how much difference it would make.
Can we just for the sake of our little bet, like, can we just say that one doesn't count, right?
Sure.
Like,
if it's 4-1,
if it's a 4-1,
sure. If it's a 4,
I still get my dinner.
That's not a problem. If it's 4-1, you still get. That's all good. We'll just one for free. To warm up.
You're a nice and charitable guy, man. Like, that's what I like about you.
I just want to take you out for dinner. That's the only thing. It's just not looking very likely.
Yeah, we'll have to make it happen at one point. Either way, look, I think, just mental reset, really. That's where we're at this point. I think for Rejects, you got to go back and look at that and say, okay, well, do we need to get a sub, right? Is he just donezo? Like, is his internet disconnected, or is his power out or something like that? Obviously, these things happen. That's the first port of call. So if Dark Knight needs to be replaced, who is going to replace him? Just having a little bit of a look across the rest of their roster. They do have a couple of subs in there. A few of the members with experience as well. Zanin wasn't in that game. He's on the roster still as well. I think do you remember if Raspberry was in that first game? I don't think Raspberry was in there either.
I can check for you. I'm willing to check. I don't think.
Yeah, I mean.
Ras. No.
Raspberry.
No.
Yeah, so it was Raspberry and Zanin that were missing, I think, if I'm remembering rightly. So look, either of those guys, they should be able to slot in pretty comfortably. They've both had some experience in competitive formats lately. Raspberry in particular, he was on what was the second place team in the most recent season of ANZPL. So he's definitely someone that sort of knows his way around these competitive formats. Again, we'll continue to bring up that discussion that 5v5 and 7v7 are different. But like, I don't think that they're markedly different, and kind of looking at the way that the games are playing out, they're not, obviously there's an extra couple of tanks involved, but the way that the game flows, the way that the game plays, the focal points on the map and stuff like that, it's not a massive shift up that if you're someone that has a bit of experience already playing 5v5, it should be a little bit of a learning curve, but a natural transition, I'll say.
It's actually Giga Brain from Rejects, if you think about it. They're so used to 5v5 that they told Madhouse that he can just die, and then negative style just doesn't need to load in, so that they play with 5, which is really...
They play 5v5.
Well, I mean, I don't think Opoor really understood the deal behind the 5v5, because they really used all 7, but that's just Opoor being bad. I think that's just
these exactly, toxic EU players, man. Like, every EU player I meet, they talk down on APAC. You're the same, man. Like, can't you? They had a deal, clearly. Like, I just don't understand.
I didn't predict 4-0 in the first game, though.
Well, is this because Australia beat France in the Women's World Cup tonight? Is that what it is?
Did they?
I don't even. Yeah, they did.
But France, I mean, the more France loses, the better. I mean, I have had to deal with Insane for quite a while.
That's facts. Yeah, we can always root for the underdog, at least. As far as what would we like to see changed up, again, I don't know if there's too much.
We could start
really
with 7 players for Rejects. That would be the first start.
That's true.
And then keeping 7 alive for a while would also be great. I think if we work on those 2 points, we're already off to a good start.
Well, yeah, for sure. I don't know, like, what in that position, is Madhouse the one making that individual move, or is he being told to make that move?
For Rejects?
It would be CJ would be the caller.
I mean, maybe he got told, but I think that position in general, like, you can, even if he was already there, pushed up with HB, it's a similar story. The bad shots and tanks from the E-line will find angles. Once they close up to the church, they will start finding angles on him, and there's no way for him to watch left and right because it's a super conqueror. Side third becomes exposed, so he would always be in trouble. So if he's there full HP and he starts getting shot at and he runs away, I think he dies or goes towards the one shot as well. So I think that's just an oversight no matter what. Like, sure, it might be an individual error, push him back up, but I think even if he doesn't, those 2 tanks that were committed forward, they would be isolated then. So it's a trade-off in any sort of situation.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I guess that's what this game is really all about, right? It's the push and pull around the map and finding the ideal setups and maybe it's a bit of an experience thing, and Rejects, clearly didn't have the experience on the defensive side there of Muro, but down a player as well doesn't help. See how things go as we do move into the second round of Muro here. And the silver lining, at least for Rejects, is that they are moving on to the attacking side of Muro, and so that might be at least beneficial for them.
They still have to make that work, though, at the same time.
Yep, for sure.
I believe in them, right? I believe in it. I never, I don't want to be like doomsday predictor in the beginning of the game. Is that
you did predict a 4-0?
Yeah, I know, but I think it will be a 4-0, but I don't want it to be a 4-0. Does that make sense?
Right.
Like I hate it when teams are unable to win, and not like unable, but when they don't win a round, because it doesn't feel good as a team, and of course they deserve to be here. You know what I mean? So it's not what these lineups though. Holy. Oh,
I feel like we're almost back to WGL at this point. We've got triple bat chat for Opoor. I mean, that's a real throwback. Double bat chat for Rejects as well. Double VZ55. They love the VZ55 down under, I'll say that much. Donglord and CJ in the bat chats. I mean, geez, this is pretty much a full send roster, is it not, from Rejects? Like, you have to take one really good fight, hope to blow up a couple of tanks, and if it doesn't work, then you're done.
They do have that advantage though, with that double VZ, like this lineup from Opoor, it's one that can explode really quickly. That triple bat, we've seen it in the previous matchup. If that bat gets caught out, you know what happens to it. It just explodes. It doesn't really survive. And I like this from Rejects, immediately putting up the aggression, Donger and CJ straight onto the cap, followed up by the VZ55s from Rejects, and then the rest of the tanks close by. E5 pushing up, Escon covering the back, and the Mouse just holding off the 5 line. But Opoor already into the forest.
Oh, man. Well, you can see exactly what the strategy is here for Rejects. It's get straight on that cap and hope for the best, right? They're essentially going to try to pull some tanks in here for the reset and try to blow them up. I'm not sure how easy that's going to be when it's going to be Super Kongs playing hold down, trying to look for that reset. But here we go. 60 TP of Orchek going to be trying to go around that corner. Cops a shot from the E5. And off to the races for Reject. So far, the trades are not looking very good at all, but Orchek now starting to eat a fair bit of damage. You've got to be really careful with these shots in the autoloader, but even then, trading 1 for 1 when you're the team with the extra autoloader on the field is not going to be a great feeling. Razor around the back.
The Mouse in the meantime, though, on the offside of your screen, Dark Knight is going to fall to that triple bat shot pressure from Opoor, coming in, swinging and killing the Mouse. And like you said, yeah, that first initial engagement there from Rejects, it didn't really go well. CJ is leading the charge. You don't want the bat shot to be the first one around the corner, right? At least I wouldn't think so.
Nope.
He got tracked immediately by the 60 TP, and they never let him get out of the track. And then he died. I don't think he even did a single shot of damage, maybe one. And that is just really bad for Rejects, because you want that clip potential from that bat shot to come into effect. It could be great here to clip out T-Sec, for example, but they didn't have that, and Donger was just kind of by himself. I mean, he did make the push to kill the 60 TP, but losing 2 bat shots for 1. We saw what happened in the match between W and Bricked. It's never the trade you want.
Yeah, absolutely not. Razor, at the very least, will be able to get the better of T-Sec, so... I mean, yeah. I want to say HP's close. I want to say it's winnable here for APAC, but I think we all know better. Let's say in the bat chat, moving his way forward, and once he's off reload, once he's in striking distance, Razor is more or less a dead man.
I mean, there's still some room for potential here, but Razor needs some help. He needs a teammate to come in and help him out here.
No one's there.
Yeah, I mean, they have bad shot of Donger, but he's on a 1-shot. And Panzer Fury and the S-Wing is always going to be winning this fight against C5. Nice shot there from Razor down towards Panzer Fury. I like to see it. Good stuff from him, at the very least. Not just giving up for free. Second one, though, not that great. He's now down towards the 1-shot. But now you have that triple bad shot from Opoor, though. Even though the HP is kind of close, it's all on Madhouse.
Yeah, and that's not ideal, right? The Super Conk is not exactly the kind of tank that is going to be able to clutch this game out. I mean, quite frankly, I'm not sure that any tank really could in a 4-on-1, which is essentially what this one is, because Dongalord, he's a 1-shot. Piotrek still does have 1 shot in that bat chat, and with a decent roll, it would be enough to finish Dongalord off. Here we go. Let's see what Dongalord's going to be able to do. Okay. The ram damage, not even going to be required. And obviously, Batchat on Batchat violence, it's going to be Opoor up 2-0 at the end of Murovanka. Unfortunate circumstances for rejects in the first round, but I think you can just say pretty much across the board they were outclassed there in round 2.
Yeah, I think there was room for them to play in that round if they got a good engagement on that 60p. CJ should never be leading the charge in the bat. You want one of the VZs to be the first one because really it's just a 2-shot clip and dump. You want one of those to lead the charge. He was the one leading it, and he does get, what is it, 2 shots off? But outside of that, across the board for Opoor, damage relatively easily spread, except for Panzer Fury having a good time. And Orchak, of course, at 60p, goes for the reset. That's what he's supposed to do. 2 shots there for CJ.
Yeah, 2 shots in a bat chat isn't really enough, right? Like you're not, what's the word? You're not getting your value out of that tank. You're not justifying why you're taking a bat chat if you're only going to get 2 shots out of it. It's unfortunately, not providing its worth. Across the board, some pretty rough looking damage numbers there. Razor nearly 5k in the E5 is not too bad, but that is Muro done and dusted. Now, I guess you can obviously make the argument that Muro was Opoor's map pick, so there is greener pastures ahead in theory for rejects. I think you can always mentally wrangle with the fact that you go down 0-2 on your opponent's map pick, because in theory that's kind of how it's supposed to go. They win 2-0 on their map pick. We win 2-0 on our map pick. You're not picking a map if you don't think you can 2-0 on it. So rejects, they've gone for Tundra. We'll hope to see them have a little bit of a better time on Tundra than what they did against Dopamine, where they did go down 0-2. But you'd think that they would have been able to get a bit of a look back at that game and see where some of the holes in the defense maybe were, and they can sort of use that as an opportunity to learn from, and maybe, dare I say, avoid the 4-0, because at the moment it's not really looking like a close matchup.
Yeah, it's just, you want to change the deal again if it's 4-2, or we're going to give up on it now?
I mean, yeah, if you're down, I'm down.
Yeah, but the question is, how much do we keep moving the goalposts, though? Because at some point you're running out of rounds. That's the bigger issue.
Right. Well, I mean, is there a deal if it's 0-4? Like, are we still on at that point?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, well,
and then maybe just a little too far.
I tell you what, maybe the high five's on offer. That's maybe what we have to start focusing on at this point. But
it's coming ever closer.
Yeah, Tundra. Hey, yeah.
Is there Tundra in 5v5? Was there?
Yeah, there was. Yeah, it wasn't initially in the map pool, but there was a few. It felt like after a couple of seasons, there was a map change every now and then. Like Sand River got taken out. Oh, sorry, not Sand River. Steps got taken out. Sand River was brought in, and then Tundra was brought in for Mines, I think. So we sort of changed the map pool around a little bit. But Tundra was in for I want to say 2-3 seasons. But it was still one of the fresher maps, I guess.
I'm be curious to see how they approach this in the 7v7. Tundra is, I mean, normally it's a 1-1 map, but from what I've seen so far, and as this man next to me would say, I'm an APAC hater, it's not looking like it's going to be a 1-1 map. I'm worried for rejects. I really...
Me too.
I really am.
Me too. I mean, look, like I said, from the matches that I've watched, and I wonder if you agree with me so far based on what you've seen, I thought Bricked kind of had a bit of a better setup. It seemed like they had a little bit more.
Yeah, Bricked looked like to be, on pace with W for quite a while. Outside of Proko. Proko, not really, but on the other 2 maps, I think they were pretty close to it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think it is, to be fair, probably a little bit harsh to be judging rejects, because we've seen one game. Really, I'm prepared to kind of write off the first game of Muro, they had a DC, whatever. But even, second round, not ideal. So let's just say we're judging them based on seeing one game so far in this series. I did actually watch their game earlier on today, and it took them a little while to kind of get into the series. So maybe they're just slow starters. Maybe that's a storyline that we can go with and sort of try to drum up a bit of hope here for the APAC roster. But look, Tundra, their map pick, they're going to have to essentially 2-0 this. I think if you don't 2-0 this, the series is probably a little bit too far gone at that point.
like I said, recovering from a 3-0 is not it, and in the threes tiebreaker is not enough for rejects anyways. They like
No. I mean, I think mathematically
there's some way, but realistically,
there would be if they would
in
win
tiebreaker to get
if they would
3
win
points.
tiebreaker and then so if rejects won tiebreaker and Opoor lost to dopamine,
Yeah, but
they
the Opoor would then
through.
have to lose to dopamine without a tiebreaker altogether already.
No, because you only get 1 point for a tiebreaker.
Yeah, but
so regardless of whether it's tiebreaker or not.
True. But that is counting on.
But in theory, yeah,
the odds.
Yeah. Like, I know what you're saying. You know what I'm saying. Everyone knows what we're saying. Whatever. Let's get into it. We'll see how things go here as we move into Tundra. And once again, like I said, the VZ55 is coming out in force. And E5 there for Madhouse. We've got a bunch of 60 TPs out for Opoor, IS7. And yeah, it's pretty much 60 TPs to round things out for rejects. So yeah, very much that sort of same mentality actually from both teams coming through. You know, some minor changes, but for the most part, like an IS7 and E5, I think semi-interchangeable in terms of roles that they can fill in these teams.
Yeah, the VCs, you need to get a good engagement though. You want to get that clips out and actually connect your shots. So for Opoor, getting those to work is going to be the interesting factor because we don't really see those though. Usually we do just see the IS7 because it bounces just more, has more HP. The VZ, lack of DPM. But I like the lineup from Rejects, so it's pretty normal. I don't know what's happening in A1 though.
Yeah, I've not seen this before, so I can't really tell you either. But it has to be just some kind of classic bait and switch setup, right? They just want to hide the location of those VZ55s and try to use them as like a bait, right? Or use the E5 rather as a bait and have the VZ55s collapse upon whoever tries to push in there, I suppose, is the idea behind this setup. Or do they have an angle onto the one flag from there?
No, it is hoping that
Surely
the
not.
5 gets pushed, I guess, or I'm not sure.
That's what I'm assuming. That is what I'm assuming.
Maybe, but then why are they not closer to the corner though? Why are they specifically here? Maybe so they'd never get spotted for sure. We'll have to see if this works out.
Yeah. I don't mind seeing something a little bit unorthodox. I think if you go into this matchup and you say, well, we're going to play super standard, they're going to play super standard, they probably play standard better than we do, in theory. So maybe we try to change things up. Ketsai, in that CCTP, already suffering a fairly hefty loss at the hands of CJ and Madhouse.
Yeah, CJ there with a good shot though. He has to be careful because that walk position is counterable, but I don't think Opoor is going to be going for it right now. If you take the area of G6, you can actually shoot him. But they don't really have a gun that's good enough or consistent enough at doing that because VZs, they need to reload. Orchek is looking though for the angle. Panzer Fury is going to pressure the A-line as well. CJ now running, takes 1, takes 2. Piltrik's there coming in with a shot as well. He gives 1 back to Orchek, and that actually went a lot better than I expected that would go.
Yeah, I think it could have gone a lot worse, is probably the big takeaway there. He gets out with half his HP, and he was able to at least trade semi-effectively, especially if you take into account the damage that he did earlier on in the piece. Now here comes the push on the northern side of the map. So IS7 CCTP starting to head towards that A8 position where the E5 of Madhouse is holed up. And this is maybe where we get to see the idea behind the double VZ55 setup for rejects, because they're still holding them in the back pocket. The game is playing out. There's a lot of trading going on. They have not shown their faces just yet. So what are they going to do?
It's a good question. I mean, so far, for rejects, it's great. They might actually push the E5 at some point. But the E5 is getting shot at from the back lines, from the VZs there. Piltrix and Rishak trying to connect that, but VZ on range, it's not really known for its accuracy, so he's going to be fine there. DJ now coming closer with his 60p. Panzer Fury might even start the cap there. And at what point do they use this A1 VZ trap to do something?
I'm still waiting for it, man. Like, I think surely you've got to be pulling the trigger shortly. I don't know that Opoor is going to continue to push any further forward for the kill onto the E5. Like, if that's what they're waiting for, is that even going to actually eventuate?
I mean, Zion gets spotted,
or do we continue to see the... Yeah, true. So, I mean, do they have an angle? onto the one flag, I guess, is the only question you have to ask then. But I mean, no resets coming through just yet. Maybe some of that early damage onto Ketsai was from the VZ55s, but here they pull the trigger. But Opoor already knew where those VZ55s were, and they're obviously, as you could see, very well set up to deal with it. Good shots on the cross. Dark Knight down to about half HP. Xanon cops another one as well. I have to say, I don't think that this setup has worked out very well. It certainly hasn't worked the way that Rejects would have hoped it would. Dark Knight will start to put his shots into that 60 TP, but they are really struggling to even finish Ketsai off at this point.
And the biggest issue is that both Dark Knight and Xanon actually ended up missing a shot on Ketsai, which means that he gets to live and do another shot on Madhouse, dropping him to a one-shot. And now you can see the VZs trying to go on towards Panzer Fury, but for Rejects, they get Ketsai out of the game, but they're left with nothing again. They have 4 tanks left standing, of which one is a one-shot being Madhouse, and Opoor with double their HP and plenty of extra guns as well to be able to close this one out. Like the A1 trap, it had something on paper, but it even got spotted early, and then when they left, they were 100% spotted, got punished along the way, so did Donger, and for Rejects, it's looking rather rough at this moment in time.
Yeah, definitely just outclassed across the board, right? You can see when those initial trades are happening, sooner or later, Opoor almost always pull ahead. It's not really ever felt like Rejects in this series so far have been in a winnable position, right? It's a different ball game to what we were talking about in that previous matchup, where Brick, at least, they won 2 rounds. Third round it looked like they were actually ahead or they had a chance of winning. But so far, you can't even really say anything to the positive for Rejects in this matchup. Opoor have utterly dominated them, and that is a 3-0 scoreline. And I think that was very much in line with expectations, right? So you're pretty much on for the 4-0 at this point.
Yeah, it's rough for Rejects. It's really, really rough for them. Opoor is also just a really good team. You can see that they're not... I think it's a sign of Opoor here is they're not trolling Rejects. They're really just taking everything slow and steady, playing it as they normally would, and not allowing them in the game. Sometimes you see some teams, if they play against a lesser team in their eyes, take it less serious and start making mistakes, which brings the claim closer. But I think Opoor really here is, they mean business.
Yeah, I think that's a good mentality to have, right? You play the way you practice, and if they are considering this almost like a practice game in a way, right? Like this is like a warm-up game for them going into, in theory, a more difficult game later on today and then potentially tomorrow even as well. And they consider themselves to be the team that should be going to China to play a WCI, then they should be taking this exactly as they should be in any other game. Take this as an opportunity to, continue to lock down the comms, lock down the setups. If anyone's making a mistake, you can maybe not get punished for it in this matchup and fix it for the next matchup where you potentially could get punished for it. So I like the mentality that they come into it with. And if they, like I said earlier, cross the T's, dot the I's, make sure they're 100%ing everything, then that stands them in a good position going into future matches for sure.
The less you play, the less you have to show as well. And the more time you have to prepare for later. And I think for a tournament with this importance, you can use all the time that you get to make sure that you can look to the future and get ready for what are going to be some hard matches still, because only one team makes it. There's no prizes for anybody else.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. And well, I mean, at the moment, it's definitely looking very solid for Opoor. Considering Dopamine as well, when they played against Rejects, did drop a couple of rounds. This is quite a decisive.
I didn't get to see those games. It was really late at night.
Yeah, I was watching them. And like what I said, it sort of felt like maybe Rejects didn't quite have as much as Brick did, just in terms of cohesion and setups and calling, and I just think that they didn't look quite as polished necessarily. And I mean, to be fair, Dopamine, there was some holes, I'll say. So I think if I'm looking at this next matchup that Opoor is going to play, which would be Opoor versus Dopamine, this is like a gauntlet being thrown down by Opoor and saying, look, we, as in theory, 4-0'd Rejects. You guys only 4-2'd them. Like, we're the better team. We're going to come in and maybe even 4-0 you as well. Like that's the kind of vibes that I'm getting right now from Opoor at the moment. So first of all, obviously they have to finish this one off 4-0. And then we'll see. Then we'll start to talk. But the way that this game has been playing out so far, I couldn't really predict anything but a 4-0 at this point.
Yeah. Again, though, Tundra attack a favorite side, so they have something going for them. We gotta extend a lifeline, show them something, a life jacket, something to hold on to.
Yeah, but the waters are pretty treacherous at the moment, so I'm not sure that a life jacket's going to be enough. They might need a boat or something like that. Anyway, let's see what happens. Tundra could be the final round we get to see Rejects playing here in the WCI Wildcard tournament, which would also mark the exit of both the APAC teams, unfortunately.
Yeah. Which means we got to bring Kihan back.
I mean, look, it's 12:30 in the morning for me. Time for bed,
Oh, true.
That's fine.
Yeah, I remember last time, we were together, you were still young. Now, not quite.
I'm an old man at this point, mate.
True. We're all getting old. But Opoor, though, coming into Tundra with another interesting lineup, 60p, Mouse, Quad VZs, and a Minotauro.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. It looks like it's going to be something pretty explosive, for lack of a better word, from Opoor. Pretty standard across the board, though, from Rejects. They've just gone for that pretty solid heavy tank lineup, 60 TPs, IS-7s, Super Kongs. They never really go astray on any of the maps in World of Tanks, to be fair, but especially on one that is such a sort of defilade heavy map like Tundra. And then, of course, you've got Dongalord in the CS63. He always likes to be in a medium tank, sort of floating around the map. So nice to have a little bit of mobility on your side, but looks to be a southern push from Rejects this time.
Yeah, immediately orientating themselves towards that south side of the map. There will be the double VZ, right? Fury and Rexar that are going to be able to hit shots on the crossing. How much they will do is a question. The Minnow should also get one shot realistically. And then there will have to be some big rotations from Opoor after that, though.
Yeah. Rejects actually, when they were playing on the defense, suffered at the hands of a strategy similar to this one. So I wonder if they looked at that and said, you know what, maybe we'll try for a 2-flag attack. I think they opted for a 1-flag attack in their initial game against Dopamine. So a little bit of a change up in that respect. They have been spotted and they have not opted to cross onto the flag just yet, which is going to, I mean, that's going to give Opoor a bit of extra time to start rotating their tanks down. And I tell you what, trying to make a cross against multiple VZ55s, it ends up like this. Look at how much damage is being bled already. Not really much of a response from Rejects either. And in fact, they're not even interested in the cap. They're just going to try to push their way around, potentially, to the 1 line.
They do have an issue with that 60p, though. Oof, Rexar takes 2. But the 60p of CJ, I mean, he's about to get bounced on by double VZ55 of T-Sec and Piotrix. And if he's not careful, he's going to get shot from behind as well. So, bit of an isolated position here. Not sure what he's supposed to do. Gets a big one on towards T-Sec, though. But here comes the clips already. No misses on this one. See the VZ burst coming out. Minus 1.9 on CJ. Not sure what they're trying to gain off of this position.
Yeah, I thought maybe the Super Conk there would be able to help him out. But obviously, Madhouse is off in a different direction. And they may not have even walked, pushed their way up over that ridge enough for him to find an angle anyway. Next shot from the 60 TP does go astray, so that'll be the end of CJ. He's not done a whole lot there. And the re-push on the other side of the map, that push and pull gameplay that we talk about, isn't quite going so well for Rejects. They're on top of Ketsai, but they're not being able to finish him off. They're barely doing any damage at all. It's Razor in the IS-7 that's decided, okay, well, if no one's going to do it, I'm going to do it. I'm going to push. I'm going to be the first man in, but it's too little too late, unfortunately, at this point. And, well, Rejects, they do finish off Rexar. They will probably finish off Ketsai in short succession, but it's just not enough. The trade is nowhere near favorable.
They're again forced to react, though. With CJ's position, they have to do something. Normally, you see teams start cap pressure then at that point, right? They will start putting pressure on base number 2 with his IS-7s after taking the K-line. But now when CJ is that far alone and isolated in that position, you're forced to actually make a move, right? You cannot just lose one tank and do nothing with it. So they're forced to, again, react and be at Opoor's mercy. Not too sure what CJ was trying to achieve there. Would have been better off with his team with that cap pressure to force Opoor to come in and reset so they can do the initial damage and then make a move upon that. Not this way around where, again, they're forced to do an unfavorable push.
Yeah, not ideal at all. And it looks like you might be right in your prediction here. I don't see Cesium being able to clutch this one out. It is a 4-0 at the end of the day. Opoor, they just wipe the floor with rejects and say goodbye to APAC for the WCI Wildcard tournament. And they will not be making it to day 2. Opoor will be.
I got two
APAC will not
predictions
be.
right, by the way. I'm quite happy with myself.
Congratulations. I got 2 predictions wildly wrong. But
we saw that one coming.
I don't know if anyone... I mean, if we had a prediction for the predictions, I think I might have predicted correctly on the second prediction at least. So anyway, is what it is.
We'll just say that you entered the 4-0 for the wrong team.
Yeah. I mean, oh no, the graphics guys, they just got it wrong, man. Like I chose Opoor like all along. But hey, let's look at the damage charts here. Minotauro, pretty good choice. Does 4k damage. VZ55s, you'd expect them to be putting the vast majority in there as well, and so pretty good across the board. Very, very solid stuff in the end there from Opoor. Effort by committee really is the way I'd put that.
Yeah, and you can see there CJ on the bottom of the list. I mean, kind of what you expect from an isolated 60 DP. Doesn't have great DPM and needs time to work that big alpha gun. And sure, he has a lot of HP, but if you're alone against multiple opponents, you're not going to last for a long time. You can see that come into effect there. And sadly for Rejects, the last hope for the APAC region, they will not be heading to China.
Yeah. Look, I don't know that anyone's super surprised by that. There is still, of course, Mori-Chan, which is the team that did qualify through from APAC. Initially, they were actually a Japanese squad, at least a majority Japanese squad. So today we kind of had like 2 majority ANZ squads. But we'll see what Mori-Chan can do when we get to WCI. But for now, we have to continue on and check how the qualifiers are going to go. And of course, we do have to hear from our analysts as well, both coming through from EU. I'm sure they're happy with how that game played out.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. And Toxic, what a performance. What a dominant match it has been from Opoor taking the victory 4-0 against this APAC team Rejects. And we have to say goodbye to them, just like we did with Bricked. We already know what teams are going to be moving forward to the playoff stage, the semifinals. Tomorrow is going to be 2 EU teams, 2 NA teams. 4-0. What do you think about this?
I mean, clearly their application to join the WCI tournament got rejected by none other than Opoor. We did kind of expect Opoor to win. Ducky and me even getting our predictions correct there. Elfish already said it himself. He just got screwed over by the graphics guy. They put in the score wrong, obviously. So we will be seeing the North American and the European teams battling it out not only today in the upcoming 2 matches, but also tomorrow during the playoff stage in the best of 9 format.
So I'm not sure if we're gonna see like the greatest tactics from this team now. I mean, it comes down to sitting. I don't think W wants to end up against Opoor because they probably, or maybe they actually want to take their revenge straight. I mean, at the end of the day, you have to beat every team to get to the finals and win it. There are no extra rewards. This is just one spot, one team getting to the WCI with this wildcard tournament. So I'm not sure how it's going to be played out. I'm pretty much certain that the NA teams really want to take that victory. They are always very keen to play against EU teams and show that NA can actually compete and even beat them. And you're going to see that shortly. But before that, Toxic, we should probably take a look at the replays to see exactly what happened between Opoor and Rejects as we're starting on Murovanka with Rejects on the defense and Opoor on the attack.
Yeah, this one was a bit unfortunate. As far as I remember, the Rejects had a bit of connection issues here. However, Madhouse also throwing away quite some HPs at the start there doesn't really help their case. I think it was 2 players in the end even having 0 damage out of the team. So they're used to a 5v5 format, as was highlighted earlier. So maybe they just wanted to play 5 vs 5 here as well. But Opoor said, no, we are playing with 7.
I mean, Opoor, very comfortable on their attack. Pretty easy considering the fact that one of the enemy tank was just sitting AFK at this point because he had a disconnect. But we also have to mention that even though that was the case, their attack was very interesting, very methodical. They took their time, took the full map control, completely surrounded Rejects. And I personally have doubts that even if that I7 would have been in the game, it would have changed a thing.
Yeah, I mean, Opoor just really didn't want to drop around here because why would they want to show more strats than they have to? They really do want to keep those for the. It might sound toxic to say, but for the more important matches later on during the playoffs, uh, they respected rejects here, played very slow always, kind of scouted out what they were doing, and then just took the match to the rejects. And I mean, they finished it off in a beautiful fashion, and it's pretty much what we expect from Opoor.
To be fair, this one was pretty close between those two teams. Even though Opoor, you felt like they had controlled the entire time, with the aggressive defense taking up control, forcing rejects to push out around that base one. Pretty convincing lead on Murovanka to start with 2-0. And I'm very keen to see them play later on against the NA team. But back on those replays, we were next on Tundra, and you could see that rejects, they went for a repush because once again Opoor took a lot of map control and was starting to take key positions surrounding them, but it didn't go well because the Polish team was very well set up for it.
I mean, rejects just initially not setting up really well. I don't know if they have this map in their map pool.
Yeah.
But usually you don't want to give up like the F2 position for free, because as you saw, the VZs from Opoor just took those positions and created a crossfire basically everywhere on the map they wanted to go, which just led to disaster for rejects, and Opoor just then basically awaiting the repush because, hey, they have the positions already to deal the damage over time. Rejects is the one that has to make a move, and if they don't, they will lose. They tried the desperation push over the A line, but they got caught. They got completely punished for it. Great stuff from Opoor.
I'm interested about this one though, because Opoor, they're 3-0 up, and you could expect them to go for a standard basic defense like we have seen even in the past Wood 7 tournament, but instead they're going for something aggressive. This is unusual. 4 VZ55 actually going aggressive, trying to surround once again rejects, and rejects again out of answers, trying to go for this desperate 2-3 line repush. Yes, they're gonna take Ketsai down. Yes, it's a good overmatch, but in return they're 3k HP down. They don't have any positions, they don't have any map control. The Mino is still alive, and good stuff from the side of Opoor. Honestly, a very good performance from their side to start with.
I mean, from rejects, they might get the position here, they might get Ketsai, but they just bled too much for it. Opoor was ready for that repush, so great stuff from them. Just once again predicting what rejects will throw at them, and then also being able to handle it as well. This is what we expected from the EU teams. W did drop 2 rounds, but Opoor really showing that the EU teams are not to mess with, and they might be the favorites for this tournament for a reason. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can hold up this trend versus the NA region as well.
I mean, it was a bit concerning from the side of W. Like they come up after a very strong Wood 7. They pick Himmelsdorf against Brick. Maybe they underestimated them and they went for like very passive, slow play style on that map, and they got punished for it. But no, Brick is still out of these tournaments. The next match now, Toxic, is going to be W, like we mentioned. They're going to be playing against Bubbleology. We finally get to see some of the NA teams. What's your take on it?
I do think this one is going to be very interesting because we have casted the NA games as well for the last VOD 7. And Burbology did have a strong showing in some of these matches, like a really strong showing. I really like their playstyle. And W, we've seen them being shaky in the VOD 7. They dropped their first round here. They dropped their first 2 rounds. So I do think this is maybe the best shot that one of the other regions has to actually win a game versus the European region. So I'm hoping for a close one here.
Yeah, definitely. It is W against Burbology, the third match of the day. Is W capable of taking the victory after their sloppy start against Brick? Is actually Bubbleology capable of surprising us and taking it? We're going to find out shortly, but just before that, we probably want to hear what our casters have to say. Elfish and Dake, please take it away.
Yes, indeed. Everyone always loves to hear what we have to say,
Really?
don't they? I mean, I'm sure people really that's why they tune into your stream, isn't it, Daki? Like they just want to hear your opinions on everything.
Thought it was because I shoot a lot of goal though.
Probably that too. Look, I tell you what, I'm happy because we're at that point in the night where I now no longer have a dog in the race. I don't really say necessarily that I mind which of these two teams win. I will, though, claim that I do have a little bit of German in me. So maybe I'll be on the EU side of things now.
You have that on your
we'll see how
Instagram
things
profile
go.
as well, like the flags, a little bit
No, I
German.
don't.
Oh,
No. Yeah. No, it's
No?
just German and Oz. That's all it is. There's nothing more than that. But I have a German passport. Okay.
Really?
If that convinces you at all. Yeah.
Cool.
If I want to come visit you, I can do that. Easy peasy.
Yeah, and you
I'm
haven't done
sure,
it for
right?
all these years, so I guess you're not really that interested.
No, I'm not. Let's be real. Look, let's take a look at these first couple of lineups. Burbology, who we haven't actually seen on the stream so far today, but they did play earlier on. They won 4-3 against Bricked, but they did get really pushed. Obviously, that one went through to the tiebreaker. They won the tiebreaker advantage. They played defense of Himmelsdorf, and they were able to get the dub there, but it was quite a close affair.
It was a close affair in this Burbology team. It's a team with a lot of experience, but they've struggled in matches, and they've also struggled against APAC. If we're being honest, it wasn't like a clean run at all.
Mm.
So I'm a bit worried.
Yeah.
I mean, they have a lot of experience, a lot of really good players on this team as well. But when they played in the NA World 7, they had some strategies where you're like, this doesn't really work. It's like they had some really good things, and then some things where you're like, man, this is not it.
Right.
Some
right,
BZs on Tundra came to mind. It was not pretty.
I guess on the other side of the coin, obviously, we've already seen W earlier today, and they had a little bit of a better time against Brick. Like, it was still, I would say, a reasonably close matchup, all things considered. The scoreline reads 4-2. It could have just as easily actually been a 4-3. I think there was a pretty egregious throw from the APAC team on Murovanka. So it isn't as if W had the cleanest of runs so far themselves in this tournament.
No, they haven't, and I think that came down to underestimating Bricked to begin with, and we talked about it. Bricked actually had a lot of potential in that round, so I think Burbology, if they have a similar kind of play style as Bricked, if they're like on that level, they could for sure take rounds from W, because really W should have gone to tiebreaker against Bricked. If everything goes as it's supposed to go, it's a tiebreaker, and then who knows?
Yeah. Well, one thing that I did notice about watching Burbology play a little bit earlier today is that they did tend to like to play a little bit slower. I think maybe that's just because they were up against Bricked, and Brick doesn't really give you too many options other than to, okay, well, just sit and wait for us because we're holding the W key. So I don't know, was there necessarily all that much room for Burbology to kind of show us exactly what they wanted to do in that matchup against Brick, right? Have they, at least from the matches that I've watched, shown or put their best foot forward? Or are they going to have a little bit more time, a little bit more room to play against W, who also sort of seem to kind of like to slow things down a little bit? I do expect this is going to be maybe a little bit of a slower matchup than the first two that we had, which involved the APAC teams.
Yeah, it's really a question of how both these teams approach this match, right? I am curious to see them both come into this. I have good hopes for either of the teams. I think this should be close if I'm thinking about it in my head. The team that I know Burbology can be. They've also won Community League on NA, for example, which was their 6v6. So this is a team. They also came into the Winter Invitational last year, I think, and beat EU. They didn't win in the finals, but they did beat the EU team to get to that finals. So twice. So it is really, this is a team with a lot of experience.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's interesting as well to kind of consider now that we know both of the APAC teams are out is that essentially the next two matches that we're playing are kind of seeding games. And depending on how they play out, you obviously could see EU versus NA, EU versus NA tomorrow, or you could see EU versus EU, NA versus NA, depending, again, on how they play out. So, like, if there was a world where Burbology won here against W and then Opoor beat Dopamine, then I mean, that's almost worst case scenario, is it, for both regions? Because then they would,
you may see
essentially you'd have EU versus EU.
You may see some
versus NA versus NA.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, Opoor may utilize some curious tactics at that point. It really depends. If Burbology beats um, W here,
W.
then Opoor gets to decide really who they play against. There's no other way to look at it. They get to decide
Right.
the result of their match decides which opponent they would rather play against.
I mean, end of the day, you have to beat,
Everybody,
in theory, but
of
everybody.
course,
But
of course.
I just wonder, in that kind of a situation, what's your mindset? Would you rather play against your, counterpart from the
I
region?
think you rather
in
play
the
against
semi,
the NA
or
team at that point.
right? Just because you want to see 2 EU in the final, or because you think NA is weaker?
Because I think the thing is for Opoor, if you're looking back, they lost against W in the last tournament, so they know that they can be beaten by them. And I think you rather have it happen in the finals then, because
Yeah.
Opoor would be more used to the pressure of the finals than W because they've done more finals. Like a semi is one thing, right? Playing in the semifinals is one thing, but playing in the finals is always a whole lot different because then you're really there, like right before the finish line, like everything decide, and the team with the more experience is always favored in that case.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think at the very least, this is a format that allows all the teams to play quite a lot of games before they do get to the final, right? You play 3 games before you get to the final. You play 2 group games.
Yeah, you want
play
nobody,
a semi,
you
and then
don't
you
want
play your
anybody to
final.
play one game and have to go straight home. That's sick.
Correct. But on the flip side of that, also it means that by the time you get to the final, like, you as a roster and as individuals have kind of gone through the paces over the course of the weekend. You know, I don't know, like maybe that pressure isn't necessarily hitting quite as hard, or the nerves, if there were any. Like, for some of these players, probably there aren't. For some of them, there probably is, right? But by the time, you've played through a bunch of games, like, I think that does kind of dull the effects of any of those negative aspects that you're sort of
I
dealing
mean, you're
with.
kind of relaxed, I think, both teams coming into this one, because you already know that you are moving on anyways, right? Because Bricked is
Yep.
out, right? So you already know that you're going into tomorrow. Now it's just a matter of seeding more than anything else. So I think that in terms of nerves, this is the least nervous you can get for a tournament like this. You've already done what you're supposed to do, which is move on to tomorrow. Now it's just about deciding the seeding.
Yeah. I mean, the irony is that for both of these teams, they've done what they needed to in essentially one game. So I guess that is really a sort of a nice feeling going into things. But the other sort of side of the coin there is that, like, you've got the more difficult games ahead of you that you do sort of still have to be thinking about, right? Maybe in some cases those games against the APAC teams could be kind of considered formalities. Maybe
Extended
not
training.
so much for Burbology, considering the fact that that was a 4-3, right?
Yeah.
That was quite a close result. But
I mean, I think for both Burbology and for W, it showed that they have things that they for sure need to work on for tomorrow. Opoor not as much. They had like an easy cruising right through it. For Dopa, it also shows that they have things to work on, right? Because they didn't have the greatest run against Redirect. So for out of the 4 teams that we're going to see tomorrow, Opoor right now is the most comfortable. Like they went into their first match easy. Now this match will decide on how much more prep either of these 2 teams need to do. Like if one of them wins it rather cleanly, they're going to be feeling very good going into tomorrow. However, it's a close match. They'll know that they have so much things that they still need to prepare on, and then it also still depends, like the way they both play in this match, on how Opoor does. Like if Opoor completely dominates Dopamine, then Burbology and W know that they have to do some more prep for tomorrow, because they didn't have an easy run, and I don't think this match will be an easy run for either of the 2 either.
Yeah, I think one other thing that we do sort of have to be aware of in this matchup is that obviously when we're playing the EU versus NA matches, the server situation again is going to change things up, right? When it was EU versus APAC or NA versus APAC, it was like everyone's kind of not on a perfect server, but now
we're starting on EU.
We're starting on EU, and then we're moving over to US. So it's sort of like, in a sense, you kind of have to keep that in mind, right? When you're thinking like, okay, if W's up to a 3-0 start, for example, well, they've played 3 games on the EU server. Now we're moving 3 games over onto the US server. That could have an impact. So let's take a look at how things do play out. It looks like we're ready to get into the game. Tundra is going to be the first map. Himmelsdorf, Murovanka, the second and third. And Sand River, if you'd forgotten, would be the tiebreaker. And the predictions across the board, I mean, outside, I guess, of Toxic, we've kind of all said, yeah, we're probably expecting W to win this one reasonably comfortably, but not like a whitewash.
Yeah, and for both these teams, I'm just really, really wanting to see. Wow, you went onto the W train, huh? Welcome to Europe. A German passport influence coming in.
That's right, mate.
Yeah.
Deutschland.
Yeah. Is that how much more German is there in you?
Ich kann viel Deutsch sprechen. Yeah.
Wunderbar.
It's been a little while, to be fair, but I do, in theory, have fluent German.
You'd fit right in, mate.
I haven't spoken German in probably like 10 years actually.
It's okay if you go to Oktoberfest and you have one or two.
You don't have to say much there though. You just say beer.
Yeah.
And then
Noch
like,
ein
what
Bier.
else do you need to say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Zwei Bier.
Yeah,
bitte.
but after 3 beers, you feel a lot more confident in your speaking abilities, right?
Yeah, that's true. I'll probably start swearing at them in English, Australia. But looks like we're into the game. So let's focus back in on that. Burbology and W to start things off on Tundra here. Once again, a lot of CCTPs getting brought out. You mentioned the BZ75 again for Burbology on Tundra. We've got one of those. So is that piquing your interest a little bit?
I think their lineup is looking solid. I like it a lot more than what they brought in the past for Tundra. So I'm happy for that. But W's CS, Hori, E5, double I76B, it's a lot lighter in terms of tanks. And you can see that as well in the natural HP disadvantage that W starts with, right? About 2,000 down just because of the lineups that they're playing.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that they do have to be pretty on top of. Already moving pretty quickly through the map, though, with that double IS-7. You've got a very big setup on the spawn hill. If Burbology were to make a mistake and have a tank sort of over-peaking, then, yeah, there'd be an opportunity for some good free bleed there from W, but not really going to find it. What they do get, though, is they've already kind of found an overmatch on the northern side of the map, so that 277 does have to be really careful.
Yeah, he has to be very, very, very careful in that north part of the map. He's very isolated right now. But W doesn't know that, though. They really don't know the rest of the positions. They haven't spotted the guys going down 1-2, right? And what is there. So they will not, like, try because, they peek the corner, there's double 60 behind him. You lose a tank. We can see that as spectators, that there is an opportunity there. However, W will not be going for that immediately. Like we already mentioned, they have that lesser HP pool, and they need to start or try to find some freebies, some opportunities to do some damage to bring it back. Because in a straight fight against this lineup of Burbology with all that alpha available, it's very likely you push in, you're -1 gun immediately, and you're already down 2,000 HP.
Still, I don't really mind the map control that W have been able to find here already. It's not looking too bad for them. I'm kind of interested to see what they're going to do on the southern side with that IS-7, whether it's going to sort of do a little bit more exploring, or if he's really just set up waiting for anyone to cross along the bridge, sort of that bridge line to get some free shots. Muscles takes a big one there, 625 already. And it's a 1-for-1 exchange, essentially.
I like this Hori.
Nice.
How much experience do you have with the Hori? Like, how many times have you seen
Zero.
it? Zero?
Oh, actually, no. I watched it earlier this morning.
Okay.
It wasn't W, actually. It was Burbology that played it on Himmelsdorf against Brick, and it worked quite well.
It's basically a gun. It has, like, 360 P-pen.
Fantastic.
So it goes, like, really through everything. Like, it doesn't struggle with pen. That's why you take it. If it hits, it's penning.
All right, well.
I don't like an SUV, for example. It has more mobility because, it doesn't have siege mode. And it also gets that alpha, of course, right? 700.
Yeah, not a bad shout. Not a huge HP pool for the Hori, but maybe not going to be much of an issue for W, keeping it quite far back and unlikely to be spotted at this point in time. Burbology, they got ants in their pants a little bit there, Daki, and they started rotating a couple of tanks, and that's led to a little bit more bleed. So W slowly but surely working their way through the HP pool of Burbology. Hasn't really popped off yet. Hori on the move.
Yeah, I mean, Octo got forced off of the angle there. And now the cap has started, though. And Burbo is kind of far away from resetting this. And we talked about doing some free damage, that they needed to do that. They kind of did that, right? They brought it within 1,000 now instead of 2,000. So that's good for them as well. That natural HP disadvantage. The hand is now a little bit closer. The scap play. Ooh, Muscles though, and a little bit of trouble there in the Escon, getting overpeaked by Itox down towards the one shot. That is, there doesn't seem to be any cover for him.
I'm liking it so far from W, right? The focus fire has been really good. I think for the 60 TP hard north in A3, there was an opportunity to fire at a couple of different tanks, but he opted to put the shot into Muscles, which is obviously putting that HP pressure onto him individually. If you lose that tank, you've lost your super conk, you're losing quite a hefty part of your DPM, and you'll be a tank down. So good focus fire, good discipline from W so far in this matchup. 1-for-1 trade between the 60 TPs. Maybe slightly favors Burbology on this side of the map, just because Atiquel is a little low in that 60 TP, also doesn't have any backup. T110E5 is starting to come across though.
Yeah, but the trade's been a lot worse from W in the meantime though. Itox there with the overpeak, took a lot of damage. Down towards 1,000. Hannes here in the IS-7 doesn't seem to be having a good time either. He's down towards 600. Here on the north side though, gotta be careful for the side of Burbology. Floppy down towards a one-shot. Frugo leading the charge as the team captain. They need to pick up that first 60 TP. They need to do it clean. If he does too much damage, if he does another shot, that wouldn't be great. The whole re coming from behind, Frugo shuts it down. So they're now going to find Chase. And that HP lead that Burbology have, that's going to shift rather quickly if they can find the skill without losing too much for it.
Yeah, look at this Ho-Ri just charging his way in there. No worries at all. Not even taking any damage just yet. Frugo still surviving. Might even be able to get one more shot off. That would be fantastic in that IS-7. Barkers in his E5 is having a great time against Octobear. There's no troubles there at all. And the only real advantage right now across the map is this exact fight that we're looking at. December is able to pick up the first kill for Burbology, but they have lost so much on the northern side that this is still going to be quite difficult to bring back, even despite that massive HP lead.
Yeah, for Burbology, the real thing is they got to keep Muscles safe, right? That Eskunk, they cannot lose him because 3v6, it don't matter that you have double the HP, you're not going to win it. They're going to start capping, take you from the angles, and punish you driving in. Now, though, for W, they have a real issue that they have so many one-shots. Itox a one-shot, Frugo's a one-shot. White Shock is a one-shot against 3 out of the 4 tanks that he's playing against as well. So that's a bit of a trouble and a little bit of a problem for them as well. What I like is that they're sending December on the hill. He's going to control a lot of the angles, and then they have that 60 TP of Vova shutting down the other angles, but he's getting surrounded, though, from D7. If Muscles would hit, that would be huge. He doesn't get it, though.
Yeah, I mean, a tough one. Obviously, the IS-7 turret, not so easy to get through, even if you have close to the side of it. Ho-Ri is obviously going to try to use its HP here. Shot didn't quite go through there, but the bounce comes back in response as well from Vova. So W just giving themselves a little bit of breathing room here. December has managed to find White Rock, but it does feel like this is maybe just not quite in the control of Burbology, right? Time is working in their favor, that is for sure.
Ooh, but a good kill though.
They can hang on.
December from the hill together with Vova, because Attila low-rolled Vova. He survived for another shot. Now Itox has to pick up the pieces. They have 55 seconds. It's not going to happen here for W. OP Hacker. I mean, a 60p is not that fast, but he gets the kill on Frugo though, running away, and W... this is not happening. Even if
it's not, yeah.
Even if they killed Vova and they kept the other gun alive, how would they get to December on top of this hill?
They don't. There's just no way. I mean, and even then, like, OP Hacker's got so much HP to play with here as well. That was really nice from Burbology. They just bided their time long enough, and even despite the fact that W had, like, what was it, 2 or 3 tanks the advantage at one point.
It was 4v6.
Burbology had
4v6 at some point.
Yeah. They'd kept the HP pool so comfortably.
They made really good trades. In the mid game, they made really good trades. It came close there, you know, like it was 1,000, and then it spiraled back to 3k. And then because some players from W made some bad peaks. I mean, Itox made a bad peak, for example, on that D4, on the D4 position. He lost a lot of HP for that. Attila in A4, and then Hannes kind of isolated in the south, all contributed towards that HP lead for Burbology. But they still have to be careful, though. In a longer game, I don't think they win that. Like, if W has more time to play around with, where they can start the cap, then I don't think they get away with that.
Sure, but I mean, at the end of the day, right, you got to play to the format, and the format is 8-minute games, right? Time is the time. That's just how it is, unfortunately, for W. So even though they did well to get themselves a tank advantage or a couple of tanks advantage, they were not able to close it out. And here are the battle results. Vova leading from the front for his team. I mean, we were highlighting like Muscles early on as well. Was a tank that was getting kind of focused down by W, but actually ended up being able to put down at least like 2k, 2.5k there, I thought I saw. So not a bad result, all things considered, in that Supercock. And just unfortunately not enough done across the board there from W. So interesting start.
That's yes.
With the defensive side win.
Yes, we mentioned before, like a medium and a heavy kind of game is always hard to make it work. And in this one, it did not work whatsoever. I mean, this is one shot of damage, and it's really hard to play a CS 63 in this kind of game because everything you peak has 750 alpha. It's all really scary. They 3-shot you, and you got to play a really good game of World of Tanks to make it work. So it's always hard to make that medium work, and it's hard to make that lighter setup also work. And if Burbology has a lighter lineup, I don't think they would win that game, because they have those 60 TPs. Eskunk, for example, that can play hold on and still DPM, does make it work. But then again, that depends on your pen ratio. But they did that well. They did get the connections they needed.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other sort of factor that we have to think about here is that this is Burbology's map pick. So I guess the expectation would be that they should come in and win these rounds. I mean, as a counterpoint to that, we are playing on the EU server, so like there's that little bit of an advantage for W. So it's sort of like balanced out almost in a sense that way. But yeah, definitely a good start here for Burbology. Want to see what they can do on their attack with that time working against them. As I was mentioning earlier, I think, again, both these teams don't tend to want to play super quickly. W may be throwing a bit of a spanner in the works in that storyline with that previous round. They were quite quick through the northern side of the map, but did kind of slow things down pretty substantially. So, again, if we're going to play a little bit slower, Burbology now are the ones with the time against them, and that's where things start to get interesting.
Yeah, I mean, neither of these two teams is really one that will just YOLO in. Especially not Burbology, from what I've seen. And then you watched them play last night, no?
Yeah, well, that was this morning for me, but
yeah. Well, last night for me. Did they seem like very aggressive to you?
No. I mean, the thing was, like, they were playing against Bricked, so it's like they didn't really need to be aggressive, right? The fight was always going to come to them.
You just got to sit in your own base and wait for them to push into you.
Pretty much. Yeah, like the first 3 rounds I watched, it was like just W key from Bricked and Burbology kind of waiting.
I mean, that's one way, though. The strength of a team is playing aggressive, but sometimes being able to play passive as well, right?
Wow.
That is...
Okay, speaking of... I don't know that we're going to see too much aggression from W in this one with 4 mouse, a Super Congo CS63 and a Minotauro. That is a very slow lineup, apart from obviously the CS63.
I mean, Burbology is pretty heavy as well, though, in the regards. I mean, triple 60 TP, double BCs, and Eskunk and a CS. W will still have the higher H people, but not by that much, especially for having 4 mouses. We'll say though 60p is not the greatest tank against the mouse because of that lower pen on the gun.
That's true.
But then again, it's a mouse, right? So if it's facing you, you will pen. But then again, 60p gun, bit random. But yeah, I really want to see this 4 mouses work somehow, though. It's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of giving me PTSD from the mouse meta back in the day.
The best meta.
I don't know if it was the best meta, but anyway. Let's see what W can bring to the table here. A lot of setup down towards the 2 side of the map, the 2 flag side of the map, I should say. And Ataquil, even in that Super Conk, has been able to get a very wide position. So it's going to make it very difficult for Burbology to push onto this flag without taking a lot of damage.
Gotta remember though that Tamino got across unspotted because it's Tamino. It gets a little bit of TD camo values. So he was able to cross over unspotted. He's spotted now, though, but now Floppy, Chase, and December are just going for it at this point in time with their 60 TPs. They're gonna go towards Ali. They're forced right, but they have taken a lot of damage immediately here, though.
Yeah, this was not necessarily what I expected. Like I said, I was expecting a little bit of a slower game out from both of these teams. Maybe Burbology wants to just try to get those mouses moving, right? They know that they don't like to rotate, so if we can float in there pretty quickly. And yeah, force someone like Frugo to move around the map. It's not going to be easy for
Frugo?
him to do a whole lot. Holy cow, he's just been blown up out of nowhere. That
Frugo?
was not it.
Yeah, the team captain there felt like he needed to peek, but we could all see that was a big mistake. He even had time to still go back, but he committed to it fully, you know? Like, he started peeking and he never stopped for some mysterious reason. That is an individual failure, and since he's the FC, you know, he definitely wasn't told to do this. But now Muscles and Octo crossing towards Attila, though, because Attila is now left without any cover in that Skunk. Yeah, Skunk is a great tank. Bark is now forced to rotate, but Attila needs some help. He needs someone to help him, and Bark is getting punished for this. Barkus is getting owned for this. He takes 2 big ones from the 60Ps who are now just chasing December. Chase and Floppy are like, okay, you're going to cross back over. Thank you very much. We'll just drive behind you.
Oh, that's unfortunate for OP Hacker that shot doesn't go through. He didn't think he was going to get it, then he got it, then he didn't get it. But anyway, it doesn't really matter at this point. Burbology are looking quite dominant at the moment. Bit of HP bleed going on, though. Octobear's down to 531, so he needs to be a little careful with his HP. I'm almost surprised in a way that Burbology haven't just gone straight up and over to try to finish off this Super Conk. The Minotauro certainly struggling.
No, but let Barkus live in the Mino. That's a big mistake because he's full down again now. December, let Barkus go. And that is a real problem because Barkus survives in the Minotaur, and all it has to really do is play hold on, right? Chase went down 1-2 line by himself towards F1. He gets picked off as the lone stranger there. Now Ali coming in support of Attila, who survived for a very, very long time. Itox actually finishes off Octobear. And for Burbo, what was a great scenario is now starting to turn back around in the favors of W as Vova takes a pounding in his CS63. He actually explodes. December goes with him, and Burbology seemed to have fluffed it.
Yeah, well, the big problem for Burbology is that OP Hacker in that Super Conk has not been involved in this fight at all. He has been pretty much rotating the whole time. And yeah, granted, it's nice at this point in the game to have a full HP, almost full HP Super Conk, but I think it's just not going to quite have the effectiveness that they needed to, right? This is also the difficulty when you're playing against a quad mouse setup, is that there's just so much HP to chew through that even when you feel like you're trading pretty effectively, like there's always another 2,000-3,000 HP on one of these tanks to get through. And Burbology, that is going to be one that stings, because they really did look like they were in a position to win that round, go up 2-0 and start shifting the narrative. But W, very similar to the game that we saw from Bricked, are going to be able to bring it back.
That was a throw and a half, I'm going to be honest. After getting the freebie from Frugo, a full mouse, you can see a mouse still dies really quickly if it's sideways towards numerous opponents. That was a freebie. True. But then afterwards, they lost the sync, like the cohesion between the tanks. You had Chase going off by himself down the one line. He got repushed. He died, for example. You had the double BZ not just straight pushing Attila for some reason, right? They should have just pushed into him, you know? Like, okay, Attila farms, but you kill him in return. Chase, like I said, going off on 1-2. And December letting the Mino live. Like, he always should have finished off the Mino.
Yeah, it did seem like I don't know, like was there no calling, lack of cohesion,
too much chaos, it felt like.
Indecision. Yeah, I think it was really indecision at the end of the day, because ultimately it sort of felt like, to me,
it didn't look like there was a clear line anymore.
They didn't really like make a decision, right? And sometimes not making a decision, obviously that is a decision in itself.
I mean, you know,
even if you made the wrong decision, at least if you committed to it, you had that lead, you had that advantage. Maybe it still works out, but
they should just stick together there, you know, be a group, right? You already killed Frugo, right? He gave it his tank for free, so you're up 1 gun. And then if you play the South together, you get a Mino and you get an Eskunk.
Yep.
Okay, you will lose a lot of HP for it, but realistically, you're not going to lose any gun for it. So you are then with 7 guns against 4, and you can get that Eskunk from the hill into the battle. You just have to play the South together. That's all they have to do. Kill the Mino, kill the Eskunk. They have no business pushing down 1-2 line.
I mean, how big of an impact is that going to have on the rest of the series, I guess, is the question that we now have to ask ourselves, right?
I mean, I think everybody in that team knows that they should have won that after what Frugo did.
For sure. And if this ends up being a close result, right, like a 4-3 or, you know, even a 4-2, it's potentially a big difference maker in terms of, A, you might make it to the tiebreaker where you otherwise wouldn't, or potentially B, you actually win the series where you otherwise wouldn't. Again, we talk about it. We're saying like, yeah, it's a seeding match, and maybe that's not the biggest of deals, but like, you still want to win. Like you said, you want to have that confidence going through to tomorrow.
It's also
especially.
just about like, if you look at it as a training per se, if this was a training round, you would be very unhappy still because you have a one round that you're throwing because there's no synergy. Everybody's just kind of doing whatever at some point, where you should always be shutting down a round like this. Like, as well that if you play something like this against Opoor, you will never recover.
Yeah, especially. So something that they do definitely have to have a bit of a think about. What's our next map? Is Himmelsdorf. So, yeah, I mean, see, this is where things are a little bit awkward for Burbology now, right? They've played their map choice. They've gone 1-1. We've talked about Tundra being kind of a 1-1 map, but again, you don't pick that map if you don't think you're going to be able to at least have a chance of 2-0ing it. Now you're going into Himmelsdorf. It's W's map choice. If they 2-0 here, you're kind of hanging on for dear life moving into Murovanka, which, again, might consider a bit of a 1-1 map. So some of our predictions are looking like maybe they're on the way.
Yeah,
we'll see.
We'll see.
Still early days.
There better be a better performance from W on this Himmels, though. I'm a little scared for them.
Well, wasn't Himmels
the map they lost 2-0 against Bricked? Yes.
Yeah.
That's why I'm a bit scared, because it was not a good Himmels. There was some major failures, like Frugo trying to take the 2 lane.
Look, with that said, obviously they still have the confidence to pick it into this series, and I think if you do lose 2-0 in that kind of a fashion, it's sometimes one of those situations where you say, yeah, look, they got the better of us. We maybe screwed a couple of things up, but let's just go back and reset. We still know this map. We still are comfortable on this map. There's no reason to change things up after a result like that. I think that would be a little bit too much of a change up at this point in time. So I don't mind the fact that they've gone back and picked into it. Obviously, we want to see a better performance from them. But see the tank lineups here. IS4, IS7, Mouse, E5, E5, CS63, and E3 for W. Again, fairly standard stuff. Just that one medium tank getting put in there for White Rock to have a little bit of mobility around the map, whereas Burbology have pretty much just decided, yeah, we're going as heavy as we pretty much possibly can. E3, obviously, a TD coming in there, but like as far as TDs go, that's almost a heavy tank too.
Yeah, it's again very heavy from Burbo. They have again the natural speed lead, and they actually managed to Dutch Bart put it in the lineup. Who did they switch on for him? Wasn't paying attention. Not sure. I'll check after. They're not quite as heavy, but they do have those nice DPM guns from the E5s, and this IS7 of December and Octo immediately taking the courtyard. Frugo there needs to be careful in his IS7 though, because he could be in a lot of trouble rather quickly. The IS4 from the side not connecting either from the K line. And this is a very aggressive defense from the side of Burbology. December gives 1. Octo now coming for 1 as well. Bart actually misses the shot. Frugo did well to adjust there. Octo over peaking does get it, and it's a lot of issues here for Frugo.
Yeah, big issues as well. He's getting pushed from multiple angles. He's the meat in the sandwich, and he definitely does not want to be there. He's desperately calling for some help from his teammates, right? The rotation's coming across, but it's just way too late. And Burbology, you talked about aggressive on the defense. That exactly encapsulates that. And they're playing 6-on-7.
Great counterplay from Burbo. They know that a lot of EU teams, they tend to put that IS7 there. And they tend to put like a mouse behind it, for example. But the mouse is not that fast, Like the mouse takes a little bit of time to get into position. So they realize there's an opportunity to pressure, and they're not stopping, man. Octo and December now rotating down towards 1-2, wanting to pick up that CS63 of White Rock is in a lot of trouble. But now Ali coming from the flank, and W, they're starting to press. They're push down the 8 line with the E5s and the mouse.
Yeah, December is about half HP, but I mean, he shouldn't be too scared of White Rock at all, and he'll get himself a free shot here on the cross. 422, not the greatest of rolls, but still, free damage is free damage. He'll take it at this point. It's looking fantastic for Burbology right now. W are in all sorts of trouble. Again, another great shot in from Vova.
Yeah, that E5, Copola's on the wrong side for that trade against the 60p. He gets stabbed in the Cupola straight, And that 6 DTP is just doing what it's doing best, you know, playing from that hold on position, peeking, shooting, and that's what you want that 6 DTP to do. You want it to be able to get those big alpha shots out, so you can continue laying down the fire. And it's just really all around a really good start from Burbo. And that initial play is really just putting them in a massive advantage that they should convert into a round win.
I mean, that's kind of what we said on Murovanka, though, so let's not get too far ahead of ourselves just yet, even though it is looking quite dire for W. Over 810 HP. Here come the reinforcements. Barkiers and Dutch Bart do arrive, but gotta say again, a little bit too little too late. Certainly too little to save the E5. And even in this 2-on-2, it's not exactly looking fantastic for them.
It's just not
particularly
possible.
given there are some reinforcements coming.
It's just, okay, like it's 4-on-4 now, but it's really double the HP. It would be a fluff and a half. I mean, it could happen, but really OP just needs to roll around the corner here in that E3 and pick up Barkas in the E5 to relieve some pressure from Chase. He gets his engine damage. Bart coming in with the ram as well.
Ooh.
That's a beautiful ram actually from Bart. Puts him sideways so that he can no longer kill Barkas. Good stuff there from that mouse player. They actually find Chase and Bart there with the great blocking. OP hacker now on reload. If Barkas can get a roll here, that would be huge. He actually finds it. It's a 2-on-4.
Okay. Is it on at this point? Muscles and October still very healthy. They're on the defense, but down 2 tanks, and well, really only one of them is a one-shot. So yeah, this is going to be really tough for Burbology. The issue for W is that they have lost October. This is a huge flank. He gets a free shot in, which is actually massive in the grand scheme of things. Does manage to hit it. 523 roll. Nice stuff from him. It is a 1-for-1.
It's a 1-for-1, but for now, Burbo needs to find some kills. Oh, the reload just not kicking in there. Good shot on towards Attila, though, from Octo. Good readjustments there from that man in his IS-7. Doesn't get the CS, just gets his shot against the IS-4, but here comes Muscles. Wants to pick up Dutch Bard in the mouse. Can Muscles find it? It's an important shot. Beautiful shot there from Muscles. Finds the kill. That is what they need. They need to isolate some opponents here to get some kills. And Octo, not going to find Attila. White Truck is going to get on the back end of that 60 TP. And that puts Muscle in a bit of a rough situation. He's backed off into a window now, but he can get shot there from the IS-4 from behind now.
Yeah, but October is on that rotation. Good cross shot coming through. This is definitely hanging on the brink. Muscles does high roll as well, gets himself a kill. It is a 1-for-1, but now...
Yeah, it was so crucial for Muscles. That was so important. If he doesn't get the kill there, it's game over. It's lost. But he does realize that if he stays in the window, he dies to the IS-4 from behind, you know? The IS-4 will get shots on him. He will die. He goes out, he peeks, and he gets it. And he gets those 2 connections with a not-so-great gun. The mouse kill was important. The E5 kill was even more. So, really good stuff for him.
Well, it's not over yet for either side. This is still very winnable for W, though. If this shot comes through, well, that's a tough one to hit in an IS-7, in any tank, really. But an IS-7 especially doesn't have the greatest of guns.
It's really hard for W to get away with this one, though. So Octo is a 3 shots to either of these 2 people. Wait, is he? Yeah, he is. So it's really hard.
Cap's not an option.
Cap is not an option because then Cap is an option, but only so you start capping. But it's no longer an option. He left the cap. There's no time.
Yeah,
never mind.
It's too late now.
It's too late now. He drove off of it.
Oh, timing.
Octo doesn't need to do this. He does not need to do this. He just needs to run away. He just needs to control the IS-4 so he can't drive towards the cap. But he didn't need to take that shot. The CS left the cap, and Octo should know this. This is the moment where he should start being very, very careful. The CS is currently coming towards the north side, and that is so good from Mytrock. Gives a shot towards the IS-7.
Yeah, I mean, you can really see the individuals, the experience sort of shining through here for W, and Burbology maybe just cracking under the pressure. W doing everything right, and it seems like Burbology is doing everything wrong, but I think at the end of the day, you kind of just have to give the credit to W for an excellently played clutch, not only in that 2v1, but just in the 4-on-2 as well, right? And even beyond that, to get it to the 4-on-2, like, that was just some crazy individual moments, like across the board, the mouse ram, you know, the clutch moments, the shots connecting, the map knowledge and the positioning as well, like just across the board.
It's a throw from Octo, though. Once the CS,
Well,
so the CS, right? The CS entered the camp the second time. You see that he cannot no longer cap. You don't really
Mm.
need to do something anymore as Octo. You kind of just need to play the A4 window. You know, that's what you're going for. Then you just go towards the window, and if they put double cap pressure, you peek and kill one of them because you have the HP for it. But this was not it. I mean, well played by White and Attila in the last scenario, and Barte, like really huge impact in the mouse, that block on towards the E3. If OP Hacker just kills the E5 there, the game is over. IMO, the game is over. But that beautiful mouse
Mm.
ram made it so he couldn't shoot E5, keeps Barkus alive. So important.
yeah, I mean, the game's not just about shooting well, you know, not just about hitting your shots, penning your shots. It's about your positioning and all the other things that you know, come into play. And yeah, I have to agree with you. Like that one ram, I think if you would show someone who doesn't play tanks that moment, they'd kind of be like, well, I don't really understand. Like, what's the big deal? You know what I mean? But for people that understand, like, that's a big moment in that round, and it potentially shifted the way that round played out.
For
Probably
sure it
did, right?
For sure it did.
2-1 the scoreline, and W, they go from a position where it looks like they're kind of out of that round completely to now having the lead, to now on their own map choice, maybe being able to force this through to match point.
Yeah, some really good individual plays there, though, over across the board. I mean, Barrett's, then Muscles coming in with those two crucial kills, finding both the 60, the mouse, and then right after the E5. It's really, really important. And yeah, I think the pressure got to Octo there. It could have been played a lot better in that situation. Probably should have been played better as well. If he goes to the A4 window, he has everything to play with. They need to go with 2 on the cap. You can always like slowly peek and kill one of them last moment, or try and reset with HE. There's so many things you can do then. But he kind of allowed the IS4 to get that shot on him, to make him a 2-shot. And then the CS came in, get another one, and that's a positioning issue though. Because he put himself in a situation where he could get hit by the IS4 once, and then he had to run away and got hit by the CS, so he goes down towards the 1-shot, which then gives, of course, the boys from W the advantage, right? And that is a bit of a positional failure in that regard, and that I would say is down to pressure.
I guess it's just one of those things, right? Sometimes when you're when all the eyes are on you, you know, you tend to sort of start to make those mistakes. Like or it is easier to make those mistakes when you're sort of overthinking things, the pressure, and that's kind of what we're talking about, right? When you were sort of mentioning it with regard to the grand final tomorrow, like if you get into that situation tomorrow in the grand final, you can't afford to be allowing that
they're
pressure
so
to
lucky
affect you.
that this is a seeding match. Honestly, it is so. It should like feel blessed that they managed to fluff 2 rounds in a row now. Like that is the worst thing. Like you have the Tundra round that you fluff. You go into a Himmels round where you have an amazing opening, like a really, really solid opening, beautiful stuff. You start 6v7 again, as in Tundra, and you still give it away. That is one time, okay, you know, maybe understandable, but twice?
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. Like everyone has a bad game here and there, but having 2 of them in a row, I mean, starts to become a problem, definitely.
It's also just
like you
bad
said,
for
obviously,
morale.
seeding game, but yeah, exactly. That's more so my point, right? Is because it starts to now impact, like, not only have you had a couple of bad games, you're down 2-1. People are starting to feel like, oh, you know, I'm choking, I'm not playing so good, this and that, and the negative thoughts kind of continue to compound and inevitably,
It's also like
maybe impact the play later on.
atmosphere in the team, you know. Like when they start wondering, like, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you kill that guy? Why did you go there? It depends on how composed they are in these kind of situations. But like we talked about before, this should be the most relaxed match they're gonna play. It does not get. I mean, least important is applicable here, in my opinion, because you don't go out of the tournament if you lose. But that doesn't mean that you want to start losing these kind of rounds, because that is not going to be good for tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. If you're wondering why we've got a little bit of an extended break here, it's because we're swapping servers. So we've gone from EU. We've played 3 rounds on EU now, moving over to US. So again, yeah, maybe that's going to be something that can be an advantage for Burbology. You'd normally expect a team playing on their home server to perform a little bit better, and W obviously up 2-1 right now.
Yeah, they got the passive
done
boost,
so,
plus 10% for being on an American server.
Yeah, well, they've got to they've got a bit more of an uphill climb now, I guess is the point I'm trying to make.
It's really this is actually worrisome for both teams. It's worrisome for Burbo that they're throwing these games that they should be ahead in, and it's really worrisome. I mean, on one hand, W they're really happy that they managed to recover those rounds, right? But on the other hand, they put in themselves in situations where they have to do some crazy miracles to get back in it. It's not that great either. Like you don't want to start every game 6v7 and then have to come back because there's going to be a point at which you don't come back and that you just lose those 2 rounds. And if they did lose those 2 rounds, they would be looking at it, and arguably they should be looking at a 3-0 deficit at the moment in time. In a perfect world, they're down 3-0.
Yeah. I mean, again, like that's another thing to sort of consider going into tomorrow. And certainly something that they want to go and have a bit of a look back at. But as long as they can get through this series, you know, I think that's the other thing to kind of keep in mind. It's like, yeah, maybe it's not working perfectly right now, but if we can just get through it, right, then you've got, you know, the overnight to kind of figure out some of those issues, and you've got time to maybe go over the VODs, go over the replays, and have a bit of a look back and maybe have a bit of a chat as a team and come into tomorrow feeling a little bit better about things.
That's why I said that they should consider themselves lucky to be in the situation where they've already moved on to tomorrow. Because otherwise, if this was a match for like elimination, I think that Burbo would tilt out of control. I mean, I think I would tilt out of control if I managed to outplay my opponent so hard in the beginning and lose the game after.
You're not known for tilting, are you?
Not anymore. I'm more,
not anymore.
I'm
You've grown up?
Old age, man. Old age.
I see. Yeah. Yeah.
I got to think about blood pressure, you know?
Oh, yeah. That'll do it to you. Yeah, look, I mean, I guess at this point, like, what else is there really to say? I guess we can talk about, we've got another half of Himmelsdorf, and then we move on to Murovanka. At the moment, I suppose the other talking point would be that W does have the advantage as far as tiebreaker is concerned, which, you know, right now probably doesn't seem like a big deal.
I don't think we're getting to a tiebreaker with these games. I don't know.
I don't know, man. Some of these seem pretty weird. Like, I wouldn't be super surprised.
Bro, I don't know. I think that Burbo like spirals here. I have that feeling. We'll see though.
Okay.
I really think they need this round to come back into like, okay, relax, you know?
Well, I mean, at the very least, they kind of had a bit of an extended break there, so they can, you know, take their time.
Honestly, the swapping of servers is good for Burbo. It's like a timeout without having a timeout.
Yep. New server, new me. There you go.
I was just rewatching the 1v1, and I can't believe Octo reversed into the Ice 4 shot. He could have just driven past and be healthy.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I mean, it's one of those situations where in that split second, I guess he sort of thought
he's going to pen the cupola of the Ice 4. That's a hard shot with any tank, let alone an Ice 7.
Yeah. Well, anyway, we all saw how it played out, and here we are with a 2-1 scoreline for W heading into the second half of Himmelsdorf. Burbology have gone pretty heavy, but double 50B with a CS63. Don't mind seeing that. W themselves have brought a 50B. I like the double 50B though. I think I'm a big fan of double 50B. I always feel like there's a big threat to be had when you've got two 50Bs
I hate
that can
the
drive around
double
the corner.
50B nowadays. I find it. I mean, we're disagreeing on this. It's completely fine. It's just like so hard. For a lot of teams, they don't find that like it can work beautifully, but you need to find that engagement in which they're actually useful, where they're able to get their clips out and reload and do it again. And it's very hard against like these meaty lineups that they're facing off against the whole time.
It's fair. Let's see how it plays out. Muscles is going to get a lot of info with this scouting run. Very quick up the hill. And the double 50Bs are super quick down the D line as well. What is going on here? I'm not super sure this is going to work out for Burbology. Floppy, I don't know. Like where he's gone on the, he's taken the Great Ocean Road. I don't know if you know what that is. That's an Australian thing.
His HP is still pretty good though. Like for driving.
That's true.
Yeah, he actually got into the side of the IS-7 here. Arguably, this is working out decently for Floppy. Was curious, like where is he going? But it's working out for him. Little unorthodox, gets his 3 shells. Can he get the 4th one as well? It makes it work.
Okay.
It made it completely
Yeah.
work.
I mean, maybe they've like really done the math there, and they've like looked at it and said,
okay.
you know, we know how quickly these guys can drive here, and we know how quickly we can drive here. We can send it and we can make it happen. It still ends up being a 1-for-1. White Rock has gone down for Vova, so one of the 50Bs out of the picture here already. Floppy admittedly did a good job in his 50B, and he's still healthy. He's going to get another clip off, but he's still in a really awkward spot, kind of surrounded by 3 W tanks. So I'm not too sure that he's going to be surviving for too much longer.
Yeah, he's going to trade it out with Barkus, though. Barkus and Floppy just having at it in the 50Bs. Bart there forced back in his mouse because of that E100 squad in the courtyard shooting towards him. And Floppy, though, gets another clip out, and that's that 50B power. He does find the connections, but Octo here on that corner, a little bit too far forward, but not enough support. Frugo needs to shut it down. Team captain, can he find the shot? No, he can! He takes a very large one in return. That means that somebody else will have to pick up the pieces, which is looking like it's going to be Itox, but Itox taking a lot, and he misses as well. So now, yet again, Octo surviving, paying off dividend. Floppy does go down in the meantime, but this time around, Octo paying off his tank at the very least.
Yeah, but the same kind of thing can be said for Frugo, right? I've seen at least get himself one more shot off when he was on 6 HP. Every single shot you can get when you're on 1 shot worth of HP is just absolute gold mine. So...
And the Barkus is in trouble here, I think, in that 50B. Can he get safe? No! Muscles! Good shooting, but it's still anybody's game at this point, though. That's yes in the background, though. Like, that flying potential, W will have to respect it, because he's kind of free to do whatever he wants.
Simber eats a big shot right there. And the 60 TP, once it gets in position, I think is going to be the difference maker here for W. But Muscles is having a great time in that CS63. 3k damage already.
Yeah, and that is that flying potential, right? That CS now, in a game of 5v5, realistically, it becomes a lot more viable to use that CS and the mobility. He can go around any part of the map and really be a nuisance and even find some beautiful shots onto his Frugo.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things that we always sort of talk about when we're saying, like, who can clutch this game out, what's the tank that you want alive when things start to sort of devolve a little bit. And oftentimes it is that medium that can kind of zip around and use the mobility to its advantage, because there's more holes in the defense in this case when it's 4-on-5. So that gives Muscles a lot more room to play, and Burbology, once again, have put themselves in a pretty good position here. E100 trades a lot of HP for that kill. But a kill is a kill, and that's exactly what W needs at this point. Another member down for Burbology as Sember is finished off. But Muscles continues to be a massive thorn in the side. He's like a mosquito right now. He's buzzing around W. He's stinging them.
Bro, he's hit twice on the move as well. You're completely right. Muscles is rolling the boys from W, to be honest.
Has he done enough? Certainly seems that way.
You'd hope so, no, at this point. I mean,
never say never.
I know,
never say never.
Oof, Hannes gets a big one on towards Muscles, drops towards a 1-shot. OP left the cap, though, and that's an important thing to keep in mind here. He left the cap, and he's pushing towards Hannes. Bart down towards a 1-shot. That's another beautiful shot from Muscles. Like, really gaming, though. Like, last game and this game, Muscles has been on form. I think that's fair to say.
Okay. Slow and Steady wins the race right here for Burbology. They are on the attack, to be fair, but they've got plenty of time to play with. E4 shouldn't have too much difficulty getting through the E100, who did just miss a shot. OP Hacker, that could be crucial.
Yeah, but Hannes can't really... You see Chase there on the side? If Hannes goes forward, he takes a shot from Chase. That's why you could see him just not moving. And Itox takes one from Chase. Instead, Hannes tries to get the connection back. But that kind of locks him into that window position, which only really Bart is watching. And Bart has to be careful in the mouse, of course. Muscles, again, beautiful shot from that man, really. Keep saying his name because he keeps doing the big connections. Hannes needs to retaliate here against OP Hacker, but he gets Muscles, actually. Good decision making from Hannes. Gets the 1-shot, Chase missing. That means OP has to pick it up.
Oh, he bounced. He bounced. This actually could be the E100 down for Burbology. If the next shot goes through from W, it should be the next shot. Oh, not quite. 431. Dutch Bart is surviving, but it makes it really difficult for OP to push in now, right? Oh, never mind. He's managed to find that shot straight through onto the mouse, and, well, in a matter of seconds, it goes from being potentially on the cards for W to pretty much over. I just don't see an E100 clutching this one out. Shot goes through. Well done from OP in the end, and Burbology able to equalize at 2 apiece.
Every round, Burbology has such an advantage to this. Like, it gets so close for so many mysterious reasons. Oh, that was something again. Octa surviving there on that corner, like those 2 shots that missed. They lost a lot of HP for that, like a lot.
Yeah.
But then afterwards, in the end there, if Bart hits the shot against OP, like if he shoots earlier, because OP took like a not really fully aimed shot, just shot at the mouse turret and he hit it. But if Bart hit that, and he's been putting out really good damage numbers, Bart, if he hits that, the game's over, because then it's 2v1, and you're not coming back, not on attack.
Yeah, like it sort of comes down to, again, like if you're an individual playing on this team right now, you're looking at yourself and saying, did I bounce one shot? If I would have been able to pen that one shot, that could have been a big difference maker in the grand scheme of things. It really does come down to one shot in this game. And so
the second 50B didn't get as much luck as the first one. He stopped a bit earlier.
No.
He stopped a bit earlier, but it looked so weird where Floppy was going, but he actually found the I7 though. I gotta say, muscles, man. Like,
yeah, that was a bit of a carry performance from Muscles. He was getting a lot of work done as that game did start to devolve, which, to be fair, is kind of what you almost need to be doing. Like, if you're going to bring that CS63, you want to make sure that you're going to get value from it, right? You don't, if you're not expecting to be able to have that kind of ability to play that kind of a game, or at least you don't have the skill to play that kind of a game, then don't bring the CS63. Bring a Superconk, bring an IS-7, bring a mouse, right? These are tanks that are a little bit easier to kind of get value from. But if you bring the CS63, then yeah, this is the kind of game that you need to be able to play, and he did a really great job of it.
I think he did more than value though, with that 5K performance.
Sure. Yeah, and there's no dispute.
I mean, he was hitting everything on the move. Hit 2 shots, driving past windows. It's really good. It's the same kind of people popping up though, in my opinion. Muscles was also really important in the first Himmels game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bart does 5K in this game as well. He was really important in that Himmels game, but for the other team. It's kind of the same people that are really stand out performing for their teams, in my opinion.
Well, here we are moving into Murovanka, so not sure that I necessarily expected us to be at a 2-2 scoreline, especially considering I predicted 4-2. Now we're moving into Mura. I'm not so sure that is necessarily going to be the case. I mean, we were talking about it going into that last game, that maybe the tiebreaker seemed like a far-flung possibility at that point, but now it starts to seem a little bit more realistic.
2-2. I mean, Burbo, I guess they really needed that round. He really, really, really needed that round as a team, because, like we said, okay, it's a seeding match, but losing that many close rounds in a row would be really, really, really bad for them over their confidence for the future, which they're going to need tomorrow. So I'm glad that they won that, but it's like they're seemingly still having a hard time to convert their advantages into clean round wins, Like, none of them are like decisive, even though they could have been.
Yeah, maybe it's the same problem that the APAC teams were having, right? You can set the situation up nicely, but you just don't have the ability to execute upon that. Whether that is individual ability, whether that is team cohesion or calling, obviously we can't necessarily say in a lot of cases. But I mean, they're still doing okay, right? 2-2, it's definitely not too bad. And bearing in mind, they've still got the server advantage going into Murovanka here as well. Like, maybe that makes some sort of a small difference. Let's see how we play things out as we do head into the first round of Muro. And W will be starting off with triple IS-7, double mouse, super conk, and a leopard 1. All right. That's pretty fun.
Leopard 1, okay. Against the CS, the double mouse, the triple I7, and the S-Wing. The Leo 1, yeah, it's an interesting tank pick. Um, Again, I really like the CS, a hard one to make work properly, though.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. But again, it's one of those tanks where you don't pick that tank unless you've got a specific plan for it. So I think we should definitely keep our eye on it. See where it's going to be headed. Looks like there's a large contingent of defensive tanks heading into the town and towards the direction of the forest as well.
Not really a super aggressive opening from either of these two teams, right? Ali is actually spotting with the Leo. That's crazy. I mean, he doesn't have any spotting equipment, though. He will not find any of the I7s, but look at W's.
It's funny that you say he's spotting, because he's not really spotting anything, is he?
No, he doesn't even really have spotting equipment. But look at the amount of W key tanks in that 5 line. I mean, they're hiding behind buildings, but they're waiting for a specific moment to do something, and I'm wondering what it is. What is the trigger here?
Getting farmed a little bit in the middle of the map. I mean, look, he is a mouse, so he's got a bit of HP to spare that he can throw away, but still not sure that he's feeling too happy about how things are proceeding thus far. Again, Burbology, not off to a bad start. Finding that bleed, finding that lead.
But for them, it's okay though. If you think about it, like look at the opening here. They got some free damage on Itox. They're now spotting this force rotation, and let's be real, I think they have adequate numbers here to deal with this. It's a 4v4. They're getting the initial damage. It should be looking still good for Burbo, unless they don't play together.
But they are allowing W to get a lot of positioning here.
I don't like Octo's position.
Over took a shot for free.
You see that?
I don't think he likes it either.
No, but look at this 1i7 and 0 line Octo. It's separated from the group, you know? On the left-hand side, you have OP, Vova, and Floppy, but Octo, where is he going?
Anywhere that he can at this point.
Yeah, but it's going to cost, though. Yeah, that's engine damage as well. Repairs it immediately.
Again.
The Ignite. I don't understand. They had such a good setup, Elfish. Why would he decide to go and separate himself from the team?
Panic, I guess, at the end of the day. That's really all that it comes down to. Hunters is going to be left to deal with Octo, and the rest of the squad will start to transition their way into the town. I think we all know which way rather this engagement is going to go. So it's really what's happening on the other side of the map that ends up being a little bit more important. And you can see on the HB bars, that is definitely not favoring Burbology either. It's a 5-on-7 at this point. Itox talked about him taking damage early on, but said he had HP to spare. He does. He still does in that mouse, and that's the beauty of the tank.
I mean, if December beats Attila here, they have something going for them. They're down only a sliver of HP anymore, but they need to get some guns back into the game.
Well, you would expect that the mouse should beat the Super Conk there. The health advantage is fairly significant.
I mean, you'd hope so
again,
at this point.
Obviously, it is still kind of hanging in the balance, right? W do a pretty good job of keeping their HP in check. That is the end of the Super Conk. But it is a 1-for-1 trade in the end. But again, coming up with the goods. So still a 2-tank advantage. And OP Hacker in that IS-7, he's going to die.
He has nowhere to go. He's getting shots from multiple angles right now, from the south as well. And yeah, that's even going to be Dutch Bart coming for the finish here. Gets it as well. Good, clean kill. That makes it a 6-on-3. Even though the HP is close, recovery is unlikely, to put it that way. Now, oh, actually, as I say that, December gets a cool kill there on towards one of them. Ali and Barkus now in the south together. There is going to be Vova joining them, but he did touch the cap, though, so they do know that there's another tank in this area.
Yeah, I think this Leopard 1 coming in with pretty much full HP is going to start to swing things pretty quickly in the favor of W, you'd think, but good focus fire.
Barkus in Pendo.
The IS-7. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely still winnable for Burbology.
The Leo is throwing.
These shots continue to go through. This is the same thing that we saw with the APAC game, where if Ali was maybe down on that K line, he'd be able to farm for free, but
it's unneeded.
has kind of decided to get up in the face.
It's unneeded on defense to be that close. It's exactly the same as with Brick. There's no need for Ali to come to Barkers. There's no reason for Barkers to go there either. They have the tank advantage. They have the HP advantage. Why are they trying to close out the game that is not 100% money yet? And Muscle's in a little bit of trouble because he has Hannes from the outside, and December there is also in a little bit of trouble because he has no longer Vova in support, who was there for a second, and December is tanking it out like a champion, man. He's bounced a tremendous amount of damage, even gets a good ram on Barkis there, good stuff. He's like really doing a formidable job to try and keep his team in this, but he needs some help.
Bounce. Yeah, I mean, there's only so much that he can do on his own, isn't there? And Vova also, he kind of has to get out of here. Like, yeah, he'll take down Bart, but that's maybe not exactly worth it. It puts them back into the 4v2. Muscles has to try to find a way to flex some of this HP and maybe take some of the focus away from Vova. The real issue, though, is going to be Hannes in that IS-7. Like, yeah, you might be able to play against those 3 tanks down south, but when you've got the flanking angle to deal with as well, it's just a little bit too much to deal with. So Burbology down to just Vova now. It was a good attempt, but not quite good enough in the end.
No, but I think Burbo is like falling to the pressure, even though there shouldn't be too much pressure. You know, that initial setup in the forest, right, where you have that 4v4, Burbology is favored in that, though. When you have that 4v4 situation, they are favored to hold it because they are able to do the initial damage. And Vova takes some back, but they can rotate more tanks towards the forest if they want to. Instead, Octo is going off by himself on zero line. He just dies for free. I mean, it's an individual failure. Sadly, it's twice Octo that we have to mention here because it really is, though, the case. Anyway, it's his name, right? They could have just brought the extra tank that they have into the forest. Like, they could have brought the Skunk of Muscles to the forest and 100% won that fight. So why they decided to run away from it, I am not sure, because we can clearly see December, beautiful job, right? Beautiful,
yeah,
huge. But why they decided to go towards the middle to push towards the church, I don't understand it. Like, it doesn't make sense to me.
Can't win them all. Leopard 1 did actually do a pretty sizable amount of damage there, 4k, more or less.
Still didn't need to close the distance, though. I think that's greed. No,
that's true, for sure. But you can say that the Leopard 1 pick paid off, right? Sometimes you see these... it's not like a super weird pick. Like, it's really not that unorthodox, but I guess I'll say it's an unorthodox pick. It's not super common. And you see that pick and you think, okay, well, why have you picked that as opposed to like something a little bit more standard? If you can do 4k damage with it, then yeah, I think you pretty much can say, well, they got their value out of it. You can't really complain about that. So credit where it's due. W up 3-2 now. Do we have any faith that they're going to be able to close this out 4-2 though, right? That was the prediction pretty much across the board.
At this point, I don't think Burbology will come back in this one. They seem to be a little bit lost. They did win the last Himmels, but that was super tight. This round, again, I think they made not optimal decisions that really cost them in this round. I mean, you know, if Octo runs with his teammates, they have another I7 alive, for example. There's that. It's just, they're making it really hard on themselves. And that's kind of the trend of this match. Burbology making it hard on themselves to close games. And there's a lot for them to be talking about going into tomorrow's games, 100%.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, obviously, if they lose this game now, then in theory, tomorrow's game gets even more difficult, right? So it's kind of a... I don't want to say a must-win. It's not necessarily a must-win, but like, if you can't win this is the same thing I was thinking about this morning with the APAC teams. It's like, if you can't beat the NA teams, right? And if you beat the NA teams, you kind of guarantee that you're going through to tomorrow. Now the situation becomes you have to beat an EU team to be able to go through to tomorrow.
I think this match...
I just don't see it happening.
The way I look at this match, if I was playing, it's like a confidence booster. Like, if you have a good match here, it's a confidence booster going into tomorrow, you know? But so far, sadly, I don't think it's going to be a really confidence booster for either of these two teams, you know?
No, maybe not. But something to look back on, I suppose, at least. And you got to try and take the positives in some way, shape, or form. A 4-2, I think, would be a pretty pretty positive result for W, considering some of the circumstances in this series. But if it does go to a tiebreaker, then yeah, starts to beg the question a little bit. But they are moving on to the attack, right? So W should be feeling pretty confident about being able to close this out 4-2.
You'd expect so at this point, I think. Because W is still on the attack now as well, which is, again, I know I say that, the favorite side, but the way the
We've seen a
games...
lot of Muro today.
Yeah, but the way the games have... the way the games have been going today, it didn't feel like either side really had the advantage, you know? It was really tight.
No steps, no cliff. There was a cliff. That was earlier in the morning, though. Not on the broadcast. Anyway, here's the final round of Muro, and it might also be the final round of this matchup. IS7s across the board for Purpology, 277 as well as a Superconk E5 and CS63. So coming in with the same kind of a mindset. They've got Vova on the CS63 as opposed to Muscle, so that's kind of something to note.
If you could look at the lineups right now, you'd almost like say that W is defending, right, and Purpology is attacking. But that's not the case.
No.
And that's really weird because W is super, super heavy. Like,
But they've liked to play super heavy in this series, right? That's very much in line with the mentality that they've come into a couple of the other rounds. Like, it's not super surprising to me at this point that they would go for a bit of a heavier lineup.
Yeah, and Panu there in the forest has to be careful, of course. He's going to be a bit isolated on the run, on the move, spotted out. He does get the info that the forest is being immediately pressured. He's going to be running away now. And they come the IS-7s. He hasn't seen everything, but he's seen enough to have a pretty good clue what currently is the plan for Purpology, which is forest control and work off of that. And there is that double mouse and 500 Itox. Not having a good time on the mouse in Murovanka. Every time he does it, he's getting punished.
Yeah. Well, it worked out for them actually last round, so let's not count our chickens before they hatch. 2 tanks straight away onto the 1 flag. Was pretty much the expected answer to what Purpology was bringing to the table. You'd expect W to try to take control of the other side of the map, and in fact, they won't even stop. CS63 is going to be found out. Vova is definitely on the way over. There is a little bit of a ridge for Pano to play with right here, so might be able to stay safe from the IS-7 for a moment. Somehow is getting out of there for a long time without taking any damage. But eventually the shots do start to come through. Chase is on the other side of the map as well. This is really devolving into skirmishes all over the place.
Yeah, it's like counterclockwise rotations. The 277s, the IS-7s taking C4. I don't understand it. They've bypassed the mouses? They bypassed... they actually bypassed Itox in the mouse. And I don't know why. Because it's not putting them in a much better situation, if you ask me. Floppy now getting set on fire. He's not going to be ticking down all the way. I think he's going to survive on a sliver of HP. But why would they bypass the mouses, Elfish, on the 4-5 line? They just drove past them.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. It's not quite working out for them at the moment. 1-for-1 trade thus far, though. So still kind of hanging in the balance. Ali in that Superconk is now the focus of attention from Purpology. Lots of big damage down there. Barkiz, though, still quite healthy in his own Superconk. So keep an eye on the Superconks. If they survive late in the game, they can be a really big threat.
And Vova and the CS is kind of holding the outside. And now bypassing the mouses makes a little bit more sense. You can see Bart and Itox, they're currently struggling. They're really struggling to get into the game, as you can see. Because they have to drive. They have to take that long time to actually get a OP hacker with a ram slam dunk on towards that ice going from Ali. Shuts him down. And now, though, Purpology in a 6v5. And Vova just pushes straight onto that mouse, trying to get on the side. You know, the mouse really tall. It struggles with getting gun depression onto that CS. He has to make sure he doesn't die for that. Hannes in a 1v1 as well. It's indeed, like you said, skirmishes all over the map. Barkis wins his. Now Frugo is having to face off against Octo. It feels like everybody is currently in a 1v1.
Oh. Okay, well, Frugo, he kind of needs to pick up the pace here, because if he doesn't, he's inevitably going to find himself in a 2-on-1, though one shot could kill here if Frugo is able to nail it into either the IS-7 or the 277. Octo not really giving him too much room to play with In the meanwhile, the rest of the fights are kind of going the way of W, and you gotta remember, like, they do have a full HP Mouse. There is a nice little pickup, though, for Burbology. They needed to get that kill without losing another tank. But how do they deal with Bart?
They
That's my
don't.
question right now. Obviously, he's a mouse,
I don't see how
but they're on
they
the
do.
attack, so I'm not sure. Does the mouse help you here, though? Like, yeah, it's got a lot of HP.
I mean, he
But-
just drives at December normally. He just keeps driving at December at the I-7. How do you stop him from killing at least one more of your tanks, you know?
Right, I guess in that case, in the meanwhile, it's kind of on to Octo and OP Hacker to find a way to win on the other side of the
They
map.
need to find Hannes
This
or
is-
Itox. Itox had a broken engine. It's back now, so that's going to make his life a bit easier. Right, it's going to be able to rotate. But they have to find Hannes or they have to find Itox. They spotted both of them, so they know where they are. But they can't win off of a 3v2. Bart is going to kill December, and then he's just going to drive towards the cap, you know?
Yeah, he's got so much time to play with as well. That's the one big benefit here for W. If this was down below 2 minutes, then you would probably still be favoring Burbology at this point. But right now, because that mouse has time to rotate, actually W doesn't really need to do anything. They just need to bide their time, play patiently, wait for the mouse to get back into the fight and use that HP.
Yeah, they're really just waiting for Bart at this point. If they can get the misconnection, the miss there from Octo on towards Hannes. Hannes just going for the low roll though from Hannes on towards Octo. If Octo got 563 roll here, that would be funny. He's not gonna find it, but I think I think OP is gonna reload before Hannes gets into this game. That might bring it back here if he can find the gun depression at
Ooh,
least.
good positioning.
Yeah, Hannes rolling back over that hill. OP, you see that Russian heavy, it struggles. And
Oh,
what a shot!
yeah, fantastic.
What a nice shot.
Fantastic. Yeah, that's exactly what you need, right? Individuals to step up. And now OP, yeah, I mean, he can get the trade, sure, but he's in a one-on-one, wants to go for the ram kill maybe there, but didn't quite find the angle. A ram kill would have been nice. He could have turned it into a 1v1 if he then took the shot onto Itox.
Now
down to
it's workable, though.
147.
He needs to find Itox. He has to go for Itox. You don't have a choice. Like, you know, it seems weird, like you're in a 2v1 and you have to make the play. But if he allows them to get to the cap together, then he loses. So if he allows Bart to come too close, he also loses. So he has to find Itox here. Doesn't connect it, though.
Well, luckily for him, a shot did go whizzing over his tank as well. So he's still in the game for now.
Where's Bart?
But in all this meanwhile, exactly, that's the question that's going through your head. Where is the mouse? It is slowly but surely lumbering its way forward. We don't know exactly where it is.
Oh my god, they don't know that he passed. They don't know. They actually don't know. OP Hacker here on the run, on the move. He's gonna dodge them. They may spot him here, but he's already gone. 1 minute left. OP with the play there. Actually bamboozled both of them.
Can they catch him now?
No. If he goes to E3,
No way.
If he goes to E3, he wins. There is no way to catch him. Not in this time.
Oh dear.
Oh, he's not going to A3 though. He's crossing over. That's risky. That is risky. He might get spotted here. Itox is kind of in
Nah,
the
surely
open.
not.
He might get spotted, honestly. There's a lot of trees and bushes in the way on this map though. I think he's going to get across narrowly. I think that was risky.
Oh my word.
There was like a
He's
small gap.
across. At this point, he's across.
Yeah.
That's a huge master stroke. How has he managed to swindle that? Where's the blind fires? You got to be blind firing at this point.
Yeah, we can see now that A3 would have been fine as well, though, right? Like, look at
Yeah.
it. A3 would have been fine. They don't make that.
Damn. That's crazy.
That is actually crazy.
Okay, just make sure you don't drown at this point.
That's crazy ones. I mean, it takes 10 seconds to drown.
Sure. I guess that's fair. Well, 3-3. Like I said, Daki, you can't, expect the unexpected in this matchup, right? I don't think that there was much more of a script that you could have written in that one, to be honest. And here we are with a tiebreaker.
Bart has played so well this match. He's played so well. He's done so much damage and everything. But I think driving straight towards Itox there is a mistake. He should be driving on the top of the dune. So he's the only way OP escapes that is K-line, right? That's the only way. And because Bart just drove straight to Itox, there was this gap, 5-second gap, where OP was able to drive low side and cross over. But if Bart drives 20 meters to the right, He can't do that.
He spots both sides.
He would
yeah.
spot him super
Well-
early and turn his turret and kill him.
I mean, I guess the thing that he's thinking is like, if I don't drive directly at my teammate there, if I don't drive at Itox and he gets killed, I'm not in a position then to trade, and maybe the IS-7 can like somehow run away from me.
Yeah, but you know, because OP bounced the first shot, he was already super close, you know, which means that OP
Mm.
can't really run away anymore. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't really have the opportunity to run. He could play a
Well,
ring around the
OP
Rosie, but that would be hard as well.
That was a huge game from OP, by the way. 5k damage, 4 kills, and he also clutches out the 1v2 to win the game and keep them in the fight for the tiebreaker, which is going to be on Sound River. I am told Herbology is picking the side, and they have chosen defense. The server will be on EU. So we might have a little bit of a break again here while we swap servers. It seems to take a little bit of time.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense. So they get to pick the side, the other team gets to pick the server. It's an interesting dynamic.
What do you think's better in that case? Would you rather pick the side or the server?
Server, I think, actually, for Sun River.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
It depends how comfortable I felt on the map, right? But if I liked playing Sun River
True.
and I got to pick the server, I mean, zero ping gaming. I mean, not zero, but it's more
5.
comfortable. Well, not 5.
What do you get?
20.
I get 5 to Sydney. I'm like on not on World of Tanks, obviously, but on other games, I can get 5 ping. It's pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. You're making me a little jealous.
Yeah. Well, you can come visit.
How much download speed do you have, though?
Don't even. Let's not go there. It starts with a 5, it ends with a 0, and there's nothing in between.
Yikes! I have twice that. Now I feel better again.
Well, I can get 100 down, but
Bro,
it's more expensive, obviously.
yeah,
So.
nah, dude, I can't even get more than this where I live.
Living on a caster salary, you know,
Bro,
can't even do the streamer thing.
I live in between farms, so it doesn't make it that much better.
Doesn't sound like a bad life, to be honest.
Yeah, you imagine having the windows open in summer. You don't know, man.
Moo.
You don't know. It's not even that. It's just the smell.
Oh well.
It could be
You
worse
just
though.
gotta enjoy nature, mate. Like that's all.
Enjoy
it is, right?
nature.
You
Usually,
take a departure from World of Tanks, you know.
Yeah.
Right? Go touch grass.
usually when I go enjoy nature, the police stops me and tells me to put back my clothes on. So I don't know.
Oh god. I think this is starting to get a little bit too far down the rabbit hole. Look, I tell you what. You know, dare I ask for a prediction at this point? Because I feel like
I
there's
don't
not
even
really
know,
much of-
man.
You know,
I don't
it's just a
even
talking
know.
point at this point.
I honestly, this match should have ended 5 rounds ago. That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
It really should.
I mean, look, I'm looking at the time here in Australia. Every time like this goes a little bit longer, I'm like, okay, it's 1:30 now. Okay, it's like 1:45 now. Now it's 2:00 in the
Yeah,
morning.
well.
And we still got a whole nother series to go. So we're going to be struggling by the end of the next series.
No.
But I tell you what, it's good practice for tomorrow, I guess.
You're
'cause
gonna be struggling.
Tomorrow's going to be a big one.
You're gonna be
Yeah,
struggling.
what time's it for you?
Bro, it's
time's
it's
in
6
EU?
o'clock, man.
In the afternoon. Jeez.
Yeah,
Must be
my
nice.
evening is just starting. It's still sunny outside. Good fresh breeze. I don't.
Yep.
I'm feeling quite good.
This is the problem with being from APAC. It's like you're literally just geographically challenged. There's nothing you can do about it.
I've been called challenged before, just not geographically, sadly.
Yeah. So, okay, well, I guess if I want to keep casting World of Tanks Esports, I'm going to be up at 3 a.m. in the morning.
I mean,
So,
you know,
it's what it is.
That's kind of like my sleep schedule, bro. I'm usually awake at 4 or 5 still, so you
Yeah.
could learn from me, man.
Well, I have a partner and a dog, so I tend to try and be a little bit more of a normal human being these days than what I used to be, you know? So,
Yeah, look, you picked both of those, so it's not my issue.
I did.
There's only one person to blame for this.
Yeah.
Okay, so who do we?
The dog.
Yeah, it's all the dog's fault.
He's having a nice sleep right next to me
Yeah.
right here on the floor. Like,
Great life,
if
right?
I could move the camera, I would show you, but I can't,
Great
obviously.
life.
So,
Okay, so who do you pick?
Yeah.
You have to make a prediction.
well, I picked W. I feel like the hard thing is like I don't feel like either team has like necessarily been the better team in this matchup. Like both teams have kind of had their moments. You know what I mean?
I'm willing to
So
follow that. Yeah.
it's kind of hard to really make that call. I felt like Burbology, like initially, I sort of felt like, oh, Burbology's looking a little bit better. Like they're just not quite closing these rounds
But
out.
it didn't close.
But I felt like they were, but I felt like they were getting in better positions. And normally, I'm someone who like if I'm of the train of thought that if you can continually put yourself in the better position, eventually,
No.
you're going to be able to bear fruit from
It
that,
doesn't seem
which
that way.
obviously hasn't really happened. So
I don't think either of
think-
the two teams really deserves the win. I mean, Burbology had a lot of games where they should have won, but closing out your games is also a skill set that you need to possess as a team. If you don't do that, you don't deserve to win, right?
Yes. Yeah. So I think at this point I think I'll stick with W, because like obviously I had W as my initial prediction. They've, for me, been a little bit more clutch, and obviously we're now in a tiebreaker, which is like kind of as clutch as it gets. So I'll stay with W. I think 4-3 for them. But actually what rings true with me is what you said going into that last matchup, that I don't think that this is a match that makes either of these teams feel super confident.
No,
going into
definitely
tomorrow.
not. If
And that's the big takeaway for me.
if you're in either of these two teams, it also depends, like I said, a little bit on how Opoor does against Dopamine. But if Opoor has like a stellar performance against Dopamine after 4-0ing Reject, then you look at your own performance and you're like, okay, well,
Yeah.
if we play like this
So a little bit
tomorrow
monka.
against Opoor, it's not going to be pretty.
No, exactly.
No, but like
So-
this is not a confidence booster for either of these two teams. Although I find it, I
Yeah.
think it's worse for Burbology than it is for WK still. Because they could have won this game 4-0. Arguably should have won it 4-0, but
Well, yeah. I mean, you're getting into semantics at that point. Like, if this, then that. If that, and then this. Like, there's the butterfly effect, man. Like, if they win one round, why does that necessarily mean that the next round's going to go the exact same way? It doesn't. So,
true.
here we go. We get to find out. That's all that really matters at this point. It's time to go on to Sand River. Let's see what we get. That's all I have to say. I have no prediction, really.
I'm gonna stick with W as well. Don't know why. They better not betray my trust.
Yeah. I'm just along for the ride at this point,
The roller coaster.
Like I said, I don't have a dog in this race anymore. Like, if it was an APAC team, yeah, let's go. But, yeah, whatever.
No, I'm already kind of looking forward to see how Opoor does against Dopa, so I can like kind of rank the teams in my head, where I think everybody will end at the end of the day, coming into this tournament.
That is one of the things as well. It's like, it's always hard to have these kinds of conversations when you haven't actually seen every single team play. Like, yeah, you might have seen them in previous tournaments, but what are they looking like today or tomorrow or this weekend? It can always be different.
True. I mean, it's interesting if you think about it, like how deep you can go into mind games here, because we knew it was a seeding match, right? And we also know that Opoor is really the one that decides the seeding at the end of the day because of the result of their match. So how likely is it that they're using their best tactics is not super high. Then again, you want to win though.
True. Yeah. I don't know. It's impossible, really. Like, we're at this point now kind of just talking about like theory crafting, really, because it's impossible to know what the teams are thinking necessarily going into the game without being in the TS with them. So all we can do is watch, and all we can do is see how Sand River goes. And here we are. We're ready to go. It's Burbology, who will be on, let me just check it, defense. Yeah, Burbology on defense, W on the attack. And a couple of BZ75s coming out here for Burbology once again. IS7s, Mouse, Supercomp. Quite a heavy lineup again, alongside that CS63 for Vova. And for W, yeah, again, kind of trending towards a little bit more of a mobile lineup this time, right? The IS7s, the 277s, once they get motoring, they can move around pretty quickly. And of course, you've got the two CS63s as well. Need I say more?
No. In terms of Burbology's lineup, it's it's a bit heavier again because they do have that advantage of being on the defensive side, right? So you can get away with this heavier picks because you don't need to move quite as much. So they're going for a pretty standard opening, although you normally don't see PCs playing, or you see something like 60 DPs. PCs are faster though, but if they're better for the position, not sure.
Yeah, I think each team sort of has their pocket picks or their preferences. One might not necessarily be better than the other. It just depends on how you use it. The BZs, though, like, the thing is, like, if you're on the defense, do you need the BZs? Because you would pick a BZ to get into a position quickly, would be my thought process. Unless they're expecting to have to rotate, because there is quite a heavy defense on that southern side of the map. So, you know, maybe there's something here for Burbology where they've sort of, I don't know, done some research, or they have an inkling that maybe W is going to play towards the southern side of the map, and they're going to have to rotate those tanks down from the north. Maybe that could be an argument as to why you'd want to go for the BZs.
True, but where are they really going to rotate though? Even if you're getting pushed in the south, you're usually leaving something north. So I don't know. Maybe we'll see. We'll see what they do with it at a later point. It's just an interesting pick, I think, for the position. It doesn't have the greatest turret. It doesn't have the greatest hull. It doesn't have the greatest gun. It doesn't have the biggest alpha. You know, so you have to pick it for very specific reasons at that point.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, I guess at the end of the day, all we can do is see what both teams are going to do. This is a lovely spot for Chase to be in. Itox doesn't look too comfortable with pushing further forward now, knowing that the IS-7 is there.
Yeah, there's no reason
Very
for
nice hold down bowl.
Yeah, Chase is pretty hard to get pushed there, but there's going to be a reinforcement coming from the boys of W. You can see Panu is already coming in the CS63, and Ale as well in the 277. He gets spotted out, takes one immediately for his trouble. They're not going to be pressuring up. They know about the second IS-7. They have to go for Chase. They are committed at this point.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're going to bleed a fair bit of HP in doing so, you would think. Ali already copping a couple of shots. Chase, of course, still ready with one left to go. I mean, that's great damage coming through from Burbology initially on that push from W. It does mean, look, Chase is probably a dead man. Ali has to push up and over to help Itox. This is going to be a wet noodle fight, though, if I've ever seen one before.
Yeah, but Ali immediately gets an absolute truckload of damage for that. He's going off towards a one-shot immediately for this, and that is just really, really bad for W. And I think Chase might even find the kill here. I mean, the shielding is coming in from the IS-7 from W, trying to keep him safe. Ooh. And that is going to be huge, actually, coming out the fire as well to save it. A bit of luck.
No. Yeah, unfortunate for Burbology. But look, even still, a lot of damage has been done. Octobear using those rockets to good use. Trying to get around behind Frugo. It's not all lost yet for Burbology. They're down a tank, but the HP advantage is still there for them. To be fair, they came in with more HP, so let's just give them that. But if they can continue to trade effectively, then maybe there is still something in this one. As I say that, though, you know, I kind of continue to see the trades not really looking favorable for Burbology at the moment. OP Hacker in that IS-7 is in a spot of bother, and especially when these two extra tanks start to rotate their way in, then inevitably W is going to push up and over, and OP Hacker's going to be done.
Yeah, but he's getting pressured by Itox there from the outside. Itox has to be really careful with this, though. He doesn't have that much HP. They're going to lose Frugo for this, though. They need to find OP Hacker now, but I think that at this moment in time, the damage that has been dealt by Burbo is not recoverable here for WK.
Yeah. Well, I would probably tend to agree with you at this point. Burbology have done a pretty good job of bringing her back into favor. And you got to remember as well, W are on the attack, so
I mean,
they are the ones with the onus on them to actually make something happen, and that's not a fun prospect when you're going into, you know, a nearly full HP Superconk, quite a healthy mouse, BZ75 quite healthy as well. I don't see the angle for W right now.
No, I'm not seeing it either. To be honest, they are down a lot of HP, 5,000. There's a mastodont in the middle called a mouse that they have to go, like a mammoth. They lose their CS63 of Barkis, who got chased down by Floppy and the BZ. Guess that the rockets were useful for that one. And now they're left with their 4 tanks against the 5 from Burbo with that extra HP. I don't see it. I'm gonna be honest.
Yep. I mean, how do you even get into a position to fire a shot here as Itox or Ali? You're a one-shot, right? You almost always are going to have to trade 1 for 1. And if you do that, then you're dead. So, Herbology, I mean, they surprised us, right? I think we all predicted for W. Some of us more convincingly than others, but it's been Herbology today that have looked. I mean, yeah, hindsight is easy to say that they've looked better. I think generally speaking, they probably did look a little bit better. They were definitely weaker in the clutch moments, definitely weaker in the high pressure moments, but they did get themselves in a little bit better positions for the most part, I would say. And Floppy doesn't quite manage to get the finish there onto Hannes. Would have been a nice one, but either way, that is that. Herbology 4-3 will secure the victory and take first seed in this group.
Yeah, I'll agree with the assessment there. Herbology definitely put themselves in situations where they were up early and failed to close it out, where W had to recover a lot more. Overall, I guess you could say this is deserved. They closed it out on Sun River. They looked solid there.
I feel like I'm having to like pull teeth or draw blood from a stone, getting you to say an NA team beating an EU team is deserved. You're like, I guess it's deserved.
I said it though. At the end of the day,
you did.
I mean, I said
you
that
didn't
much.
sound happy about it.
Oh no, I have a lot of friends on the Burbo team as well, so it doesn't really matter to me that much. You know, I'm a European in disguise. You know?
Yeah. All right. Well, look, I mean, to be fair, there's still a lot to be said about how the rest of these matches are going to go, and we can only really give credit to Herbology. I think, to be fair, you know, like if they're going to watch this back, they're going to go, oh, they're not really like. You know, we're not like really super high on Herbology right now, and I think that is fair.
It is fair,
right? It was not the cleanest of games. Herbology, if they look back at this, they will recognize that fact as well. They'll see it. They'll see some of the mistakes that they made. They'll see that they could have closed this out a lot cleaner than they did, and that's kind of what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to bring a better game tomorrow,
for sure,
to go deep into that grand final, or maybe even to make it all the way to China.
Anyway, I'll agree with that.
Yeah. Look, end of the day, it's not for you or I to decide. I guess it's for them to figure out and see how they're going to go tomorrow. But also, we do want to hear from our analysts. So it's time for us to shout back over to them, and we'll be back with you in a bit.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. And Toxic, we expected W to take the victory 4-2 on Murovanka, but actually something happened. OP managing to run and making the surprise there. And at the end of the day, they're going to take the victory in the tiebreaker on Sun River. So 4-3 victory for them. They are first in their group, and they'll be playing against the loser of the next match we're going to showcase.
I mean, I said it before the match started, you know, that this could be a close one. W has not had a strong showing in their first match, and they tend to shake up sometimes, and Burbo just really showing that they can perform, apart from maybe the last 1 or 2 minutes of the match. You know, we'll just take those ones out of the consideration. But apart from that, they looked really good. They won both their matches, actually, in tiebreaker. So we'll be seeing if they can transform this tomorrow, because tomorrow they will be facing versus either Opoor or Dopamine, as they are advancing in the higher seed to the semifinal.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to come down to the last match of the day, which is either Opoor or Dopamine taking the victory. Talking about that one, we have seen an Opoor team being completely dominant against rejects. Very good today, performing. And from the side of Dopamine, we only know that they had a 4-2 victory against rejects just earlier today. What do you think about this match? Is Opoor actually going to have a very clean sweep like they had against rejects? They're probably better Dopamine than the APAC team, but are they good enough to actually take the victory against Opoor?
I think it depends on what kind of Opoor shows up for this match. Usually we see Opoor very, very dominant, but they sometimes, just very rarely, have a match where they mess up. So if that happens, I think Dopamine has a chance. However, that's a rare occurrence, and if Opoor shows up anything like that in the first match today, I don't think it's going to be close. I think I predicted 4-1 for Opoor, and I'm going to stick with that prediction. I do think Opoor will be the dominant team, maybe not just in the group, but also in the entire tournament. Talking
about a close match, that's just what we witnessed between W and Burbology, and we should probably take a look at the replays between those two teams as we were starting on Tundra. And Burbology was on defense, W on the attack, and Burbology, they had some sort of trap set with some 60 TPs over G1, but W, they were taking their time. They actually found the weaknesses and tried to go over the north, but good rotations from Burbology overall.
I mean, you said W is taking their time. I think they may have taken too much time here because they traded a lot. You see Hannes and Itox on the top of the map having bled all of their HP. And they do have these concentrated HPs here at the A line, but that's not going to really help them because even though they can take some advantage back here, they will be out of positions and they will also be out of HP because a push like this is costly and they don't have HP left here then, and they don't have HP on the other side. And no HP, no bueno.
I think that at the end of the day, W, they were definitely in a better seat against the Burbology in that round, but they were lacking time. You could see that they already had to rush down to try to get the kill, but he's going to be picked up by December with the BZ on the hill. And W there, they were chasing, rushing to get these kills as it was 1 minute left, but OP Hacker and December, both of them being essentially full HP and making it impossible for W to take the victory on that first round. But the second one probably went better for W. It felt good from the side of Burbology with this push because we had the feeling that they had an overmatch and Barkis took a lot of damage here. But first of all, you'll see that Chase is actually going towards G1, which is a mistake. And on top of it, there's the S-Kong. Yes, he's doing some damage, but he's very slow and he's staying very far from the fight.
Yeah, so Burbo had a great opening here. They got Frugo basically for free. I was informed he even wrote in the in-game chat himself that he's a paid actor. But Burbo just a bit hesitant with some of the players, not really having the coherence of pushing together. And also having the S-Kong on the hill rather than the CS is what really allows W to just push the play, because as soon as OP Hacker leaves the hill, he doesn't have shots anymore, and he takes so long to get into the match that even though they have 2.8k HP left here, you know, Floppy and Muscles are free kills, and you're not gonna win a 1 versus 5.
Yeah, definitely. If they had the S-Con committed in the fight and just the CS to get the damage done on the rotation and then joining, it would have gone much better. And then we were jumping on Himmelsdorf. It was 1-1 between these two teams. And we had Burbology with a pretty solid defense, actually countering what W was going for with some aggressive openings, combining the courtyard control with the coverage and also the 1-2 lines push. And W, they had no answers against that. But at the end of the day, it was very close.
Yeah, it was very close, and this is the moment where you can start to notice if players have been in these situations a lot of times and if they are comfortable with playing in them. And Muscles does get the kill here on Barkis, which is really great because it puts Octo in a spot where basically he just has to kill one of the enemy tanks, which will both be one shot, and he's pretty much free. He also can take 3 shots, so that's a very decent scenario to be in. But the nerfs got to him. He lost 2 shots for free, and at that point, you know, it's a 1 versus 2 Euro 1 shot, and the match is just over.
Yeah, I mean, Muscle has been performing great in this match. Very reliable player, hitting his shots when it's needed. But Octo actually not managing to get the clutch done in the 1v2 situation, making few mistakes. It's very costly for his team because they were 2-1 down. But after, when they were on their attack, they had a pretty interesting play with the 50Bs, straight up rushing the banana and actually having White Rock in a bit of a predicament in this position, because I can see Floppy is going to get the full clip done into him and he's actually going to go down. So we expected this trade to go into W's way, but Burbology actually holding strong.
I mean, I don't think it was planned that they want to split up the 50Bs like that.
Yeah.
But at that moment, it really just goes to show that as a team, you have to make the best out of even a bad scenario. And they really did it here. You know, they got White Rock for free, basically. And in the end, even though it was close, they managed to take the victory home. You know, Hacker just outplaying everyone here, really, as we will see once again later on. So great stuff from them, actually closing a game for once to come back to the 2-2.
I mean, he missed an easy shot on the one-shot E4, but afterwards the kill on the mouse was the key to to take the victory on that. And then the teams were tied. We were going on Murovanka, and W actually going aggressive on their defense and making it work. Because Babology, you could see that they were very spread and actually possibly expecting a forest push, but their setup was not correct. And W, they had a pretty easy and convenient round there, just managing to take the kills one by one. First of all, I think it was October in the forest of the zero line, and then the tanks for the mid.
Yeah, I mean, the match did get kind of close in the end again, right? But that was mostly due to some penetration issues on the side of W. I think Chase and his mouse had like 5,000 block damage, which is not something you want to have if you're shooting on a mouse at 100 meters distance. But W did manage to close it in the end and got up to a 3-2.
Yeah, and it's where it became pretty funny because we expected W to take the victory on that round. Because honestly, they played properly. I'd say you can see that the other push is coming from their side of the base one. In return, Burbology once again, I tend to disagree with this. I've mentioned it in the last match on Murovanka. The way to play on this map when you go aggressive for the middle and the forest, when you establish it and the enemy team is not capping anymore, you have to come back over the K line to actually cover those tanks. Because pushing over like W did was the only play they had, and they managed to make it work because those tanks have simply no cover. Flop is gonna drop, the S-Conk is gonna drop, and Babology, yes, they managed to chase Panuka in the CS and take him out, but at what cost? What are they gaining out of it?
I mean, I feel like teams may just have an allergy to the K line. You know, it's the third time today that we saw the K line not being utilized. But then again, OP Hacker, you know, just solo carrying the match here, able to run from these mouses and bring it to a tiebreaker. Where actually, you know, if you look at the HP, even though they managed to, you know, get the K0 position, it doesn't look too great for W.
Yeah, I mean, Babology, they're wanting down, but position-wise, they're making the great rotation to actually take the full control of the mid, taking down Frugo on the way. And you could see W was fully committed over that base one. So Frugo had almost no cover, just that CS of the mid, no tanks left at D2 whatsoever. And you could see after a few minutes, Babology full control, W completely surrounded. They were defending and they were just taking down the tanks remaining from the side of W. Good stuff from them.
Yeah, great stuff from Burbo, you know, showing some nerve here after very, very narrowly not losing the round earlier. They managed to come back and actually win the whole match. And they did even finally manage to close some games. So if they can combine, you know, this early game strength that they showed in the first few matches with the ability to actually close matches, which they showed in the last few matches, you know, they're going to be a great team to look out for tomorrow. But then again, you will have to transfer this versus other teams as well. And I feel like a team like Opoor doesn't make as many mistakes as maybe W does. So Burbology definitely has to step up their game.
And you can see that W, they have some potential, they have great players, but they're probably lacking that experience Opoor has. Opoor has been performing and having so much grand finals played and even won in the past in the World 7 tournaments. But anyway, Toxic. I think now it's probably time for the last match of the day. We're talking about Opoor. This is their last challenge for today. Are they capable of having a clean sweep against Dopamine? Is Dopamine in return capable of surprising us and taking some runs or even the win? We're going to find out shortly. But just before that, we're going to go back to the cast's desk. Kihand, Elfish, and Daki, please take it away.
I'm going to take it as a compliment. I tell you what.
You
look,
sure?
At this point, well, you tell me. Look, Opoor and Dopamine, that's where we're at this point in the day. It's been a long day, you know. It's been a long night for some of us, long morning for others, depending on, you know, which side of the fence you're sitting on. What do you think, though, Daki? I mean, are we likely to have a quick match here? Because everything I'm hearing is kind of leaning me towards... Everyone seems to be saying, yeah, this one, we're probably leaning towards Opoor pretty heavily.
If Opoor wins, they play W, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I think we might see some experimental strategies, potentially.
All right. So it might not be a fast game.
Yeah, I don't know. It depends on Opoor. It depends on their mindset. Depends on if they like really don't care and just go for it. And we're like, okay, if we play against W, we play against W. We don't care.
Mm.
It honestly depends entirely on both teams' mindset. I hope that they're both wanting to win as badly as possible to prove how good they are. But yeah, first time we're seeing Dopa today. You saw them during the night. It's today the first time we're seeing them though. Next is the team captain there. An all around very individually skilled lineup. They're like a lot of really, really good players. So it really depends on how the games go. And compared to Opoor, I think Opoor still has better individual skill. That only gets you so far, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's always a combination at the end of the day of both that individual skill and the tactics.
Well, yeah, I mean, the one thing that I'm kind of hanging up on right now is like, okay, if we go back and look at the previous results from these two teams, Opoor 4-0 rejects. Fair enough. Pretty much straightforward, easy game for them. Didn't look like anything was really much of a contest at all. Rejects actually take 2 rounds off of Dopamine. One on Himmelsdorf, one on Sand River. So I don't know. I mean, I feel like there might be something there. And that was also after Dopamine was off to a 3-0 lead in that matchup. So like that could have also been a 4-0, but it ended up being a 4-2. Maybe I'm reading into it a little bit too much. Maybe I'm not. We've got Mines, Tundra, Muro. So none of those maps that really seem to be a little bit of an issue for Dopamine earlier on today against Rejects, but we'll see. Opoor starting us off on Mines. What I do like about Mines is it can often be a bit of a quicker map. You know, you see some hill rushes, you see lots of tanks getting finished off pretty quick at the start of the round. But will it be any different here today? Let's have a look at the predictions. Everyone's gone the way of Opoor. You guys have all gone 4-1. I've gone 4-2.
I mean, we're giving Dopa some credit, right?
Yep.
Which is fine. It's just I'm curious to see how Opoor and Dopa approach this game. Like, how serious are they playing?
Yeah, I guess that's the question mark, isn't it? We'll be starting off on the US server for the first 3 rounds, and then we'll be over to Europe for the remaining 3. If we need a tiebreaker, we go to Steps. So that is another tantalizing prospect. We haven't seen any Steps today. Haven't seen any Mines either. So I'm kind of looking forward to that.
Cliff, but, you know.
Well, yeah. Cliff at least got played earlier in the APAC NA matches with Bricked and Burbology played Cliff. But yeah, apart from that, we haven't really seen it. It's weird, isn't it? Like, there's been quite a heavy reliance on Tundra, Muro, Himmels. Seems to have been like kind of the core of the map pool.
Yeah, Himmels is usually the most played one. Cliff is one of those maps where initials are super, super, super important. And that's why a lot of teams don't want to do it.
Okay, well, let's jump into the swing of things. Dopamine and Opoor. And wow, a lot of BZ75s there for Opoor. A couple of mouse, 60 TP. It looks like a lineup to me that wants to fight for the hill.
I like Opoor's lineup. I mean, if the 4 BZs, a double mouse, and 63, that's fast. That's really fast.
Yep.
But Dopa is not slow either. I mean, double E5, double I7. But it does show, like, when you look at this lineup from Dopa, you immediately know that they're not going to be, how to say, challenging the hill. The mouse and E4, they don't do it.
And in fact, actually, Opoor have called that as well. Like, you can see that they're just sending Ketsai up the hill. Like, it's not even as if they're fully committing all 4 of those BZ75s. They're expecting to have a fight on the hill. They're kind of aware of this, like, handshake agreement that's almost now developing between these two teams.
And Blur gets a shot there on Ketsai. Ketsai does not retaliate. And yeah, they immediately know that they're not going to go on the hill. They're going straight around the hill, actually. Like, no delay whatsoever. So pretty confident there from Opoor. They're like, okay, they will not challenge the hill. It's brave, though, because sometimes some teams like to, you know, bait with that, but not Opoor. They're going to go straight around the hill with T-Sec leading the charge. Are they all going to activate the rockets behind him? It would be something to see, though. Let's see how fast the 60 DP can go when it has 3 sets of rockets in a...
I'm ready.
Yeah, oh no. Why did we switch?
It's like the NASA program.
Yeah.
Here we go. He looks like he's going pretty quick, but he's actually peeled off. And so it'll be the BZ75s right around the corner, straight into the mouse, which is maybe not the target that you necessarily would want to be taking shots into. And so far, I'm not super sold on this from Opoor. I don't think this has quite gone to plan. Rexar is down very low indeed. BZ75s are kind of stuck in an awkward position. And not a huge amount of damage going into Dopamine just yet. Blur now in that IS-4 is starting to take a pretty big chunk of damage. He's really out in no man's land. Where are the rest of the shots starting to come through from Dopamine, though? There's a big rotation still to be had.
Good shot there from straight.
But Opoor, I mean, Opoor have lost so much HP for this push, though.
Yeah, but they do get blurred, though. It's the first step on the program. Now they need to find PM in that mouse who's trying to 1v1 T-Seg there. So they need to find that mouse. Gotrix is going to come around the outside even to deal with that, to help his buddy T-Seg. But Dopa has done a really good job at doing damage, right?
Yeah, that's another good shot into Ketsai as well. I mean, like, yeah, you've got a 2-tank advantage right now, but you're down a fairly significant amount of HP, and you've got two, well, it depends on who's shooting, right? But you've got 2 tanks that are about down to a 1-shot. So you do need to be pretty careful with how you're juggling the HP here. Piotrix in the BZ75 sends a shot straight into the rock. Not ideal. And again, another shot does go by the wayside. So a lot of bleed happening here for Opoor, and I don't know if they can dig themselves out of this hole, to be honest with you, Daki.
The C5 is a very annoying tank because look at where the cupola is. It's on the left side. It's actually in the good position here to play from. So that leaves the lower hull. DJ there trying to really survive on that 78 HP. He's had Nexus shoot at him in the entire game there from 1-2 line. Of course, the I7 lacks penetration from distance. But yeah, I don't really see it either for Opoor. I don't really see it on how they come back into this one. I mean, Ketsa is even leaving the hill now. We're watching the back, and Nexus does finally find DJ. So a kill going the way of Dopa, which is, you're going to be very happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, the issue is obviously that Opoor is on the attack, right? If they're on the defense and they have 7 on 5, and yeah, they might have a bit of a health disadvantage, I think you can play around that a little bit easier. But when you're on the attack and you're the one that has to be proactive and kind of trying to push the issue, you often obviously have to open yourself up to taking some damage in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, for Opoor, it just looks like they're waiting for Ketsai, though.
Yeah, but how much of a difference does that really make, right? Like, even he is not super healthy. And in fact, Dopamine is going to try and take matters into their own hands. And fair enough at this point, right? They can pretty much just win.
They're allowed to do this.
Forward in that E5.
They have that HP, right? Panzer Fury, they're trying to extend the length of the battle, but that's not going to be happening. I mean, they're running on fumes at this point. 2,000 HP left. Piotrix pushing in as well. Mine's attack is a very, 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 very hard nut to crack for most teams. Especially against a team that kind of know what they were doing. And Dopa had a fairly standard setup, but it does work for them.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it seemed like Opoor sort of knew what circumstances they were getting themselves into, right? You're going to be expecting a mouse to be sitting underneath that hill. You're going to be expecting crossfire shots to come through from the 1-2 line and also from like the J6-7 position. It was, as you say, all very standard. Opoor was well aware of it. They tried to sort of crack the nut, but I just think the initial entry wasn't exactly what they needed it to be with those BZ75s. It didn't really seem like the shots hit their mark, or if they
it all took a little
did. Yeah, it wasn't maybe onto the tanks that they needed. Like, there was one shot that I think that went into the IS-4 and one that went into the mouse, and maybe one that went a bit missing. But at the end of the day, Dopamine up 1-0. Opoor unable to break open the attacking side of Mines.
Yeah, unable to do so, and Dopa is going to be very happy. They get to start it off with a 1-round win. Of course, it is Mines defense. I don't know what the statistics are, but it's far beyond 50%. Between good teams, it's normally should be around 75-25. We've seen teams win on the attack, but it's usually when the defense does something really weird that gives an opening to the attacker. No such thing here. Standard setup from Dopa. It works. The mouse under the hill, the IS-4 on the rock. It takes a while to kill the IS-4. You don't trade that well for it. Then you got to kill the mouse. And by the time you've done that, you can see Nexus on 1-2 line. It really shuts down that rock where the IS-4 is sitting. And it's just a question if it's really worth to push on that rock with double mouse, because you saw they both lost most of their HP for that trade. But they do need to kill the guy at the rock, so it's not that easy for the boys of Opoor to really cover all the angles. But they get to defend now, though.
Yeah, I suppose that's the one takeaway. Take a look at the damage charts here, and I mean, to be expected pretty much across the board there for Dopamine. It's very good stuff, very solid numbers. Everyone kind of contributing, which is what you want to be seeing. You don't really want to be seeing anyone lagging behind too drastically, but everyone was able to have some kind of an input. And here's where things might start to unravel a little bit, right? A couple of shots for the BZ75, only one pen. And that's maybe where that initial issue does start to come in. Like we were talking about, the initial entry, right? If you're going to make that kind of a push, you kind of need it to be pretty explosive with your first set of shots to kind of keep it in play. But ultimately, it wasn't really the case. And yeah, look, it's not a great gun, but
it really isn't.
Sometimes you got to make do with what you've got, right?
Yeah, well, sometimes it don't work out that way. I understand BZ pen ratios. Shooting at a mouse on the move is laughable.
Well, I mean, what are you going to do, right? You're just going to pray.
Yeah, it's like if I hit it, great. If I don't, well, it's kind of what I was expected. Want to see though what Dopa brings on their attack now. You know, we saw Opoor try something, it didn't work out. Dopa, of course, should be pretty ready for this as well. I mean, he should be ready to play any map in the tournament, to be honest.
Yep. Well, it's not like the map pool changes all that much, right? You know, like at the end of the day, how long have people been playing mines in the 7v7 format? How long have people been playing Himmelsdorf, etc.? Right, these maps have been around for, like, dare I say, a decade at this point.
Yeah. You'll still see teams completely permaban some maps, though.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough, right?
Sure.
But the fact of the matter is that any player who is playing in this game that has had any kind of experience in any kind of competitive format will have played on pretty much every single one of these maps in some way, shape, or form.
For sure, 100%. I thought you were going to drop a hot take.
No, yeah. I mean, in a competitive environment as well, like not even just in pubs. Because obviously the game's super different in competitive to pubs. But no, I don't have hot takes, mate. Apart from the fact that APAC is like probably the best region, but
that's not a hot take, that's a dumb take.
I think that we call it copium, right? If we want to be nice and respectful to our co-casters, but
if I said that, I would want you to call me an idiot, all right?
Okay.
Be honest with me. I like it rough.
Well, so far, it has been a little bit rough for Opoor, and we did have our predictions that were leaning in that direction. So at this point, you're kind of hoping for a clean sweep from them, make it a 4-1 if you want to get that final prediction of the night correct. Very fast lineup from Dopamine. Look at this. 5 CS63. So they are going to be blitzing around the map.
They are 3 towards the hill, 2 towards 1-2. They want to punish potentially the I7 crossing over of Ketsai. Let's see if they can find it. Want a few shots coming out there, actually. The other CSs on the hill also stopping to him at Ketsai. But Ketsai is a veteran, and he's not going to continue going. He's just going to stop where you see him right now, and somewhere in between. But since the rework, there's a hold-on area there, so he's just chilling. He will not move. He'll just wait until he gets despotted, and then at some point actually move over towards the island. But I like the idea, though, from the boys from Dopa. I like the idea. There could have been a lot of punish coming out of that. They get some, not the greatest amount, I'd say.
Yeah, but they've got good map control here as well, having taken control of the hill. It is a small map, to be fair, so how impactful is the map control itself? To look for these angles. But yeah, I'm inclined to say that I'm quite hopeful that this actually works out for Dopamine, because I think it's if it does work, it's like a fun game. Do you know what I mean? CS63s, lots of them. It's going to be exciting to watch if they can make this work.
It's looking really rough for them, though.
So far, it's not.
I mean, there's this initial punishment that we had from Dopa towards Opoor, and afterwards it's all just Dopa taking hits. You know, the CS is leaving 1-2 taking hits, the CS is on the hill taking hits, and now they're left in this scenario there. Okay, the 1-2 pressure didn't really work, what is next? What is our fallback plan?
I'm not sure that there really is, you know, like, what are you going to do with your CSs? Run down the 8-9 line? Like, I don't see that working. Spirit just gets blown up.
Outplayed.
Apparently 1 CS is better than 5.
Yeah. We should get a 1 CS equals 5 dopamine CSs. You said that,
Yep.
not me. That's a hot take.
Hey, is what it is. Also, bring back the Minds boost. There, that's a hot take. How about that one for you?
I'd like that, but yeah. They took away my climbs. Now the CS
Yeah.
is marching down the 8 line, though. Well, 9 line. On road to.
Well, nowhere. This is what I was saying. It's like, okay, what is your option? There aren't that many avenues of attack on Mines. You can push mid, you can push the left side, or you can push the right side. They decided to push the right side. They pushed the 8-9 line, but you're always going to have tanks set up to deal with that. This E5 obviously deletes the first CS63, and now what do these two CS63s do? Once you get to that rock, you can't push forward, because if you do, you're pushing into a big crossfire. You can't push backwards, because then you have to cross again and take even more damage for free. So yeah, you try to push, you try to take down this E5, but ultimately you aren't really in a winning position here as Dopamine in these two CS63s, and they are finding that out pretty quickly. They kind of ran out of options. They had to make something happen. They had to try to do something. They did try to do something. It didn't work. That's the end of story.
At least they tried something. If anything, you can look at this
I
match
respect it.
as a training match, you know? A better training, because it really matters. I mean, really matters, but you know what I mean.
Match practice.
Yeah, match practice. So they tried something, and I think they realized as well that, okay, we can punish the I7 crossing, but we can't do much more than that, because he can just stop. So that doesn't work. So you have to think of something else. In theory, it sounds great. You know, if the I7 is not very intelligent, he keeps going, he gets stabbed from the hill times 3, is basically dead. In reality, less so.
Well, it's just Nexus. What's he up to? Just chilling at the back of the map.
It's the endgame damage, mate. Eco frags.
Gotta get those stats going.
Pushing Fizz DPG in tournament. Yeah, I think Ketsa is gonna arrive here in a second to shut down the deal, and mine's kind of going in a very expected way.
Yeah, I think 1-1's quite predictable on Mines, and fairly convincing 1-1 as well. Like, it's not even as if either of those rounds were really very close. It was pretty much the attacking side, like, you know, trying to do something, but not really being able to get anything done. That's why I said, like, bring back the climb. That gave a lot of room for the attackers to work. Might have been a bit OP, but hey, at least you had an avenue of attack that was actually reliable.
Bro, if I could do it, I put back the boost immediately. I had a lot of fun on there.
Yeah. Well, here is a fairly sad story for Dopamine, actually. A couple of the CSs don't even get into the thousands. But it's to be expected, I suppose, when you bring a lineup like that. If you don't make the initial fight work, then
They were really
probably you're up the creek without a paddle.
They were really counting on doing a lot more damage on Ketsa in the beginning. They didn't get that because he stopped. Smart. Sometimes the best thing is to stop. And after that, it was pretty easy cruising. I mean, you saw the CSs get punished left, right, and center for leaving the positions. And then even more so when, I mean, Rishak somehow owns Spirit in the 1v1. The Spirit got a little bit greedy, tried to re-peek into that.
Yeah.
Wouldn't do it myself, but okay, I definitely would re-peek, but we don't talk about that.
Well, we're moving on to Tundra, which is Dopamine's pick. So I guess going 1-1 on your opponent's map is not a bad shout when you do move into your own map pick for map 2 and 3. And I think they can feel reasonably confident after the first game there on Mines. They look pretty good in it. It seems like they can compete in this series. Just wonder if, you know, is it going to be one of those situations where the same as last game, we were like, oh, you know, this, we expect one team to win, but just sort of ends up being like 1-1, 1-1, 1-1. Oh, we're at the tiebreaker. Like, I've been there. I've done that. A lot of the, like, I feel like Water Tanks especially is one of those games that almost lends itself to going to tiebreakers a lot more than others do.
Sure. Because usually you expect defense wins. Because it's shooting wise, you know, take positions and you shoot. However, between these two, I don't think we're going to get there.
Yeah.
One way or another, I don't think we're going to get to tiebreaker. Just that gut feeling. Tundra might be the difference maker for that. I've seen some dopamine Tundra. I was not too impressed.
Okay. Well, they did manage to 2-0 rejects on Tundra earlier this morning. I don't know if that fills you with much confidence.
Doesn't really change my opinion. I don't know if that's mean.
I'm not surprised. Yeah. Well, I guess that'll be the big talking point heading into our second map. I mean, this is the final series of the day. But for those of you that are, maybe you've just tuned in and you want to see more, well, you can come back tomorrow. It's going to be another 3 games tomorrow. All of them, I believe, are best of 9s. So that's a little bit of a shake-up.
Yeah, best of 9 can be a long match.
Oh, it can be. Man, I don't know how we used to get through 4 best of 9s in a day.
Easily.
Nah.
Just build different, mate.
I guess so. Well, let's see who's built different on Tundra as we do head into map 2. Lots of VZ55s coming out here for Opoor. Minotaur as well.
Pretty similar to what they played before. If not exactly the same. Dopa, though, has relatively mobile lineup as well. The double 277, IS7, double S-Fuel, CS, 60p. They're not really going to be locked in one place. But I don't think there's really a difference in Opoor's lineup from what they had before. So going for those VZs again, you may as well recycle at this point.
All right, let's have a look and see how this one does play out. 2 VZ55s toward the north side, 2 towards the south side for Opoor. Or at least in the middle. They stop, they don't continue to go south. But speaking of, Dopamine very much headed in that direction, and it's quite evident that the 2 flag is where their interest lies.
Yeah, especially because they have 5 tanks going there right now. I mean, a lot of them have been spotted yet, but I think Tisek and Piotrek are already pretty aware. They're already starting to move. Good shot there, though, from Orchak and Damino. Taps that 277 once, just holding the angle. I don't think Dark Ninja and Paddington are going to be finding too much against that Minotaur and hold down unless they're able to pixel snipe the Cupola. Let's be realistic, that it's 1 out of every maybe 10 shells. You don't see it happening.
Doesn't seem like an even trade. Slow and steady wins the race for Dopamine. Haven't opted to push too hard onto that 2 flag. Now the IS-7 does cross. It's Nexus who will start the cap pressure. Only 1 tank on the cap, though, isn't really going to cause too many problems for Opoor, you'd think.
Well, not at this moment in time, but I like what Dopa is doing, though. They're, putting that 1 man in the cap, and that's really just it. Everybody else is just covering him. It's not like an overcommitment. They want Opoor to make a reaction based upon this, punish it hard, and make a move after. See that by the positions that they're currently holding, they're still pretty spread across the map. Good shot there from Paddington onto us. Mino actually connecting. You might actually see Piotr try to cross over here. Gets out with a 60p. Starting to move up as well, together with Panzer Fury. Tisek in following them as well.
Well, off we go. Piotrix indeed will try to cross. Has only taken 1 shot worth of damage in that meanwhile. He'll be able to look for some resets if he needs to, but looks like the rest of that push coming through from Opoor might be more than enough for that job. Nexus is now in a bit of a spot of bother. He's starting to get encroached upon by multiple members. Needs some help from his teammates. Is starting to get it, but trades are looking really damn good right now for Opoor. Dark Ninja down to a 1 shot. He is a stone's throw away from death, and eventually will get finished off by Orchak. Nexus on the run now as well in that IS-7, but he may well get chased down by Rexar, who does have more than enough damage in that clip to finish him off. Ketsai does not hit the shot in the 60 TP, so it will require both the VZ55 shells, but end of the day, Opoor 2 tank advantage. HP this time, well and truly favoring them. Should not be a way back into this one for Dopamine.
Yeah, no, really, and it's really weird that Dark Ninja is the one to fall first there, if you think about it. Like, he was in a pretty safe position, and he's the one to fall first, and Nexus gets pushed upon. is understandable. The cover fire really actually wasn't there at the end of the day. Very simple under and one line move, shutting down numerous tanks of dopamine. Bit an oversight in their offense. They shouldn't really be getting caught by that, and as a result, though, they're within fighting distance, but that is not going to get smaller anytime soon. I mean, Spirit may find DJ here in the CS63, but that is not going to be enough to bring his team back into this one. As Dopamine on Tundra attack had an idea, had a thought, but the execution a little lackluster.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, sometimes it do be like that. Just a matter of time before Spirit is finished off. Damage Engine as well should make it easy to chase him down. But I think you're at that point in the game where there's no real point in running anymore. Opoor are going to be taking the lead. It'll be a 2-1. So a couple of rounds in a row for them now. Starting to mount a bit of that pressure onto Dopamine. Not to mention defensive side win on Tundra. Always a nice pickup. Piotrix has an interesting way of celebrating the win. But yeah, I mean, are we on the cards for a 3-1 now, right? They're moving on to the attacking side of Tundra. You're feeling good.
We're really on the lookout for a possible 3-1 coming out of Tundra. I thought the idea behind the attack was interesting, but the punishment wasn't there.
Yeah, I mean, look, to me, it looked like Dopamine kind of got the situation that they wanted, right? They get the IS-7 on the count. They get Opoor having to obviously push in to try to get the resets. Where are they going to try to get the resets from? Probably through the river.
Yeah, but there was just no punishment. Katsai and I don't remember who it was.
Well, that's it.
Katsai and Piotrix, I think. Yeah, but like, how does Dark to 0 in this game? He was in a way safer position, but he was the first one to fall. That is already a question. But the Opoor move, I mean, if you and I can predict it, then so can Dopamine. There should have been a lot, like a reaction. Okay, once they started repushing the river, we do this and we shut it down. There was no such thing. Nexus just had nowhere to go anymore. If he goes left, he drives into a VZ and a Mino and he dies. If he goes right, he drives into a 60 TP and a VZ and he dies. So for Dopa, the crossfire angles, the reaction, it wasn't there. Like the initial move was there, and I think it was all right. But the follow-up, there has to be a follow-up.
Unfortunately, there was not.
Yeah, that is an issue.
So I think we're at the point now where we're actually wondering what's the follow-up going to be here from Opoor, right? Because the follow-up for them, if they can win this, is 3 rounds in a row. Sure, they stumbled a little bit on the attacking side of Mines, but that's kind of to be expected. So you can push that by the wayside. You win 3 in a row. You're on match point. You know, you're on your way to a 4-1. Like, and it's kind of weird to be saying that at a 2-1 scoreline, but kind of feels like that's
natural progression. Right? That's kind of what the expected conclusion is. But yeah, dude, I think Rejects would have won that Mines defense. You know what I mean? I think they would have also won that.
You reckon?
Yeah.
You're a fan of APAC?
Yeah, big fan.
I respect it.
Yeah,
I respect it. I think APAC's pretty good too.
Yeah, not the best, but they're up there.
Yeah, but they're pretty good.
They're definitely in the top 5 of World of Tanks regions.
Out of 3.
I mean, it depends on which ones you include.
Depends which ones you ask. Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, depends on how, like, you know, if you start separating.
How generous are you being? Yeah.
I mean, top 5 is top 5, right?
Top 5's top 5. Top 5's pretty good.
Yeah.
Daki, I reckon you're probably a top 5 caster on this broadcast as well. So there you go.
Thanks. I appreciate it. I reckon you're somewhere in that range as well.
Yeah.
Right behind me.
We're pretty good.
Right behind
pretty good.
me, actually.
Actually, we might be top 5 casters in World of Tanks in the world, to be honest, at this point.
Even Kihan would make it into the top 5.
He's pretty good, you know? If you're in the top 5, you're pretty good as far as I'm concerned.
It's huge.
So
we all miss him so dearly. I mean, not me, not him, but other people miss him dearly. I mean, Insane definitely missed him because he already introduced you as Kihan. That's how much he misses Kihan. It's unbelievable.
I must not be living up to the hype. Or maybe I am living up to the hype. Maybe I'm just like that good.
Maybe it's just so natural that he thinks you're Kihan because it's so used to it.
Wait, where is Kihan from? What accents he got?
Germany.
German.
Yeah.
See, I'm basically the same guy.
Yeah, you sound 100% the same. You also make bad map guides by any chance for all the things?
No, I haven't got the time actually for that.
Thank God.
Too busy.
Thank God. We already have Gihan doing them. It's fine. We don't
Yeah.
need more.
Right.
We will see. I do agree. What do we get after Tundra? What do we get after Tundra?
Proc, I believe. Top of my head. No, Muro.
Muro.
Proc was the ban.
Hey, who's Who's attacking the Muro?
Opoor.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
3-1.
4-1.
3-1. 4-1. Books close. We go tomorrow. That is.
Oh, you know what's happening right now?
They're switching
I forgot,
service.
We're switching service.
Yeah, that's why. That's why people are listening to us having the bands made. We're gonna go
into podcast mode.
Yeah, we're going to Bondi Beach later.
Guys, what I want to know, if you're watching, if Daki and I started a podcast, it could be about anything. What would it be about? It doesn't have to be about World of Tanks. What would you want the podcast to be about? Would you listen to it? That's what I want to hear from the people.
What would we talk about?
I don't know, anything, man. What's your favorite, like, what do you like to do that's not World of Tanks, you know? Because I feel like the only thing I really know about you is World of Tanks.
Yeah, I like to play World of Tanks. Is there a problem with that?
Wow.
I eat, sleep, play World of Tanks, repeat.
Okay.
True World
What's
of
your
Tanks gamer.
beard care routine? You got a beard care routine? Do you like use beard oil? Or?
Bro, I use some beard oil and then I go to my
Just let
Turkish
it
barber
grow.
and I get him to give me a massage, you know?
That's good. I still don't do the beard, man. I got the...
Dude, if you want
I'm
to,
the
I
clean-shaven
can just
man.
cut it off and just, like, you stick it on and you pretend.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think they did that in Jackass one time.
we could probably make
Gross,
that
though.
work, though. If you wanted to. I mean... I can't imagine you with a beard now. I could imagine you with a goatee, though. You know, like just...
I could send you a picture after. Because I did... Okay, so obviously when, you know, we were during COVID, right? Like, what am I going to do? I'm just going to grow a beard. I grew my hair out, grew a beard out. Looked pretty bad, but, you know, no one had to see it.
At least
So it
you're
was
very
fine.
honest about it. I like it.
Yeah.
So-
Well, why do you think I keep the clean-shaven look, right? Because I think that's where I look better. If I looked better in the beard, you'd see me in the beard. So obviously, process of elimination, the beard did not look very, very good. Yeah, but
this
it
is
was
an
fun.
educated man,
yeah.
just like Ian.
Actually, I do have a bachelor's degree in film. So yeah, I would like to consider myself a bit of an
Wait, you want to
intellectual.
make a
Thank you very
homemade movie together?
much. Okay.
Dude, about
Let's
World
talk
of
about World
Tanks.
of Tanks again.
About World of
Yeah.
Dude, why do you have to take it in such a bad way? Whenever I say something in this, people always take it in the worst possible way. I don't know why. Is it me? Am I the problem?
You know, yeah, you are the problem. Actually, that's the thing. We all know you, and you are the problem.
You know, I'll
So-
take that. It's fine. I don't mind being the problem. You could be the solution, though.
I could be, absolutely. I could probably save you, but I won't. Okay, I've got better things to do, like cast World of Tanks
True. On Tundra.
on Tundra. Tundra? Tundra.
Tundra. It's potato,
Mate,
potato.
If you're going to cast with me, you have to speak Australian. I don't understand any
Australian.
other language.
Oh my god. You, in some ways, you remind me a lot for like Uber.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, that's funny that he's also Australian.
and
Actually, we used to cast together. Do you know that?
Yeah, I think I remember. Yeah, unbelievable.
Yeah. Good times. What a throwback.
He won't get old. He has kids now. 2.
A kid.
No, 2.
2?
2. Yeah,
No,
recently. Last
Oh.
few months.
I'm not keeping up with it, apparently.
Oh my! It's his picture that is posted real.
Yes, it is.
Bro, you'd fit right in with a Harley Davidson club, you know. But
Absolutely.
you'd have to gain some weight, though. I like it,
That's
though.
not
I
so
like
easy.
it.
It's not so easy for me.
I like
Not
it.
so easy for me. Anyway, look, let's get back to the tanks. Yeah, you can show it on stream if you want. I don't mind. Someone can rustle that up for tomorrow. Anyway, dopamine. Lots of 60 TPs. They love the 60 TPs. BZ75, E5 didn't catch the rest. We're into the game. That's fine. 60 TPs on the other side as well for Opoor, who are on the attack.
What team's
And off
pretty
we go.
heavy? Dopa margin more, though. Really a lot of VZs from Opoor, though. I still don't know if I'm like really a fan. Like the VZ in the 77 format, I feel like it struggles a lot. Because of that low DPM, doesn't have that much HP, you know? I don't know if I'm convinced about it, personally.
Yeah, I think it's the kind of tank that when it works, it looks really good. But when it doesn't work, you're kind of just like, well, probably would have preferred like a Super Conk or a 277 or an IS7 or something, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it's,
If the gun
if
doesn't
you
work.
can use it really well, like, and if you blow up a tank or two, you're like, wow, that was sick. But otherwise, it's just like, like it's kind of like, it's okay, but it doesn't really excel at anything.
I mean, it worked for them against redirects because they were able to find those isolated tanks. But that does mean you have to find somebody that's isolated and be able to pick them up, which is not always that easy because good teams will always make sure that they're, or when I say great teams always make sure that they have their lines of crossfire, that they're able to support each other to where you can't just find somebody that's like left by himself and pick him off with 2 VZs.
Buddy system, yeah?
Yeah, we saw that when the double bat shots from the APAC teams tried to push, you know.
Yeah, well, that's not the kind of buddy system that we were looking for, actually.
I mean, it's still better to die with a friend than alone, I guess.
True. Wouldn't want to be lonely. All right, well, I mean, not a whole lot has actually happened so far in the first couple of minutes of this game.
Stop reminding us of dark times, Jesus. Spirits pushes up, that is... Why?
Oh.
I have one question. Why?
Well, he decided he wanted to die alone, actually. You know,
There's just no need for that.
in keeping with our conversation about dying with a friend. He doesn't even have a friend there. So
I mean, Blur just watched it. I just don't understand
Yeah.
what he would gain from going there at this moment in time. He knows they're in the south. Mino is not even a good tank on that rock because of that non-fully traversable turret, you know? It makes it a bit awkward to play. If somebody comes on your other side, you have to, like, back off, then turn around. You know what I mean? Like, it's not really the kind of tank that plays well there anyways. But Opoor here, I talked about isolated tanks that the VZs can bounce upon. Currently, Dark Ninja seems very lonely.
yeah. And with 3 VZ55s headed in his direction, he might not be long for this world, although he may be able to survive depending on the rolls. Doesn't look too good in that department, although in the end, 133 HP right on the back there. So, hey, I mean, this is close, but not good enough just yet from Opoor. In the end, the IS-7 snakes a shot through, Dark is down, and that is the first tank out of the fight for Dopamine. Arguably, Spirit is kind of out of the fight as well, but at least he's still a gun in the game. Another dump over the VZ55s. This is where they really do their best work, isn't it, right? We were talking about it. What's the win condition for the VZ55? It's wolf packing around, isolating tanks, and when it looks good, it looks pretty good. And this is looking quite nice for Opoor at the moment.
I mean, it's disgusting when you get those triple VZs to actually unload onto one tank. It's hit or miss if they're gonna, you know, 3-clip him, right? On Dark, it wasn't the case, but now those VZs start to be pretty good, you know? Like, they're just clipping and clipping and clipping, and then they are tremendous tanks that deal huge amounts of damage if they're able to get the time to do so. And I said they wouldn't find isolated tanks, but they did at one point find that singular guy. The spot was late, nobody to really cover Dark, and got bounced upon by the VZs. They already were down a Mino at that point, basically, as well, because Spirit made a misplay. And yeah, it's just a snowball effect, right?
Well, I mean, the thing is, it gets easier to find those isolated tanks. Once you've isolated one, it means that the rest of the tanks are, well, probably... they've got less friends, right? And then you take 2 out of the picture. Then now there's even a bigger hole in the defense and a bigger hole in the defense. And as you say, it snowballs from there. So fighting that first one and getting that first one cleanly is actually the kind of the key if you're going to go for that kind of a play. And obviously, Opoor, they did that and they had that in spades. And now the scoreline is 3-1. And that is bad news for Dopamine, who will be moving into Muro and starting on the defense next. So, yeah, I mean, 4-1. The possibility is definitely there for that one to be on the cards right here. A rough start to the series for Opoor, but apart from that, it's been quite a clean series so far.
I'm really, you know, kudos to Opoor. They're taking it very serious by the looks of things. Playing it like they normally would. They finding the engagements they need. They realized the gap in the defense that Dopa left. There was a gap in the defense, and they exploited that to the max. Even without the Mino of Spirit losing all of his HP, the gap would still be there. That is not what created the gap.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the gap was just the fact that he was there on his own, right? And you actually often do sort of see a couple of members, usually in that little town, I guess, if that's what you want to call it. But that was not the setup for Dopamine, and so that was taken advantage of pretty quickly. Yeah, and 9 out of 9 shots penned. Very good stuff from the VZ55. And the numbers just not quite being put up there, unfortunately, for Dopamine. So, got to be feeling a little bit disappointed by how things are going tonight. I mean, you know, this ties into the conversation we were having earlier as well. We were saying, like, well, does Opoor actually want to win this necessarily? Because it would mean that they will play against W. Well, it seems like they don't care. Because they're kind of clearing house.
It does look like they're both playing pretty standard at the very least. So they both probably are trying to win, but I don't think they're revealing anything they've had in their back pockets in terms of strats, right? Opoor played the same defense on Tundra. They played the same attack on Tundra. They didn't change their lineups. They didn't really change their openings. They just did the same thing, and that's fine. Like, you're recycling what you've used before, completely fine in a match like this. I mean, it's completely different than picking, 7 Irish 7 Panzer wagons and trying to YOLO through the middle.
True. Yeah, a little bit more thinking required. Dopamine, I've got a lot of thinking to do here, headed on to Murovanka. I mean, defensive side victory is going to be required. Not the easiest of tasks, of course. Have we even seen a defensive win today? I'm sure we have. Would have been probably against Bricked. Maybe I'm mistaken. Either way, doesn't really matter at this point in time. It's time for us to head on to Muro and hope for the best for Dopamine. But yeah, I have to say, I'm kind of getting the sense that Opoor is going to kind of run through the rest of this series. But not only the rest of this series, but actually also the rest of this tournament. Like, they are clearly looking like the strongest team
So far, yeah.
which is, yeah, you know, what you had led me to believe anyway. But
I mean,
like,
that's the
they're also
takeaway from today,
displaying
right?
that. Yeah.
I mean, arguably they have the easier opponents, though. If you want to look at it that way. But still.
Yeah. I guess that's fair.
I mean, depends. I mean, I think that they have the easier APAC opponents.
Yeah,
Between the
I would
NA
say so.
teams, you could say Burba and Dopa favor Burbo slightly. But still, they're looking really just solid, like all around gaming.
Indeed, they are. And here we go into what could potentially be the final round. Dopamine is going to be hoping that they can avoid that possibility. They got a single bat chat with a CS63. Meanwhile, just a single bat chat for Opoor. So a little bit more on the external sides of the maps for Dopamine than what there is for Opoor. But I think that's going to be okay. Opoor will really try to have all of their eggs in one basket, probably over toward the one flag. Once again, hefty push into the forest from Dopamine on the defense.
We see this a lot, right, on the defensive Muro. Some aggression towards the forest. Not all as successful, but here they will find not very much. I mean, Spirit is taking a lot of ground rather quickly, but he has to be careful though, because there is a bit of a trap on the A line, which is Opoor adjusting and leaving an Eskunk and a bad shot there. Now that is going to be really hard for anybody to dig out.
Well, Orchek is just going to move back away from the one flag for the moment. No real heavy commitment being made by Opoor just yet. I'm just waiting to see if Dopamine's going to give them anything. And to be fair, that might not be the worst of shouts considering what happened on Tundra.
I agree, but Opoor are very slow here though. Like super, super slow. I'm a bit worried because they did give Dopamine the entire map in returns for this. So they will somehow have to either be able to push through or start the cap. It's not going to be that easy.
A little bit of bleed there going back and forth. Ketsai taking one shot for the one in response onto Dark. Yeah, I mean, actually, I would almost argue this has been the slowest round of the day so far. It's really just jostling for position, kind of feeling each other out.
Ooh, DJ, though, in a bit of trouble in the middle of the map there. And that mouse taking damage. Not sure which angles are shots on him, but like it's really looking rough for Opoor right now.
Definitely. And it doesn't look like DJ has like been able to get safer. Oh, okay. Definitely hasn't. So yeah, you're essentially playing a 6-on-7 now. So what's the response from Opoor? Piotrix in the bat chat is trying to work his way along the coastline. They're going to try and take a bit of control back away from the forest, but it's probably a bit too late at this point, having already lost a tank.
I mean, they do get away unscathed, though. Completely.
Yeah, which is, well, exactly what you want when you're on the defense.
I sent the repressure the forest, though. If they could find an engagement here before the rest of the team arrives, they could find something. But you can see the rotation across the F line, right? You see the double IS-7 coming in for the side of Dopa. The moment that they arrive, this fight becomes increasingly hard, in my opinion, and increasingly hard to win as well. Dark now getting spotted out as well. Orchek is backing off a little bit. Rishek is backing off as well, or trying to back off. They can't continue running. I mean, they're still attacking.
We've got 4 minutes, so there's a bit of time there available, but yeah, I mean, it kind of felt like a bit of a nothing attack so far from them before. Like, everything that they've done, they haven't really like committed to necessarily, and it's ultimately resulted in like a bit of bleed and and then a tank going down. But what have they achieved for all of that? Like, they haven't got really much map control. They haven't got any cap pressure. They haven't really even done any damage to Dopamine. Like, it's like kind of like they haven't really done anything on this attack so far.
No, the attack has been pretty useless. I can already tell you, by the way, if you want a funny note, that DJ got ammo racked.
Yeah, I thought so, because he was on like 1k HP.
Here comes the repush, though. Piotrix facing off against Spirit. He's going to be winning that 1v1. It's not all over here, as we can see. Piotrix is going to be finishing off Spirit now. He's going to be on a full reload, but he does have that S-Kunk in support who will be chewing true CSs, but in return, though, they're losing T-Sec in that big IS-7. He may be able to get Nexus before that, though, but that is a question as well. Big AHC there from Rishek on towards the side of Ferret in the CS. They do lose T-Sec as expected, but the HP has actually completely evened out between these two again. But now we can see 3 repush on the 3 line. The S-Kunk there, forward by himself, is going to get pushed upon by the E5, by the S-Kunk. Nobody really to support for that.
Yeah, Ferret's going to go down in a matter of seconds. Pan's Fury in that Super Conk, full HP as well. Sniping from the Lighthouse position. Okay. Interesting to see how the rest of this one does play out. You really have to see Pan's Fury in that Super Conk being able to get involved in this fight, right? You can't play the sniper role anymore when you're the tank that has the HP to play with. He has to kind of get involved and is doing a good job of that already. He's pushing his way forward.
He has to do that at this point, right? Like you said, he
2 minutes.
He can no longer beat a sniper tank here because he only has 2 minutes. He's now going to be readjusting to try and take E1 in the S-Kung. So they will probably try Opoor at this moment in time to play over the cap, to play from that position on. Because he catches readjusting in the cap as well. I like what he's doing here. He's going to get himself in a rather cool position against this S-Kung of PM. I don't think PM expected this, but it's going to be an easy farm for Ketsai.
That said, I am still a little bit concerned about that timer. I mean, 1 minute and 40 seconds is not a huge amount. You've still got a Super Conk on the other side of the map in the forest. It's going to take a long time to get into this fight, so you're essentially fighting 5-on-4 right now. Bat Chat has come across with a full clip loaded, though. Piotrix, this next clip could be absolutely massive, but he has to be very careful with only 630 HP to play with. Dark down early. Dopamine, are they finding a way to grasp a defeat from the jaws of victory. It certainly seems that way at the moment. Opoor fighting hard to try to find themselves a win. The shots are going back and forth. The damage, I don't know if it's quite enough just yet for Opoor with 1 minute left on the clock. Ketsai needs to make sure he gets this next shot through. Piotrix finished off one, and PM down to a one shot now as well with just under a minute to go. This is definitely winnable for both teams.
Yeah, they need to get Panther Fury and mainly Reshake at this point in the game. They also need to start triple capping. Panther Fury with a shot on the move, shuts down Blur. PM now, the last one standing in front of this cap, and next is the sole survivor of this return fight from Opoor, and they actually have it. 22 seconds left. I don't think anybody really saw this coming after losing DJ initially so early on, but yet again, though, an unfavorable situation being turned around in the favor of Opoor.
Yeah, I mean, that was crazy. That was actually insane. Really well done. And it sort of started with that fight on the 0 line. We'll talk about that in just a second, because obviously Nex is still trying to make something happen here, but we all know that's not going to happen, and that is in the end a 4-1 for Opoor. What a turnaround on the attacking side of Muro. That was something else. Dopamine not going to be too pleased to see that one. They'll have to go back to the drawing board and figure things out there. But yeah, I mean, man, that I think you could say was a 6-on-7. That was a 6v7 they won.
They even got to disengage from the forest. They didn't really need to push 0 line. It was really weird. They tried to go for that play on 0 line. Spirit lost his 1v1 against the Bad Giant. So he got owned for that. And then the CS, he can't fight an Escom.
Yeah, that's it's crazy that they survived with 5 tanks available as well. Like,
yeah,
those super conks just farmed, didn't they? And actually, I got to say, Piotrix, really, really nice round in the bat chat as well. The first clip was really impactful, getting rid of the CS, and then the second clip as well. It felt like to me we didn't really get to see exactly his POV of those shots, but I thought they kind of went where they needed to. It seemed like he was able to connect when he needed to. And pretty good target selection as well, kind of cleaning up some of the low HP tanks. So overall, really quite solid stuff from Opoor. And, it obviously you already had a lot of faith in this team, you and the guys, the analysts. And I tend to have like this inherent like almost bias towards the EU teams. Like I have in my mind, like EU is good, NA is like in the middle, APAC is at the bottom in terms of like a power ranking. So I already had like, yeah, look, Opoor looks pretty good in theory, but after seeing it, yeah, I mean, I got to say, well, early days, but I'm probably calling them to win tomorrow. Yeah. So we'll have to see.
I think I'll put Opoor up there as well, and then you have the 2 American teams and W. I think W is about even to the 2 NA teams.
Sure. Yeah. All right. Well, look, at this point, obviously there's a lot of conversation to be had, but luckily we've got someone else to do that for us. It's the analysts. Take it away.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. And Toxic, this is it for today for the group stage. And we have 4 teams left. Like we mentioned earlier, 2 EU teams, 2 NA teams. And that last match, Opoor actually taking the victory over Dopamine. It was not the greatest performance from their side, to be fair. I think they didn't play their A game. But after all, they didn't need to.
I mean, you could also argue that they were maybe already kind of saving up some strats for tomorrow. Because, I mean, to be fair, Daki already mentioned it. The other 3 teams, one could argue, have about the same power level, and Opoor is just a step above that. So for Opoor, it doesn't really matter whom they face. However, tomorrow, the matches are really important. We will not be having a lower bracket this time, so it's do or die for all of these teams. They have to win their matches to advance, and only the first place gets anything out of this, which is a wildcard for the WCI tournament in November. Second place, might as well be last place. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 2 NA teams facing each other tomorrow, Opoor versus W on the other part of the semifinals. We probably expected like each EU teams to face an NA one because we expected W to end up first in their group. But at the end of the day, like you mentioned, that doesn't really matter. You have to beat everyone tomorrow to actually get to the grand finals and take it, because there's only one spot, one extra one to take with this wildcard tournament to get to China to play the WCI later in this year in November. Talking back about that last match, Opoor against Dopamine, we can probably have a look at what happened exactly with the replays as we were starting on mines. And Opoor, they went for a very standard attack, trying to push around the hill straight, but Dopamine, they had a great lineup to play against it.
I mean, you say this is a standard strat, but usually when you do this, you want to go like towards where the e5s are. I feel like this is something we rarely see, at least in the past few tournaments. So it might either be Opoor saying, okay, we don't really care, we just want to try it out. Or maybe this worked in a scrim once, you know, and if it works once, it always works. The good old random mentality. However, Dopa was ready for it. They defended this really well. You know, it took a while for Opoor to actually kill Blur in that position. And at that point, Opoor doesn't really have the HP, so Dopa just repushes and closes the round.
Yeah, I mean, pretty easy for the side of Dopamine. They just had to hold their positions and get the kills done. From the side of Opoor, this is an all-in tactic, and well, it didn't work out because the NA team had a good setup for it. But afterwards, you have to say that Opoor, they went for something standard too, and Dopamine, they didn't have the answer. They tried some pretty cool opening with 5CS. Potentially having some damage on the guys going into the 1-2 lines, but that was definitely not enough because as you can see later on, having 5 CSs in your team, this is really hard to make a play.
Yeah, I don't really know what to think of these 5 CSs because yes, they are fast, yes, they have great DPM, but that's about it. They don't have armor, they don't have HP, and you can't really make a play if you neither have armor nor HP. And you saw those 3 CSs they pushed in, and Paddington with a bit of funky driving there, going down before he even arrives. And at that point, you're playing versus an E5 and another E5 in the background with 2 CSs. That's not going to work out.
Honestly, expected something pretty special, like pushing down the tree line all the way with like 3 to 4 CSs or so, but they had a different idea in mind. And then on Tundra, I think that Dopamine, they had a shot at it, but at the same time, the way they were spread and actually not focusing enough around the base 2, there is an easy call from the side of Opoor to just push down the river and take down the guy capping, and you could see that Dopamine, they never took enough control around the base 2 to make it work.
I also gotta say, I love the way that Opoor played this. They went to H3 with 2 tanks and pushed the guy in the cap. And whilst usually a lot of teams will throw all of their tanks there, Opoor had 1 tank at J1, 1 tank at G1, 1 tank at like G2. So from 3 different positions, they are covering this push and basically not allowing Dopamine to peek from above and really punish it. So it's really just a 2v1 that you are creating, whilst every peak that Dopa will try to get will be punished. So really great stuff from Opoor.
Definitely. Next up, we had Dopamine on the defense, Opoor on the attack, and Opoor, as they are used to do it, going for a very slow and methodical attack. And Spirits, with his Minotauro, having an interesting play, an interesting idea of pushing forward, but the Polish players of Opoor actually finishing hard for hits, dropping to a one-shot, and next up, finding the good push, finding the isolated tank to take him down, Dark in the 60 TP. Honestly, this Opoor team, they didn't have to play their A game, but I think that overall they still kept their serious the entire match, didn't underestimate what Dopamine was capable of, and at the end of the day had a good performance.
And I just want to highlight something that our beautiful caster said. These VZs, whilst they might not be the best tanks in 77 to pick, if they do work, they make these beautiful moments where, you know, you have Spirit trading his HP for information, then you have the VZs pushing onto the 60 TP, basically just free clipping him out. So these are really the scenarios why you have the VZs in our team.
And to end on that much toxic, we expected Dopamine to take that one, because that was very weird to not see bad opening from the side of Opoor, playing 6v7 because they didn't take any control whatsoever and lost the mouse in the middle of the map. But that push from Dopamine actually unnecessary. They were on the defense, and the trap working out for Opoor because you had the Bachat of Piotrix actually here ready to help out Rishak if he would get pushed. So at the end of the day, you'll see they managed to, even though they only 1.5 minutes left to rotate completely over the base 1, forced Dopamine to push out one last time and made it in the cap.
I mean, great way to play this out. They dropped a tank at the start. Maybe they were trying to compensate for the match versus APEC, where they had a 6v7, and they wanted to just make one 6v7 as well. But they managed to actually get back into the game. Maybe also a mispush there on the 0 line from Dopa.
Yeah.
I feel like that was not really needed. But great stuff from Opoor, playing in the end game and actually closing out the game in a beautiful fashion.
Yeah, let's say that dopamine helped them to get the victory there. But anyway, dopamine is not out. We mentioned it beforehand. Those matches were only for seeding. We'll get to see them again tomorrow, and they will be facing Biology, another team from NA. On the other side, for the other semifinal, we'll have both EU teams a rematch from our finals of the losers bracket of the last World 7 tournament. We had Opoor against W, and I'm very certain Opoor is seeking for revenge there.
Yeah, they were probably not so happy with how the last face-off went. And I mean, you could say it doesn't really matter because one of them got second place, one of them got third place, so they both get to show up in the wildcard tournament. But then again, Opoor probably wanted to get the first place in the VOD7 already to not have to play this wildcard tournament. So maybe they are just, maybe a bit mad even at W for having to play this tournament, and they will probably bring their wrath on the battlefield tomorrow.
Well, yes, since we have no APAC team left in the tournament, we'll be starting a bit later tomorrow. Toxic, instead of 2 p.m. CET, it's going to be 4 p.m. CET, so 2 hours later, and we'll likely start with the semifinals involving both EU teams to give a bit more time to the NA teams. That's going to be tomorrow, the 3 final matches, the semifinals, the grand final. Who is going to take it? Who is going to get the chance to challenge the other teams already qualified in the WCI in China later in November? We will find out tomorrow. Toxic, do you have anything to tell to the viewers before we leave it to Daki, as I think we're hosting him?
Well, as you already mentioned, we will be hosting Daki, so if you guys haven't finished your jobs, make sure to stay on there and finish them. Tomorrow, we will be having the Streamline 2D style as a drop, so make sure to tune in tomorrow as well. But that's about it for me. I wish you guys a beautiful evening. Thanks for being here and watching this tournament along with us. I'll leave the last words to you, Insane. Take it.
Yeah, let's find out who is going to make it to China tomorrow. And for the time being, we wish you a great evening.